So first one. Here we go. It is a busy start to the day with futures trying to hold on to a nice solid gain here to kick things off with a number of economic data points to come, all of which are going to be at 10 o'clock this morning. We have multiple Fed speakers coming through today as well. We have Fed's Barkin making some comments right now. We'll get Bowman and Goolsbee later this afternoon, both coming through as well. So we'll keep that in mind. 2:30 and then 3:30 for both of those. Meanwhile, a ton of retail earnings. Dick's Sporting Goods out. We have Macy's out with earnings today. A number of other related stocks moving around as far as the retail names are concerned as we head towards the big one this week, which is going to be NVIDIA after the close, obviously coming up tomorrow. NVIDIA trying to hold on to some key levels right now here in the pre-market along with the rest of the chip makers. It is Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there you go. The big one to the downside today. DKS trying to test session lows right now. 117.50 coming into play. This thing was 150 bucks at the end of the day yesterday. We'll get into that a little more in depth coming up here. Meanwhile, yeah, there's the market right now trying to take out pre-market highs. Nice look for the Qs, 0.85 to the upside as we head towards, as I mentioned, NVIDIA after the close tomorrow. Yeah, it's Tuesday, not Wednesday. I'll be okay. Don't panic, though, Sharif. Everything's fine as far as the analysts are concerned for the market so far today.
Yeah, interesting look from Dick's this morning. Like you mentioned, a lot of retailers, they complained a lot about theft and how that has impacted their margins. We've been hearing more and more of this from retailers. Home Depot complained about this, saying that they had exclusive products exclusive products to their store show up on Amazon. So we've been hearing more and more about this. I guess we'll talk more about retail today. Macy's also reported.
Yeah, Macy's decent look here so far. We'll touch on some comments coming through here. Looks like we have some earnings calls going on at the moment as well. Just keep in mind, as I said, 10 o'clock we'll get existing home sales. We'll also get the Richmond Fed Composite Index coming up at 10 a.m. this morning, and then a couple of Fed speakers later on in the session. There's this note as well. Again, we had this on Friday and nothing ended up coming from it. But yeah, the Grayscale BTC ETF decision marked down 11 o'clock. We could get some movement in crypto as a result. Both Bitcoin and Ethereum not really doing too much right now. To kick things off, morning, guys. It is a busy Tuesday morning here.
It is definitely a busy morning. We still got the bull next to me here. We're up almost 1% on the market, but the real story is NVIDIA broke that 480 mark that we were talking about yesterday. Even Daniel Shea mentioning it a few times, and everyone's been looking at what is the freight train going into earnings. You can't set it up anymore perfectly. Yields off a bit, but pretty much yields have been rising. The market's going up with it, and in front of NVIDIA earnings, it is just a churn show. So, you know, the bull that we saw yesterday is once again going to the upside. There's a lot to get to today. Dick's Sporting Goods with a big disappointment and not a very good quarter for them. We'll have to watch some retail names because all the retail names were down. Like Macy's was up, and then when Dick's came to the downside, it actually dragged everything with it. You do have some conference calls going on, so you got to keep your ear to the ground there. Oh my goodness, it is going to be another wild market. A lot of big names at key levels. I think I might be fading Amazon with some of the retail that we saw so far early in this session. That 137 is going to come into play. But wow, you cannot stop this stock from going. I believe the stat was that if you look at the gain on NVIDIA yesterday, it was Goldman Sachs and Starbucks were the two names I believe you said, right? Was it you that gave the stat, or was it Brendan?
No, what is that stat?
It was saying that the gain in NVIDIA was equivalent to, I think it was Starbucks or Goldman. Or one of the two.
Well, it was almost an Intel.
Well,
so
I mean,
$85 billion.
Intel's nothing.
So yesterday they made $85 billion.
Maybe
We're already,
it was Brendan. I mean,
maybe it was Brendan. We're already long right now NVIDIA in the pre-market, so we're gonna watch out for this one going upside. Let me see SBUX. So yesterday, Starbucks market cap, no, 111
So it couldn't have been
billion. So
Starbucks.
it wasn't Starbucks, and it wasn't Goldman Sachs, of course, because that's a little bit higher than that 107 billion. Anyways, 85 billion yesterday, but you're right, you're not far away from some of this. What I was talking about was the fact that, and I'm putting the sticky note out right now, and what I wrote down in here is just imagine not being long this name tomorrow. It's just, you need to be long NVIDIA, like justifying to your investors or to yourself that you missed this next quarter that they're going to put out. Just seems to be a lot of risk to that. I feel like traders are now getting long NVIDIA ASAP, which is ridiculous because just in the last week, we've gained 20% in 1 week. So you go from 400 up to 480, that's 80 bucks on 4 bills. I'm no mathematician, but that's a great run up there for NVIDIA. So we do not have our position board working yet, but you can see we are ticked long right now at 481.25 right now on NVIDIA. Just do not want to miss this boat. We could see 490 today. We could see 500. It's ridiculous. Yesterday, you saw a huge move up. I don't think it's ridiculous. It's just people running to the gates to get their hands on this stock as fast as they possibly can. Yesterday, you had a 440 start and a 470 finish. That's $30. So, I mean, why would someone stop buying today if they were buying hand over fist yesterday? What has changed? Can NVIDIA put up another Intel in back-to-back days?
Or a Starbucks.
Or a Starbucks
Let's see if we
again.
can do that.
Let's see if it does a Starbucks today and takes out 510.
It would have to.
It would have to. And here we go. We're long NVIDIA, and I just don't want to miss the boat here. It could fall down. I mean, obviously, that's the risk we take here, everything. But here we go. NVIDIA, brand new all-time highs as this market keeps trucking along.
Won't stop.
Yeah, it's impressive to say the least that we're now measuring the move of NVIDIA in the value of other notable companies. Here's a little bit of a pullback. We did break the high there as far as the pre-market goes. Okay. It's one of those mornings. 367 coming into play here once again for the Qs on a bit of a pullback, as we said. Coinbase. Let's talk about coin. As I mentioned, crypto not really doing anything. There's BTC right now, just hanging out here at 26,000 as it's been for the past few days, kind of flat so far. Coinbase, though, acquiring equity stake in Circle, which is USDC, essentially. So a nice look for coin here, up 2.5.
Yeah, they're also shuttering the Center Consortium, which is basically a self-governing body to regulate the stablecoin USDC. They're saying with growing regulatory clarity on the issue, the governing body is no longer required, possibly saving costs, also jointly managed. They don't manage it on their own.
Yeah.
So it's a good look there.
Yeah, continuing this move that we saw yesterday. Just be aware, Fed's barking, still making some comments here for the overall market. Obviously, this comes out here. We get that nice move into the close, and here we are, guys, back to 77 now for coin.
Yeah, I mean, you got through that 75 level. That was the good short on Friday. It was obviously off that level. Flat bottom breakdown at that time, and once it broke out, that's where the notion of the short-term short, at least at that level, was gone. I think it can be a long in front of it. I do still have my 81 area. It wasn't really that clean in terms of getting to it when it broke down here, so we haven't really retested it the day we last broke down, like through 81 and 80. So that's the zone that I would be looking for short, is like a break of 80 that can't get through 81, otherwise obviously up at 85. Yeah, but I think if we bounce off that 75 level, then kind of a dip, I want to look to that. We closed at 75.28, so that's essentially where you closed. You do have a bit of a breakout and a flat top late yesterday at that level. So it would be nice to see that resistance turning into support on the way back in for Coinbase. I am looking for a dip by long if it sets up, but I'm not going to force the issue here. It's going to be difficult. I mean, there's a lot of fish to fry here today, so Coinbase definitely could set up, or if it goes way too high, I'd probably look for a short. But at the open, I really doubt that I'll be looking at something that's not one of the chip names or one of the retail names that's going absolutely nuts right now. So I'll put Coinbase's on, maybe it's like a 10 o'clock kind of deal, or if it just flies up another 5 or 6%, I'm probably going to look to fade it at that point. But that 75 level, $2 away from support, that's not an entry for a long for me, especially not on the Coinbase. I would never give Coinbase $2 on a long.
I'm never really looking long on Coinbase, but I feel like, yeah, today you have $75 being that bottom. So now that you're going to, sit here and go above it. We do have 75. You can see, actually, even on the daily, it doesn't even look that great at $75. We talked about Coinbase a little bit on the after show yesterday, but not that much. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen with that ruling. I don't know. They took out. There was another note there. What they took out, or they had an interest in another operation. I don't know. Too much here about Coinbase. I'd rather just wait and trade a GBTC or something like that against that report. So we'll wait to see. But Coinbase definitely bottoming out there at 70. I think if you like the name, you're gonna have a couple more days to get involved in this. So you're just right now trying to take out the 50 period on the daily chart. So that's $77. So something to look at right there, 77. That's good, man. Good support level. Maybe a break of 78.50, break up to $80 today. I don't know. It's up 2.5%. The market's only up 0.8. I like Coinbase here, but haven't done that much work.
Banks here. We had this S&P coming out after Moody's downgrades all these small banks and mid-sized banks. S&P now following suit with the saying. There was the difference here. Moody's, the report from Moody's was more general on the entire group. S&P gets very specific with individual banks. The problem, as far as these are concerned, though, they're not doing anything here in the pre-market. So I was just asking Sharif, how much does this actually matter?
I don't know. Like I was telling you, I think it's like an after the 9:30 play. But the way I see it, they're suffering from two issues. One, the fact that they have to issue higher yields on their bonds makes their margin compression even greater. So because they are smaller sized banks, they have to incite you, they have to elicit you somehow, and that's going to be through higher yields. Number two, when they borrow money, because their credit rating keeps getting downgraded, they're going to have to borrow at higher cost, thereby putting more pressure on their margins. So that's what I see for these banks, Brandon.
Yeah, so here's the, or part of the list anyways. Key Corp, Comerica, Valley National Bank Corp, UMP, Associate Bank Corp, and Zion. So here's ZION, basically flat so far. So more of the same, it would appear, guys. Maybe some weakness to come today in some of the smaller banks.
Yeah, I tried looking at a few of them. Like, okay, well, it seems like there could be a reason for you to fade them, but like you said, there's no volume here. Like Key, it's setting up. It's pulled back. It's setting up here, 11 resistance the last couple of days. It's like, oh yeah, that might be a little bit of something. You can have a good risk to reward. But again, 80,000 worth of volume, no exceptional volume pre-market that's abnormal. So you want to see some action in here before you get into it. I think I probably stay away from them. Maybe it sets up, I don't know, maybe it sets up at 9:30 and you get a false breakout. The other name, on a bigger level, it's interesting, at least interestingly enough, JPM has managed to regain that 150, which has been the last couple of sessions a bit of a resistance level. Like when you broke 150 on Thursday and then held underneath on Friday. Yesterday, it's not quite a double top because it really happened in the pre-market, but you're right back to testing it. You hit that 150 level. Now it was a bunch of small banks that got the downgrade. You remember the threat that there would be a credit downgrade to the big banks has to do with Fitch. And if they were to downgrade the overall banking sector, then subsequently they would have to then lower the grade on something like a JPM. So S&P doing it here, maybe that's the first shoe to drop, but none of the banks are trading as if that were the case. To me, like JPM recovering a 150 is a strong move. The lack of sell volume on some of the smaller ones tells me that there's not as much to it, at least early on, as we would have thought. But it's worth monitoring. If you hold underneath 150 and fail this on JPM, let's just say, then you could be consolidating into another pullback, which is certainly possible. Just not a lot happening here in the pre-market to get me into it. If there's a financial name I'm looking at today, it's SoFi, the way that ended yesterday's session on strength.
All right. I'm just going to go back and talk about the same stuff we've always been talking about, and that's Bank of America underneath $30. I'm going to be focused on, obviously, NVIDIA and stuff today, but right there under $30. That's where the 50-period moving average is. Ever since we broke that, we've stayed underneath it. I feel like you short until you break it, and then you wait to go long down here at 27 and change. So I really like Bank of America to the short side if we do start to pop up any such ways. Nothing really happening. I was just looking at Pac West and things like that right now on this downgrade. So I don't really... it's still up on the day. So this is what I mean about whenever you're talking about bank stuff, there's always so much more underneath the hood. Like Why was it downgraded? What are their ratios looking like and all this kind of stuff? And so I don't know. If there's no volume, 29,000, and this is one of the bigger names that was part of the downgrade, I'm going to leave it alone and just continue to trade what we've been trading and look to see if we can fade out any Bank of America. I mean, the T-bill's huge right now, highest 30-year T-bill in I think it was 16 or 17 years. So, you know, the bank should be in an okay environment, but again, it's a huge drop down from this $33. You're down over 10% right now into 29. Feel like this is going to be a good short until it's not. And same thing as that 150 there on JP Morgan. You know, you're right back at that level right now. But look at the volume, 7,000 shares. I mean, it's very, very light. The 50 period is right here. So JP Morgan has to find its way. I actually really like a short breaking through 147.50, 148 here or so on JP Morgan. So, you know, we'll wait to see what banks have to say about all this. We have Jackson Hole coming up. That should be really interesting for these names. So we'll wait to see. But right now, only 7,000 shares on JP Morgan. And what was it, a couple hundred maybe on Bank of America, 100,000 maybe? No, only 75,000. So, yeah, I'm going to leave these ones alone for now.
All right, let's talk some sporting goods and apparel here, sporting apparel in general, because we get this DKS report down huge, down better part of 20% at the lows. We're off that now, but all of these are lower on this, including Nike, including Under Armour. You can look at UA, you can look at UAA as well, both downside. Lululemon also under pressure here on this Dick's Sporting Goods report, but a little bit of a bounce trying to hold on to 101 right now for Nike. You got to go all the way back to November of 2022, last time we were at these levels for Nike.
Yeah, down 1.85% right now, Brendo. And here's the thing. If they close red today, it'll be the longest losing streak they've had since, well, you got December 4th, 1998 was the last time they had 9 losing days in a row, Brenda. But here's a look. Consumers are prioritizing now consumer defensive items like goods, groceries, and the like, rather than the consumer discretionary items like sneakers and clothing as budgets get stretched by inflation.
I'm just reading a story here on this one as well. BLNK, not a lot of volume here to say the least, but upside, they're going to install charging stations in McDonald's parking lots throughout Puerto Rico, apparently 200 plus.
That sounds like a pretty good story for Blink there. But as far as Nike goes, I mean, the $100 level, I guess if it feels like we're going to get the $100 level today. Don't need to pull up the weekly because it's not really that far out. But if you go back to like 2022, this was at $80 in the you think about that. You think about the issue in China. Like, I know obviously the redistribution of where consumers are spending their money obviously matters, but any of the big firms with risk to the Chinese market are seeing pullbacks as well. So it's like a double-edged sword here. I do think you have a chance of breaking this 100 today. That's an obvious psychological level a lot of people will be looking at. I feel as if this will be a little bit different from a Lulu in terms of, I mean, obviously you can tell in the chart when this loads up that they're very different stories, but yeah, like I actually think people are going to be eager to buy the dip in Lulu, whereas the risk that you see to China, like Nike could just break 100 and then who knows where it's going to stop. You know, like Lulu is just basically consolidating. There's no day trade here on Lululemon. It's just worth pointing out. I'm looking for, if it were to break out like a 95, that could be a day trade. 400 could be a day trade. But this is barely pulling back, whereas Nike, underneath $100, you could easily see 15 to 20%. When you look at that long-term chart, just a very different name. Once you have that Chinese exposure and then any other thing goes wrong here, you're under a little bit of pressure. We were just talking last week about the possibility of Nike 100, and then here we are in the back of Dick's Sporting Goods, essentially crapping all over itself right now.
Yeah, I feel like you want to buy a little bit of that. I mean, I'm giving up on China, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm not even going to look at any of these stocks. I mean, I would think a better name to buy would be Starbucks. The best name out of all of these names, if you're going to look at China strength possible, would be Apple, in my opinion. But again, like Starbucks is just all the way down. You know, I think you want to buy some Tesla if you think that China is going to be still strong. But I mean, look at Starbucks. Starbucks was opening up like I don't know, thousands of stores a week or something like that in China for a while there. And now you're up to 116, fell back in, sort of barcoded here near this 102, 104, now back down to 96. Like, I don't know, man. Also, Win getting hit on some of the casino names continue to get hit and beat up as well. This was up to like, what, 112 or so, maybe on Win. Yeah, wow, there it is. Wow, okay, that was lucky. 112 was right there as the high. Now you're pulling back pretty dramatically here. I think China, I mean, I just keep saying this over and over again. I think it's just a house of cards. You're sitting there waiting for good news to pop through on China. It's like, I mean, we talked about this actually when we first went live on our after show when FXI was up here at 30 bucks. This was the day that Biden announced some of the limitations there after market, and we were just like $30. It seems to be right at a pretty key level here going all the way back to March. And since then, you've fallen back down to 26. This is a big fall for an ETF for large cap Chinese stocks. So this has been a big, huge drop down. If you actually like China and think that there's more push here, then I feel like you want to buy this name here, FXI. Don't do anything else. Don't buy Baba, don't buy Baidu, don't buy JD, maybe buy Lee if you want to talk to Sharif. But I think that this rate here, $26, I feel like if you're positive on the Chinese names, you want to buy FXI. It's a ETF for the Chinese names. It's down at the bottom. You haven't been back here since May. This is probably a decent opportunity to pick some up. If you do like the space, I do not.
Another one of the most impressive movers from yesterday was Tesla. If you remember, coming off 6 straight downside, we get that monster bounce yesterday, ends the day basically at session highs. Here's another 4% on top of what happened on Monday for Tesla. There isn't much as far as news on this today. A couple of opinion pieces essentially saying, yep, they're getting closer to moving into India as everyone is expecting, and they're already ramping up Cybertruck production, which we've seen all over social media with those trucks carrying trucks to be distributed.
I can't wait to see those on the road. They're unique. Let's call a spade a spade. But here, let's look at the technicals because I really can't find a news catalyst here, Brendo. We are coming in number 1 to the 50-period moving average on the daily, and there is a bit of a resistance level here. This trough end at that 240, 241. We're a smidge below it. Let's see how we do.
I don't know. I'm still on the fence whether it's an actual truck or not from the traditional standpoint, even though it's in the name, Cybertruck. But anyway, another 4%, guys, here for Tesla.
What's in the traditional sense? What makes it not a truck? I'm just kind of curious about that. Looks like if it looks like a truck, it acts like a truck.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like a truck to me. It's a weird ass truck, but it looks like a truck. Brennan's, it's fine. It doesn't really matter.
Don't fight here, boys.
People are gonna buy it. I think it looks weird, but I think people are going to be dig a thing like that, and they're going to be interested in it. The conversation with my barber last night was not crypto. It's the first time in a few weeks, a few visits, that's actually not been true. Oddly enough, you want to talk about automated driving. He's like, oh, how do I get into autonomous? Like, what should I be investing in? I'm like, you're already long. You're long Tesla, right? So I'm like, you're already in it. Like, you're already in autonomous. That's what you got to worry about. Tesla 241. That was a big level. I just look back to where. Like this little downturn off of this bid, that 241, like you did make a bounce there to 250 a couple of times off that level. Then once you took it out for good, it was resistance for a day, and then we had our plunge. So right back into the 241 level. I want to respect it. I feel as if you need to clear that out for the next leg up, and that next leg up's to 250. If we don't get above that 41, then you could easily have a dip, which naturally, if you look at this little channel here, like 33 to 35 would be that zone that I like for the dip buy. Other than that, I mean, 241 topside break, 233 to 35 for a bit of a dip buy. We were looking at Rivian I was looking at Rivian for a breakdown that never happened. Obviously, nothing. I mean, the market was very strong. I wanted to see signs of a break that could have taken you through 20. Now 20 looks like support on Rivian, but here's a nice little 22 line on Rivian. So it makes a double bottom here just above that 20 level. This clearing out 22 gets a little bit 22 even gets a little bit interesting as well. So as usual, those are the 2 EV names that I'm looking at, unless NIO makes it to $10, in which case I'm long at 10.01. But that's a much different style of trade there. So Tesla 41, I like that breakout. Decent chance we can get it at the open because we're just sitting at 40.
Oh man. Wow, Tesla, what a great runner it was yesterday. Of course, gaining. I think it was what's that? Tesla, no. I didn't add anything. I mean, I'm long right here at 240. So, all right. You know, we will be adding. So the reason why I'm not doing anything, oh man, we have a bad wick here again, is because I'm still nervous about NVIDIA earnings and where we're going to go from all of that. So I still feel like this market has a lot of room to come back into the downside. But Tesla did get to that 200. We were talking about adding some there at 220, 215. But I still think there's some downside moves to come. But you know what? The market is a living thing, and we're going to wait to see what happens now. You're taking out 240. What is this 50-period moving average? Is 245 right there. So that probably gets taken today. Not too many levels here. I mean, this bottom we could draw right there is 241.35. Like, we're bumping our head right against that literally right now. So that should be something interesting to take it out at 241.50 or so. Yesterday's movement. So the thing about having FOMO is you are always going to get dipped by opportunities, right? And so if something really starts taking off the open and you already missed it, like right now on Tesla, up 4% here today. So we've already missed that move. We'll look for pullbacks, right? There was a pullback into the 200 period right there at 225. Here's a pullback into 235, maybe 237 today. You might want to look at something like that. That won't obviously put the stock red on the day, but you do have a little bit of an area there. So something to look at for Tesla. So I would say, yeah, you know, keep your eye on all these plays here today. It's only 8:56 right now. The market is pulling back. We actually just got into some Microsoft right now. We are going to talk about that on the ATVI deal. But we're long Microsoft right now at 325.05. So let's see where this stock goes here. A little too early to be in, I think.
My analyst moves for you this morning. Here's a nice note on Alphabet from Wedbush this morning, initiating coverage at Outperform. 160 on the price target, top of the list as far as this is concerned here for Alphabet, up this morning as well. Not a lot of volume. Goldman Sachs upgrading Jefferies, which is an interesting look. Shopify on here, positive from Wedbush as well. Target, Evercore, Amazon downside, and this Axon as well.
Amazon with a downgrade. It's interesting on a retail day. Look, I love Amazon. I don't want to speak badly about them as a company because I absolutely love them. I think they're great. I think they're going to work. I think they're going to win. But in a day where retail is getting absolutely smashed and the market, I feel as if you have a big level to the upside as resistance, the way this market is trading, I think you're probably going to get to it. So this is 137 from last week. Nice little double top in there. I feel like that's a shorting opportunity if the market takes us into it. I'm not fighting that stock. If it's above 137.5, I think at that point you just recognize trend up, that kind of a thing, and don't fight it. But yeah, that 37 level for me, I don't care too much about the fact that it's a downgrade. The downgrade was just an excuse to talk about it right now and bring it up. But more than anything, it's a big monster level, and you want to trade names. If you're day trading, like, you want to trade around those names at big levels, especially if you get an even dollar that has had some resistance before. I also do believe that there is going to be some element of sort of risk juggling in the next couple of days going into NVIDIA earnings, and that's across the board. So I think you'll have people chasing moves. I think when you get to key levels, you will find resistance. There should be lots of buyers and sellers when we get to key price levels, and you want to make sure you take advantage of that. So scalping off a big 137 level, I think, is a way to do that here for something like an Amazon. Good look for. We keep getting a lot of questions about Shopify, and good to see them on the upgrade side of the board because it hasn't actually been that great for them.
I'm going to repost something here in a minute. But all right, so we just went long on Microsoft. I just want to talk about this quickly. We do have the ATVI deal coming through and a revised deal there, something about cloud and all this kind of stuff. I was just thinking about Microsoft, and as we look at Tesla, and the thing is that this is on my mind. I think Microsoft's quarter, not great, but not bad. And you faded off pretty hard on this one as well, from 370 all the way down to 320. If you're buying up NVIDIA and things like that, I just feel like you might want to just buy up some Microsoft a little bit as well. As Apple is on the list as 176. I just feel like some of these names are so down there that it's about time to buy them up once they start to break through the 50-period moving average. So Microsoft is getting close to that level as well. As we talk about retail, I think I agree, man. I mean, Amazon's been huge hot fire, and I think it continues to work. You're trying to break out right now off this 135 area right there, which had been support, now hopefully turns into support a little bit, was resistance resistance, now trying to turn into support. Look where you bounce off of, the 50 period again right there at 131, so that's pretty smooth, man. I think it's clear sailing for this, but if you get up to this 141, 142 area, $6 up here, I feel like that's enough at some point to at least look to short this. So if you get back up to highs, I think it's a short for now. I just think everyone's going to be looking in one area. It's going to be AI again for the next couple of days. So Amazon is obviously using that, but this is a retail name. You saw Dick's Sporting Goods was down at 20% or something. And then Macy's as well today. We're going to get to all these. Make sure you grab our watch list, watchlist.tradertv.live. But you can see Macy's also down 8% today. We could check back in on Walmart, which actually had a good quarter, but got beat up on that day as well. Made some money back though. What was Walmart's low? 153-ish. Made pretty much all that back and got going again. So now you're up to 157 and still above the 50-period moving average. So I still feel like retail is pretty strong in this spot. So I would say you want to take Amazon long off any dips, but watch out for that high of 142. And I actually like Walmart here against 155. I think that's going to be a good bottom there as well on what was a pretty good quarter for WMT.
Just bear with us, guys. We are working on the graphics as well. They are coming, so just bear with us as we continue along. Sharif's going to kick things off here this morning with a look at the futures.
Yep, almost up half a point at the moment, not quite, 0.44 to the good. We closed above 4,400 yesterday. We closed at 44.12, which is good, right? We claimed that 4,400 again now. Are we going to stay above it? So look, if we get back into 4,400, look for buying. Are the buyers going to overwhelm sellers at that level? If we continue to go, where do we find resistance? Well, my chart here on the 4 hour shows we're going to find resistance around 4,490 to 4,500. Look at these two crests over here going back to June 15th and then all the way back to July, early July, Brendo. So looking for that move up on what is so far a green day.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know at 9 o'clock here as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so yet, very, very simple. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address, and then you get that every single day for free. You can scan that QR code as well. Super simple. It's free. Why not? Here we go. Zoom, top of the list this morning. It's been a while since we've touched on this, but we give it all back. We get to 74 and change after the close yesterday. Here's Zoom. Now up just 0.12 on the morning as the overall market is pressuring this to the downside, it would appear. But, I mean, better than expected results. The forecast, a bit of a question mark, however, for Zoom. But, I mean, this level from yesterday needs to hold here.
Yeah, still 75% off the highs that it made during the pandemic. That's not a small amount. Sure, it's up year to date. Sure, they did better quarter over quarter on the year compared to last year. But you know, Aunt Kathy loves this name. We'll see what we do the rest of the day here.
I'm not sure that's going to be enough today. Anyways, early look week here, guys, for Zoom.
Yeah. Look, the guide actually wasn't good. And for a company in this environment with rates obviously getting to where they are, and it was hard to imagine kind of why it was up that much in the post-market. But you know what? You don't try to make too much sense of post-market trading because it's just very clearly low liquidity, momentum driven. So the fact that we're back at 67 can make some sense. If there is another pop to the upside, I just looked at the 50 period at that 69 and said, okay, if you get above there, that's at least interesting. Forget about the fact where you traveled on pre-market volume. As far as I'm concerned, like you haven't traded in the open market above that 69 in a while, and that's that 50 period SMA. So if it can get through there, if the market's strong enough to pull it up, we are getting a bit of a dip right now in the overall market. If the market's strong enough to pull that up above 69, it would be where I think it can be along. And underneath there, it feels like a fade to me on that guide. I don't really have a big dip buy level because it's not a name I've forced along in on Zoom. And really, if you think about the context of how impressive this rally has been for tech stocks, you know, show me where Zoom is all that. It's not bad, don't get me wrong. If you, from May to go from 60 to 75, like a lot of people, like you're gonna take 25% in a matter of 3 or 4 months, right? Like you're gonna be happy with that kind of a return. But in the context of what the market has done and what some other beaten up names have done and where Zoom has been on the year, this is not that impressive of a rally. So for it not to hold above these moving averages as we're going into a potentially risk event here with NVIDIA's earnings, not a great look for Zoom. And if the market doesn't want to buy it above 69 today, I think you'd be retesting those lows at 60. All that said, I mean, if Aunt Kathy wants to buy it up,
Yes,
then
sir.
you know, it's like if it drops into support levels, it's usually support because she's doing this.
$70 long.
70.
Yeah, she wants. They're hitting the buttons at 70 long. So that's let me see what I checked on the sticky note. Oh, 70 long. Okay, it is good to be related to Kathy Wood right there. What's up to Aunt Kathy? Look, how about this? I just tweeted this out. Can you believe this? Michael Burry is now down 36%, down 36% on his options right now, apparently. So that's pretty interesting right there. So after all that talk of like, oh my God, Burry's right. But again, I put a PS here. We don't know if he's still holding anything. I mean, you know, this is just the talk right now on those shorts. So, and I guess it's because the implied volatility here heading into Nvidia earnings has crushed that position right now. What are we talking about again? We are talking about ZM. So, yeah, we talked about this on the after show yesterday. So we talked about if it ever gets up here again, this is going to be a great short because, like Neil mentioned, not great guidance there. Good quarter, but it's just fading back into where it was yesterday. So the fact that Zoom is now flat on the day, I just looked at this $70 break right here. And I think if you could take that level out, then I feel like we get an opportunity to go up. I mean, the quarter wasn't as bad, maybe as we're saying. I just put it out. I'm looking at the watch list right now. ZM up 4%. Well, it was up 4%. 134 a share versus 105, so that's great. Everything's green. Revenue 1.14 versus 1.12. Year over year revenue growing, net income growing. Everything seems fine. It's just, who knows? Do you actually want to be invested into Zoom right now? 8% short float and starting to head lower. So, you know, whether or not we like the quarter or not, there it goes turning red now and starting to give everything back. And there it is. It broke yesterday's closing price rate just right now at 67 and change. So we'll see where this goes from here. It is a nice downside move for ZM. I'm not interested in this name until we break through 70, so it's going to have to hit that right now. We are nicely in the money right now, so that's going to be a good one. Yeah, an amazing 35 cents in the money now on Microsoft. We did take some out at 20. We do have another offer here at 326 to see if that wants to go back up to the upside. I'm actually going to cancel that and put it closer to 320. I'm going to put it on 326 on the nose right now for that order on Microsoft. I like this trade. We'll see if it can work out, though. The NASDAQ is below the 50-period moving average and could start to drip down just a little bit right now through that. So, all right, we're ready to go here. DXY is also moving. Yeah, good look there. Jam low key. And let's just do this quickly here. It's only 9:07. Let's go. What's up to Lone Sofos? We're going to do a roll call. Haha, man. What's up, haha, man? John is here today, which is really nice to see. Chill Vibes is here. Of course, Canadian Bacon is here right now. Shout out to P-Meal right now. Tesla up 4%. Yeah, what's up, Hamster? Mike Crean's here. Nita Stonk, the gifted membership man himself, is in the building. What's up to Nita Stonk? Yeah, we like Palantir breaking through 15. That's another name here on the sticky note today is Palantir. What's up to Cheryl, or what did I just see right there? What's up to Ty? You've been here for a while. Jay Lee is here. Will Evans, Ponzi Fonzie, Pete Stocks. Everybody's here today, so it's going to be another good day. We know that. Thank you for watching Trader TV Live. Big shout out again to Door Kicker X. Haven't seen you before. Havana Woody, what's going on? Good call on some of those little stocks there as well. So, hey man, it's going to be a big day. The family's here. The NASDAQ is up, and it's all about NVIDIA and tech names today, despite some good retail stocks to trade, I feel like, with Macy's and DKS, and we're also going to watch Walmart. It should be a good one there as well. So, you got your water? Yeah, I got to get some water. Chill Vibes. I'm going to go get some of that soon.
Brain's not in it. Let's talk some Chinese ADRs here. Baidu leading the way so far anyway. 3.5% to the upside, notably strong, in fact, trying to hold on to. Pre-market lows, that's what you need to know here. They beat expectations, top and bottom. And yep, they threw out that AI keyword in their, not only in the report, but I saw on the call as well. There was a ton of talk on autonomous vehicles and their autonomous service over in China.
Yeah, 15% year-on-year revenue growth for Baidu, spurred by strong online digital ad sales there in China. Brendo mentioned that they're also looking at getting into the AI. Well, we already knew that they had the Ernie chatbot. Now you can actually add the plugins to Ernie chatbot, like much in the same way that you can do with ChatGPT. In addition to that, they have over 700,000 robo-taxis roaming China, some of them, most of them with human drivers, but they're getting authorization in Shenzhen and Wuhan to actually have without. So good luck for them on the day.
If you remember when they launched that Ernie chatbot, it was an absolute disaster. So good to see they are getting that sorted out. If it was essentially a video that they, during the launch, they played a video of recorded, anyways, it was just a nightmare. 3.3% here, guys. We're trying to hold this pre-market low for Baidu.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical on this one. I mean, look, the self-driving story is one that I think a lot of people aren't aware of just how many vehicles there are out there to play in that space and who has products out. And look, it's great for them in the long term. Obviously, this is where everything's headed, but in the short term, the trend is your friend. I think this bounce, if it gets to 134, 135, specifically on Baidu, that's this previous support level from June. If you get up there, I think it's a bit of a fade. You can kind of see the last time we were there, it was a close going back to the 15th, and then we never really sniffed it again. So if you get up there, that feels like a fade for me on Baidu. It's really the only... I was looking at Bob, I didn't really see any obvious levels I liked if there was a sympathy play out there, and you kind of know where my feels on Neo. I'll trade that one at $10 if it bounces off 10. So I'm not even sure you get to trade off of that level, but if there's some kind of explosive move up on Baidu, I just feel as if there's going to be some sellers taking advantage of it, and if that were to happen, I'd be one of them. But that's a very specific setup here on Baidu. You know, if Baba had gone a little bit higher, I mean, it got up like 1%. I mean, if it was up around the 92, 93 area, I'd be saying that to short at the open. But you know, it didn't really get there. You don't have to. If there's no setup, you don't have to trade it. Baidu, I guess, a great story for them, but that's not one I'd be buying today. But that's just me.
Yeah, I'm not buying. I mean, I keep talking about all these Chinese names no matter what, but the only name that I really trade here is going to be Alibaba. We do trade Neo if I see some crazy moves like we did that one time. And of course, that's just being a trader. You got to get in there when you see stuff like that. But you're still below the 50 period. We talked about FXI would be the one that I would fade out here. I mean, the numbers are going to be good. Alibaba's a good company, man. Their numbers are really solid, and Baidu just puts it out as well today. Good opportunities to get into some Chinese names. I just think you have to believe in it, and I don't. So, you know, I would say fade all of this, but again, I don't. It's like today, nah, I'm going to pass on all these Chinese names, man. If we're going to talk about robo-taxis and things like that, I still feel like the number one name to look at is going to be Tesla and then followed by Uber. So I really like Uber down here. We actually put a long on just here $34, $35 on this break. It was actually the first time I've ever been into Uber, so that's worked out pretty good for us. And then right now we have not been, but thinking about dip buying this name as well. So there's one more name, Tesla and Uber. They're the two names I really want to get more shares in. And I think we've held the 50 period pretty nicely here. So with that being said, it looks like you could try to break some of these tops now. Feels like you got to get through 46 in order for us to do anything on this name. So you're still a while away, but let's look out for 46 right now on Uber coming through. As you know what, we're getting a little bit more of a bump up now in Microsoft. It's not huge, but it's now in the money. I mean, if we're printing 43s, we're in the money now 40 cents. So this is doing out pretty good. It's only 9.12 here. Debating taking some more out, but again, I still think it can fly today, so let's not worry about that. This is new holdings here on a sell. Pretty mixed board on the imbalance locator so far. I do like Palantir breaking through 15. We'll see if that can come through. We had Kenvue and J&J news. AMC is always not doing anything, down to $3. Unfortunately, that just... Didn't AMC just take lows out?
Yeah, there's an index action tonight and tomorrow on the J&J Kenvue. Russell tonight, and then tomorrow I think it would be like the S&P tomorrow. Yeah. So like, they're going to be imbalances on those pretty much every single day.
The thing is, this is new, not all-time lows, but this is the low now for AMC. I mean, this is pretty much pandemic lows. Like I remember trading this name at $2. Let me just see. I just don't trust how far this will go back. I'm going to check out my chart right here. This is an e-signal chart on a monthly. So I just wanted to, yeah, so obviously a good memory there with $2 being the very bottom before, you know, Ham City happened. So I would say that you're getting close to those bottoms right now for AMC. And it's like after all the share restructuring and everything, you know, you're still getting to be back down here. You know, if anything's ever going to start up again, I mean, you're at $3. I mean, look, 3-2 is still a disastrous loss in anybody's account. So I don't know. Maybe we go back and test some of that before you get all hyped up again for AMC. But hey, it's starting to get maybe interesting for some people down here. I don't know. We talked about that yesterday and where it's going. GameStop is another name here that was sub. It's not near its lows, but sub $20, I believe. Yeah. So I mean, this has been a pretty big move down here on the daily as well for GameStop. So some of these names may have gotten some of their juice out of them right now, but I don't mind AMC if you're going to trade it right here off of $3. I mean, a key level down there at 3. Is there some size here? No. Well, we don't see enough books yet, so we'll wait to see. But $3 right now, there's just a bat sitting there. Most levels have 10 cents worth of depth, so 10 levels. So we're going to have to get down there on AMC. So not great, though, but, you know, who knows? Maybe Highcroft Mining might take off.
Remember those days. Yeah, let's talk some of these banks to the downside ever so slightly here. Again, not a lot of attention or volume on these yet, but just be aware. S&P following Moody's coming out a couple of weeks ago, slashing the rating on 5 specific. So again, the difference here, Moody's went basically the entire group, S&P focusing on 5 specific banks, including this one, ZION, as I said. Does anyone care?
I don't know. I guess. But yeah, each specific bank had a reason why it was downgraded. But let me give you the bigger picture. Number one, they have commercial real estate exposure, especially offices. That's not a good look right now as vacancy rates in urban centers remain high. That's number one. Number two, as rates stay higher for longer, they've got to offer more yield for their bonds. That shrinks their margins. Number three, the worse they get downgraded or the lower they get downgraded, the more that they've got to pay for loans that they borrow from other lenders. So it's shrinking their margins, and it's commercial real estate exposure that's hurting them at the moment.
I feel like all this means really is the amount of times that Fed Chair Powell is going to get asked about the state of the banking sector at the next Fed meeting is going to be probably double of what it would have been. But I mean, worth a note. Got to keep an eye on these today.
Yeah, like we went over it. I think if things set up on weakness, I mean, JPM underneath 150 for a big bank that didn't have an action on it. Key underneath 11, but no volume on it, so probably not going to force the trade. This will give me an opportunity to talk about something we haven't yet, because it'll be like ATVI and Microsoft are on the watch list, but I'm going to get to ATVI because I will be dip buying the stock if it does any kind of a pullback. Whenever you might see me do this on US Steel, and it's always basically exactly the same setup. If you find like a previous resistance level where you have a channel on one of these deals, and then there's a positive hurdle here, them refiling their action to be able to get approval in the UK, I just want to go bidding off of the previous resistance. That was at 91, pre-market lows. Then I want to work into underneath VWAP, dip buy underneath VWAP into 91 for a bounce up to the high. That's the look I'm going for in ATVI. It's pretty much exactly the same thing that we were doing on US Steel yesterday, which is another well that I would go back to. So US Steel was breaking out. They had the positive news, and then you buy into the dip underneath VWAP off of the previous top. We'll do exactly the same thing in ATVI. The banks, I'm just not going to be touching them. And I did want to add to the conversation on AMC. I'm perfectly willing to try the same thing as yesterday. Missed out on the breakdown at the top of consolidation, but we were able to grab the short in here off the 70 level. That was gold. If the same thing happens again today, if we break down through 3, I want to try to grab that break. And if you make a consolidation lower, I'd play that too. Like if you get to $2, I think that's an obvious bounce zone there for AMC. I doubt we trade those banks today, though. You know, if there's something out there in finance land or in the sector that could be worth it, I mean, SoFi on the strength it had and it'll close yesterday. If it can hold on to the 830 level, that's essentially closed at 829. If it can hold on to the 830 level, this one breaking out the top could be interesting. It's finally catching a bit of a bid and a curl, and you now have a flat top break at about 845 here. $8.45, not the time. $8.45. So good little bottom here in SoFi. If I'm trading a name that's in the financial space, I feel like it's going to be that breaking out as opposed to any of those banks that got downgraded.
Yeah, I don't. I was just looking myself here at some of these levels. I mean, I think if we're going to talk about banks, you always want to look at JP Morgan. I talked about BAC earlier today. I mean, you're above the 50 period right now on JP Morgan, but I feel like they're just holding on. Like, I don't know. you know, I like the short underneath 148. So if we can get under 148, then we can use 150 as the top. So I just don't know if bank short, if it's the right play today. I mean, you're up on the day. NASDAQ is up. ES is up. I mean, everything's going fine. Excuse me, everything's going fine. I still think you want to wait for Jackson Hole. I just think there's so much still out there. We have NVIDIA tomorrow, Jackson Hole this week. The treasuries are at 16-year highs. It's just like one of these things right now that I feel like everyone's looking at this. Let me show you something that I just tweeted out. It's this little meme here, and I just feel that this is probably pretty appropriate. Right now, this is NVIDIA, and this is the TLT. So it's like, you know, are they just staring in each other's eyes, or what's exactly is going on right here? So we're going to have to wait to see here. I couldn't write a better love story, so shout out to whoever Le Shrub is right there. But I think this is pretty cool, and I just think all eyes right now are not on Disney. They're on these names, and you just got to wait to see what happens, you know, moving forward. I'm not super excited about bank stocks. I do have the plays, though, right? If we can rip up to 30 bucks, I like that for some resistance, and then I like 150 for resistance on JP Morgan, but we have to take 148 first. So this has already taken 30. You're below the 50 period. So I like the 30 short here until we break it, and if that goes, that goes. And just another update right now. We'll take 50 cents there. We took off 45 there, or 44, sorry. So we take 40 cents on Microsoft as we still hold 60%. My next offer is up at 326. We wrote down Microsoft 325 long. So when that came in, it was kind of irregardless of any other positions that I had. I wanted to get that long. And then obviously we still have NVIDIA breaking through 481 here. Long on NVIDIA right now, 50 cents in the money. And we haven't, you know, we're going to wait to see where this one can go today. So, yeah, some bottoms for NVIDIA in case we're going to talk about NVIDIA soon. Okay, so let's go back over to the desk and then we'll talk about some levels.
Not much in the way of headlines today, but we just saw new 52-week highs coming into play, new all-time highs going into their report. So they're going to report, potentially anyways, according to what's happening right now, 2.5%. At all-time highs, depending on what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, well, this headline here is not what everybody wants to hear. We're obviously looking for the report tomorrow. But hey, Gamescom is on right now, and who doesn't know about that? Sure, it's a gaming conference, and NVIDIA just released their breakthrough AI neural networking technology termed DLSS 3.5, which is supposed to really take things forward here, Brendo, for gamers. So shout out to you guys.
Pretty impressive, to say the least, guys, for NVIDIA here ahead of tomorrow.
Obviously, everybody and their mother is looking at this day. I don't know, some people say everyone and their mother, some people say everyone and their brother. It doesn't really matter. Everyone's looking to these earnings this week. You can't tell this story without looking at, essentially on the weekly, what's been going on with NVIDIA. I'll get to the 480 level in a second, but this is just a tremendous break. The fact that you can pull back and then buy it back up as big as it was when it looked like to the world this was actually going to be flushing, forget about it. There's your local top. It was breaking that 480 all week. We've been talking about the 480 break. Candidly, I actually, whoops, I went to move the wrong chart there. I actually put the wrong order when I got long. I went to bid the 480 for my, because 480 is a line for me. I want long in front of 480. I don't want to fight it underneath that 480 level. As it was dipping back in, I did have an entry above 481. That was not the intent, so I just took most of it out right away. I'll try to buy a dip in front of 480. That is a big line in the sand. I think if it holds this at the open and holds the opening range, there's pretty much no limit to like whether it's 90, 95, 500, that kind of a thing where it could get to as people buy it up. I think there's a lot of risk of a pullback in here. Make sure you have it out. I do not want to hold this much past that 480 level. I think that's that big breakout. And if it cannot hold the breakout price, I think you wait for it to calm itself down a little bit. There is a sympathy play that I'm looking at, and that's going to, well, you guys probably know about this from the afternoon show when we were discussing Marvell. So Marvell ended up breaking out past the 60 level, kind of gapping on light volume. They report on Friday, by the way. Let's get this out of the way, that weekly, which we don't need anymore. There we go, Marvell. So they broke out past that 60 level and are on the churn as well. So if NVIDIA, if you start seeing 85, 490, 495 on NVIDIA, Marvell taking out the 50 period on the daily has a lot of room to run as well. And they report on the 24th, so you get them a day after NVIDIA. Very likely they're going to follow on the footsteps until they have their own numbers out. So this is kind of the sympathy drag play here on something like a Marvell.
Yeah, 479 maybe. I mean, look, we wrote it down. If you're looking for it, we have watches.tradertv.com, and plus we have our sticky note out here right now as well. So if you're following the sticky note today,
awesome. Money,
I mean, we have Microsoft long at 325. That right now is 75 cents in the money. We have Nvidia long at 481. That is now $1.40 in the money. So we have a bunch of longs on here: Palantir, Zoom, Apple, Nvidia. And all I was writing down here was, imagine not being long into earnings. And then I wrote down also that we are now long in the pre-market, because as we were writing this, we actually got to fill. So we've been in this for an hour, and we're gonna try to hold it all the way, man. I mean, let's just wait to see. I'm offering something in the 80s or high 80s here. Let's see if it can get going. We saw $11. I mean, I just can't imagine if they put up another number like that, and then this thing is at $600 tomorrow, and you somehow, or not tomorrow, Thursday, and then you somehow have to figure out why you're not long, right? So we're going to stay long this name. What a great move it's been, back up to the upside right here. You could get a rug pull on this. There's no doubt about that. The implied move, and I tweeted this out as well, the implied move on the options is only 10% tomorrow. I feel like we did 8% yesterday. We're doing 3% today. The market's not even open. Your boy is rocking this name right now. Let's just see if it continues to go upside. I like it. I think if you're going to have an out, maybe 477, something like that down here, maybe 476-ish. But yeah, I mean, if you're here to play this name, Nvidia would be the one here. We trade, I mean, here it goes now. People starting to get finally ramped up. We do have the imbalances just came out. So although I don't expect there to be a bigger imbalance on Nvidia, I would have expected to be a buy. As right here, here you go. You're $1.35 now in the money and starting to cruise upside. So this is just going to work out today. It feels like I don't have any. I mean, I'm only in the money at $1.50, so I feel like that's a normal move for Nvidia. Let's wait to see if it really gets going. Here we go on Nvidia. So far, so good here with this take.
All right, let's go on to Macy's and some of these retailers getting hit right now. I just double checked. 8 a.m. was the call for Macy's, during which CEO Jeff Gennett comes out and says, we continue to see uncertainty in the macro environment, which appeared to, anyways, kick off some of the selling. Long story short, their forecast was flat. They didn't increase it. They didn't cut it. It was just flat.
Yeah, he was blaming higher rates of credit card delinquencies for that, citing also the student loan forgiveness removal by the Supreme Court of the Biden administration. But let's look how they did. They beat on the top line. They beat on the bottom line. But it was the problem of year-over-year comparisons. They swung a $22 million loss, Brendo. This time last year, they had $275 million profit. So retailers continue to get squeezed.
Yeah, brick and mortar sales down 8%. Digital sales down 10% year over year. Comparable sales down 8.2%. So it goes on and on. The initial move, obviously higher here, but here we are now down 7.5%.
Yeah, 7.5% down. That's also the short interest on Macy's, which is probably the reason, and it'd be the only reason why I look for an SSR bounce on it. If it breaks the pre-market low and goes 5 more cents after the open, that's a 1340. Then it'll be down 10% in short sell restricted. I'd look for a bounce, any kind of relief bounce off that from there to like 13 even, wick the bottom, try to get in the long, risk 5 cents, maybe it gets to VWAP. I'd do the same, I'd look for the same thing at 13 even. Decent enough short float that allows for that to happen. You know, this is something where when the earnings came out, my initial thought was, okay, we got a fade in here. Look at 16 to 17 on the daily. When it looked like it was going to be strong, I'm like, yeah, that's going to be a great short up there at 17, and then it's an obvious go to squeeze breakout above it, and then Dick's Sporting Goods happened, and everything reversed. The conference call happened. That just took it to another level to the downside, suddenly setting up a situation where I'm just looking for that SSR bounce on something like Macy's. And I mean, you can maybe think about the same thing for Dick's Sporting Goods. Underneath 119, it has no levels to speak of until you get closer to 100. Just a dumpster fire here. And, you know, to be honest, it is what it is, but shrinkage is a big part of the story because theft is a big deal for a lot of these retailers, and it's really hurting their bottom line. And if you get down to that 100 level, it's obviously got support there, but an SSR bounce, I would have been saying 119, and that was $2 ago. So that's by the wayside, and suddenly Macy's is going to be in play for me here. Unfortunately, it's just not a good day for the retail names here. And we already talked about Nike in the 100 level.
Yeah, I mean, I still think you want to look at Amazon here. Here comes NVIDIA pulling back in again off the open. So we only have a minute left right now. NVIDIA was just $2 in the money, and now it's pulled right back. So we're going to have to watch out for that. I'm not that interested in any of these names. I mean, Macy's, I feel like today, with only a minute left before the imbalances, nice little downside push here, down 8%, looking to take out some levels. So, I mean, if you're into retail, look at this. Macy's is right here, breaking through 13. I would say that could be a bouncing spot, but we've already been here before. A quick look at these imbalances right now as Kat's here today, so we only have 30 seconds to go. Peloton, Kenvue, eBet right here, Neo, Palantir trying to get to 15. That could be something that we look at as well today. Amazon right there with the retail, some sell side news there on Amazon. So we'll wait to see where it happens with that. But here we go, man. Only 20 seconds to go. I do want to look also at Apple today, but again, we're already long Microsoft and NVIDIA, so maybe we'll just pull back the reins here on all these tech names. Now we only have 10 seconds to go. So here we go, ready to rock and roll in what's going to be another exciting Tuesday ahead of what's going to be a great Wednesday.
Exactly. In 2 and 1, Cat, ring it. Casino is open. So immediately the market is up. I did see VFS for those of you that are talking about it. Just not the top. It's just not the top of the radar. We're already back in retesting that 480 level. That was the bounce zone I liked, so I was able to grab some shares underneath there. I don't think you want to be stubborn at the potential rug pull that could happen on these names. I'll double check Marvell in a second. AMC is getting close to a bottom break. I am shorting AMC if it breaks yesterday's low. That was at 305, so that's getting rather close to it. Let's see what happens. Can we hold on? No, it doesn't hold on to that 480. So first dip buy, no good. Gonna wait for it to get back above that support level. I do not like this underneath that 480. Above is definitely the way to go. Zoom's tank. Wow, Zoom is tanking, so forget about the buy on Zoom.
Everything is tanking, yeah.
Zoom was a breakout play, and Zoom is only going down. So I can cancel my stop order for any breakout long on Zoom. That's not coming anytime soon. There was one short. I actually neglected to mention this. You can probably have guessed. I like a fade on Intel, but it's going to have to get up to the 34 level here. Intel actually going to the upside, which is why I bring it up. They're actually high of day as the market pulled back. So if that gets to 34, I do like a fade on Intel.
Okay, so we're getting close. I mean, now here comes 478. So it looks like that's going to be an area that we're going to have to drop some shares off right now for NVIDIA, because that's, back down into 471 is where we could travel here before we get going. But it looks like it is buy yesterday, sell today. Although you're still up 2% here on NVIDIA. But yeah, there it is. So a little bit of a drop down there. We're still in some, but we had to get rid of the majority of those on the downside. So we will flush down early here on NVIDIA, but I still don't think this party's over with right now. So let's just wait to see what does happen here. Maybe if we take 478 again, we could try it. But I almost think a 480 break now is a much better play. So let's just see if we can get some more shares. If we do take out 480 back to the upside here for NVIDIA. But right now, 478, little drop-off zone. We talked about that 476 area there as a possible hold. So that could be a buy the dip area down there at 470. It's still 477. I guess we got pretty close to that anyways. But here we go back up to the upside. It's a good thing we have Microsoft, because that name is working opposed to NVIDIA. Let's wait to see where we go, though.
So Macy's did bounce off that SSR. Got underneath 1330, very briefly 1325, a little bit of a wick bottom. Trying to grab it here, you've got to be. So here's the issue with AMC. I'll try to get this Macy's. Once we're in it, I give it to the low of the day. That's a typical SSR bounce style play. But AMC is short sell restricted. That means you cannot short unless there is an uptick, and sometimes this is what ends up happening. So I tried to grab it once it broke that 305, could not get it. I tried to punch 299. Again, you cannot hit the bid without an uptick, so a little bit of frustration for myself, because to me, breaking down just like yesterday was kind of low-hanging fruit. But you can't you can sit in the trade, you can sit on the offer like we got in here at 370s, but hitting the bid is unfortunately a no-go. SoFi just broke out. Did it? Yeah, it did. It actually broke that 45 level, so I did engage in the long. If it cannot hold on to the pre-market low here, then we just jump out of that one. SSR bounce play on Macy's is not an endorsement of their quarter. It's just down to 10% and looking for a bounce to view up.
All right. Let's just see.
AMC, oh my God.
Yeah, AMC's trying to go. All right, let's see if Palantir can go now. We're up to that $15 area. We talked about using 1480 maybe as our stop if and when it does break, but here we go. Palantir trying to go back to the upside right now. So we'll see if that wants to work out here. 1480. The reason why we said 1480 is because there we go. Now we should be, no, we're not long yet on that name, but we just got a nice fill on Microsoft, which is really cruising. There's 1520 right here. So that's why if we do get a 15 long, which looks like it's going to come into play, 1520 is maybe where we may not stop on that one. Nice little take back for NVIDIA. Obviously wishing we were still long, but we did risk manage some of that position and get some out at 478. So now that it's coming back upside, of course, now we have $1 in the money, but we're waiting to get a little bit more if it does take 480 finally, and there it goes. So maybe we're trapped again up here at 480. So let's wait to see if that is the case. But NVIDIA tried to get going one more time there, trying to break through 480, and now it looks like it wants to fade out one more time. So we'll have to be very, very careful with our pricing on that one. Okay, Palantir here as well, just now taking 15.
AMC halted.
So AMC halted. Man,
Yeah,
it's a good
AMC
thing we started talking about that.
It is what it is. You guys know how it works. If it's SSR, you need to sell. You have to be active getting that short if you want it. That's a learning lesson for everybody here. But this is a down halt on AMC at 284 with a tap of 284. I'm just quickly checking APE because there's a decent chance that is not halted. So APE is not halted, not really moving a heck of a lot, not a fraction of the volume as well. But good luck. I mean, if you got the short,
man.
all I got to tell you is congratulations. Until proven otherwise, that's all you want. So here's Macy's. It just made that bounce. I have 51 long, which means when it gets to 1-to-1 at 70, I got to be on the offer here. Resistance on that 70 level here on Macy's. So we'll try to ring the red. Just got it there at 1370. If we get to 14, I take another leg out. I'm pretty sure Dick's Sporting Goods is still going to the downside. Let me just double check. Yeah, this is, I mean,
NVIDIA is flushing.
wow, that is absolutely flaccid over there on Dick's. It's not good at all. They're just continuing to plunge, and there's just no look in sight. I mean, there's nothing. It's nasty. If you get to 105 here on the daily, that is a monster level. I mean, you're going back to December of 2022 at 105. You got to figure there's a bid somewhere on this, but yeah, you're probably not going to catch me until it's absolutely it's got to go out of hand before I think about this long. Macy's a bit of a different story with the short interest, but 25% down. I mean, there's going to be a buy on the stock at some point today. I just can't see any way that's not true, but I'm not going to force it.
Yeah, of course, today, right now, there goes NVIDIA again to the downside. Like, if this, I mean, it looks like we're going to have to get out at 475, so this is going to be a $5 hit at the end of the day here, which does suck, but again, you know, we'll see about, yeah, here it goes. It's going to take 475. There he goes. We did get out of the majority of those shares. I'm still trying to hold on, but for how long is the question as this name just continues to go down? Where could we possibly, we tried it at 480 again. We tried to average it in at that 476 right there. And today it looks like they're taking this out. Yesterday's close for 470, 471 right now on this name. So yeah, disaster strikes right now to the downside. So we did get some out here on Palantir for 1513, 1510, 1511, so on and so forth there with Palantir. So we'll see if that one can continue to work. But here we go, man. I mean, how many times are we going to dip by this name? Probably not too many more right now because this is making that move down. Look at the whole NASDAQ completely falling out now. So, you know, we do have Microsoft here. We should have waited a little bit longer. We said that we don't like to trade really early on. Microsoft is okay. We actually got a 326 fill. Right now, you could see a new position, and it's at 324.30. So we are now going to have to find out for a drop zone here for Microsoft. And I'm looking at this. I mean, I didn't think this market would fall here today. I thought they'd just be getting ramped up for tomorrow, but that appears to be wrong. I mean, this 323.50 maybe has to be a stopping spot there for Microsoft at some point. I mean, the market just continues to fall down here. NVIDIA just keeps on going, man. I mean, at some point, there has to be a stop spot here at some point, but I don't know where that is. Maybe
I'm working into short on Marvell here. I probably could have looked at Intel, but to me, Marvell being still up 1.5% doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense here with NVIDIA almost retracing everything.
Almost everything.
Again, this doesn't make sense, so I'm just going to be shorting it to the previous pre-market high. If I can add to this at 61, I'm going to do so. I told you guys this is my sympathy play. Like if I miss a move on NVIDIA, which suffice to say move missed, underneath 480, I didn't see, like it is what it is. You know, stop out at that 480 level, try the break there, but never worked into a short. So Marvell's going to be the play. I suppose Intel might be something. Just to go back, I know AMC's halted. It will open up in 1 minute. actually less than 1 minute. I will look. If there's a short on any bounce into the $3 level, I'll probably try to take that. But I just wanted to cover the bases there. Macy's for the bounce play.
Wow.
I just missed 1390s there. It ticked up and got to the high 80s. I'm going to try and take some out at the 80s if I can the next time it does make a bit of a bounce. But this is actually bouncing, whereas you're not really seeing a heck of a lot in the market that's doing so. So I want to be adding to this Marvell short. If we break 470 on NVIDIA, like why is it, like Marvell should be going back to even. If NVIDIA goes red, Marvell should be going red. It's just my opinion. So I'm going to try to work more into this short before considering taking any out.
All right. Yeah, we got hit there on Microsoft, so we're gonna have to go 322. If we pick out 323, then we're gonna have to get out of this name as well. Not bad. It fell down through 324. We did take some bids there. Didn't really want to hold that bids. Microsoft, really the whole day is on NVIDIA right now. So if that wants to continue to go to the downside, then yeah, that is gonna be a problem. But for right now, there goes Microsoft trying to get back up to the upside. We did take some profits on Palantir, although right now it's still hovering around 15 bucks. So not a disaster, this name, but could try to work itself out a little bit there for Palantir. What's up, Brendo?
VFS, guys, nice start here. 20% already. The bounce continues. Not seeing much on this, but heavy volume behind this move in VinFast.
I mean, look, anytime the world's greatest or second greatest EV company, you have an opportunity to buy it. I mean, I'm not surprised that VinFast is going to be up. We talked about this yesterday as them being the granddaddy of, you know what, I can't. I don't want anyone to think I'm seriously talking about them being good, but I'm surprised they're going up. But I just had to chase AMC. It opened up, got to 85s. I was like, I tried hitting the 84s, 83s. I didn't get shares till 79 and 80. That's what happens when it says SAR. It's at 65. AMC is going to the downside. It is a fail. It is a flush. I don't know what's going on with, what's the other thing? Oh, APE. But I'm assuming it's probably doing something very similar. If we get down to 50s, I want to have at least half out if it gets there. I think there could be a bid at $2. But I think that's just because it's a round number. It bounced at $3 yesterday, so why wouldn't it bounce at $2 today? But you want to take profit out. You could also halt up. Like there's an SSR bounce play potentially in this name as well. But I'll be forever asking myself why I wasn't just sitting in the short at 310. You could have just been sitting in the short. It's now halted again to the downside. Arrows down. If you grab the short, good on you. Going to track back over to something which is not working. That's SoFi. It is just, I like this breakout. Let me go to that chart's fine. It looks like it wants to take out the pre-market low. I wanted to give that break to that level. So as the market's coming in here, if we bounce off 15,000, maybe there's a chance for SoFi. But if we do not hold on to this pre-market low, I'll just be out of that one in, and then no outs except for probably taking the hit. Marvell, I never added to it. It's starting to bounce a little bit as NVIDIA is going. Let me cancel these offers. If NVIDIA bounces, I'd like to see it start curling again before I add to this on Marvell. But I'm going to throw a bid, and just in case it gets down to the 60s, I want to have a bid out there. So I'll be bidding Marvell in front of previous close. And on the next pop in NVIDIA, I'll be looking for an opportunity to get into the short, more share short on Marvell.
All right. Yeah, we're trying here to do everything we can to hold out for this NVIDIA, but it's just not coming through. So 470 it's down to right now. We just punched some out at 470 right there as well. So sorry, 470 break. Now, I think if you're going to try to go long, I mean, we are trying to barcode a little. Not really barcoding. I mean, if this is barcoding, but right there, 472.50, 473 maybe needs to get going. But right now, it just keeps bumping its head up to this 472 area. And not doing much about it. So we'll have to wait to see if it can hold out this 472. It needs to get up. Like if it can get to 473, then maybe, I mean, VWAP is 476. So although it's been beat up, I mean, you can get back to the upside here, but it's been disaster. Like we got that take was bad, man. That one back into 480. We should have probably waited at least for this fill there. So kind of giving up $3 there was pretty stupid. But let's wait to see now if we can get above 473, then maybe we finally have something here on this one. We do also want to try to get a little bit more long on Microsoft. And the thing is that the NASDAQ right now is trying to bounce off 15,000. So if that does happen, then hopefully we get a little bit of a push back upside right now on some of these names. Let's take a little bit out. Again, we're in the money now, $2 or so on this, but it doesn't really matter. I told you, we just lost 3 right there, and then more into here. But let's see now if there's some sort of a retracement back upside for NVIDIA. So that's one of those plays here that you got to wait for. We did average into Palantir. We talked about that. Our average price now is 97. So take some pressure up if we get back near to 15 again. And then hopefully we can go up, man. The highest we ever went on this was 10 cents. Like we busted 15. The best we got was 15.13 right there. So nice little take there against 1480. We talked about that. Let's see if this one can come back to life a little bit here. Palantir.
Just one look. I mentioned ATVI. I don't think I mentioned U.S. Steel. It did just pull right back into like aftermarket support where we broke out from in the afternoon. That was 31.77. This is where I got out of my long, that sucks. I was long in here into here, and it sucks. But if we get down into the low 80s, I like the long. Gonna give it back into like 31.75. We're gonna go up to Brendo, and then AMC should be open in about a minute or so. Will that continue to flush?
An FULC on the move here, guys. Positive FDA ruling for their sickle cell disease treatment. So lifting a clinical hold assignment for that. So back to the upside here for FULC.
Hard getting the short. Oh man, it's just being
FULC, FU.
FULC. No, I have nothing. I have nothing against them. I really don't have anything to say there. But we're not open for another minute or so, so I'll maybe jump over to Marvell, because if we get a curl, all I'm doing is watching NVIDIA. If it curls at 475, I'm going to look to add to this position. If this isn't breaking out the tops and NVIDIA's not doing something insane, I still want to stay with the notion of the short. I see a bit of a curl happening on NVIDIA, so I'm going to grab some more here at 61. This is all I'm watching. I'm just watching the NVIDIA chart, looking for the curl there, and then positioning myself over in Marvell and looking for the flush. I haven't bid anything out, but now that I've added, I will do so at the low of the day. If it gets down into that 60-50 area, I do need to have some bids out. I got into U.S. Steel, Macy's, just if you're keeping track. Got that wick bottom for the SSR bounce down 10%. Got some out 70s off the 50 long, some out at 87 in front of 90s. It's now making higher lows. If this pops into like 1440, I get out. It's a gimmicky style play because you're looking for that short sell restricted bounce in a downward trend. And once it makes a bounce, I want to get in, get out, take your profit and run. But it's frustrating to have chased AMC here, but it is what it is. It just opened back up. It's trying to pop. If it gets back above 275, I probably cover some. We're short at 80 here, 79s and 80s. You do not want it halting on you. Ooh, it just popped over, and I got some out there as it wicked above that 75. But this is still a very relatively weak name. If it's not above that first halt down, I think you want to hold on to at least something. So I did get some out there. Is it threatened to the upside? And I'm going to pop a bid down in the 250s just in case it flushes again. Haven't really been tracking APE, but AMC still looking relatively weak here. NVIDIA, let me just double check to see what's happening. It's still underneath that 475. I like that Marvell short as long as we're underneath that 475 level. We're going to hang on to it. And there was one other name I wanted to get to, Apple. I don't think we even talked about Apple. That big 177 level rejected right away on the open on Apple. If this gets back above 177 and we hold 15,000, suddenly there's a long I kind of like here, and it would be the oldie but a goodie in Apple.
Yeah, we're taking some money here on Microsoft because it's now popping back to the upside, as we did take something out at 324 when it broke the first time, but now you're starting to come back upside here. And we said a possible bounce off 15,000, and that's not possible. It's actually exactly what's happening right now. So there goes Microsoft. Let's see if it can get up here again. If we can get a 320, like here it goes, man. If we can get a 325, like, I don't know, just into here somewhere, 325.30. VWAP is 325.20. So hopefully that can get going right now. Palantir, of course, is a monster, and we have that one. So this one's going to be... I'm just so pissed off about NVIDIA because everything else is fine. There goes Palantir, big one for us here. Great reload there on PLTR, 1485, 1486. Now getting them out upside. You know, the most we ever got, like I said, was 13 cents. So now if we can grow this position back up to the upside, I think we'll just leave it here and see if it does want to go. What I'm looking for is this right here. So we did have some support, or I guess support, down there at 1520. So let's wait to see where that comes into play. We could also break through this 1580. I mean, it needs some sort of catalyst behind it, and it doesn't really have it. So we'll just continue to play the momentum here on Palantir. And I did want to check out one more name because I was thinking about this with Zoom right now. We only wanted it if it took this 70. So, you know, on earnings plays, what you're really looking for right now is some kind of a leveling off, and that's actually the opposite of what's happening right now, as this is trying to bleed downside a little bit even more. So ZM continues to make new lows right now, and looking at, I don't want to say we're looking at 61 or 62, but that is the low there on Z Daily. What's up, Brendo?
2 days in a row here, guys, for NVAX, 6.5%, trying to test the highs here once again. They had positive data out yesterday on the latest COVID variant vaccine.
And like it was like California, I think maybe they're like mask mandates are back. I guess that's where the strength is right now. It's like the old is the new, and I was just looking at Dick's Sporting Goods. That's not bouncing at all, man. Here is the current low. I'm just going to get on the bid at the current low of AMC. If it does not want to break that low, I want to make sure I take something out. I have a bid 60, I have a bid at 50s. And a good point was just made, and I actually don't 100% disagree with this. I always talk about relative strength and weakness, yet you'll see me finally getting in on that Marvell, up 1.6%. Currently, it is showing some relative strength. I just do not see, if we break 15,000 and NVIDIA gets through 470 again and we roll over, I just can't see it holding the gap. So I like the fact that I can give it to the pre-market highs in here and have a decent risk-to-reward trade. I think I'm risking about 30 change, just a little bit over 30 cents. And then if it gets underneath that 60, 80, I think we're smooth sailing down into the previous close at 60 even. So I like the R&R here, and I'm going with the overall trend in the market. If the chips are weak, led by NVIDIA, I just like the story here. There's a lot of risk for Marvell in terms of weighing in on the earnings of NVIDIA. I am in US Steel, as mentioned, sort of buying into this dip underneath VWAP into previous support, and then looking for a pop back into VWAP. So I actually should be getting offers out in front of 32, or above 32, as I should say. So if that gets back above there, I like it. Nothing for me on ATVI. Actually, yeah, ATVI doesn't do anything beneath VWAP. It kind of wicks underneath. I miss all the fills. It barely went. It went like 10 cents underneath. I was going to buy like 20 or 30 cents all the way down on ATVI. Just not happening, even with the market flushing.
Okay, just making sure we have all the stop orders right here. Okay, all right, so I just noticed Microsoft, we talked about it, we were waiting at 325.30. The highest it got to was 325, basically flat. So we'll sit there again and see if we could take another piece out. The first piece we got out of this 200 period, which is 324.40, but that's right where we are right now. So, you know, we could take another one, but let's just see if we can get it out here in the 60s or 70s again, or sorry, in the 90s. Upside here it goes, trying to go one more time. Palantir's not moving. Let's look for something else there right now. FULC. I know Brendan talked about that earlier, so let's go over as I see. What's up to Kevin? What's up to Fatima here in the chat? Everyone's crying, or not crying, screaming about FULC. So don't spam it too much, but there it is. It's a nice move to the upside there on that news. If you wanted to sort of zoom out and look back here, you do have 750, maybe as a top, 760 coming into play. That high of the day right now is not 660, unless, I mean, these wicks are probably dark pool dumps or something like that, up here to 650, but you are trying to curl right now off of 620 here for FULC. So we will check out the short interest on this one,
I think I know
just to see FULC.
Fulcrum.
Yeah, Fulcrum, yeah, therapeutics.
Traded them before.
All right, so the short interest is only 6%. So again, when you get good news, you know, you want to watch this continue to fly a little bit higher right now. And of course, Brendan brought this to us, FDA, their news. So we'll have to watch out for FULC. 620 is the high. That's probably a good breaking spot right now. We've seen these names, not just because you can see the chart, you're up here, but you know, once you get going, especially on FDA, you know, the sky is kind of the limit on this one, but we've seen some other names just go ham and then come right back. So I think as long as you're playing the momentum in this, you're probably fine. So watch out for 620 and it's trying to barcode here and not break 6 to the bottom. So, you know, pretty good little levels there. I think if you break 6, you might want to get out of this one. But again, 560 seems like there's some more strength down there on FULC. Did we get Microsoft? No, we did not. It just keeps on, oh man, this time it stopped at 75. Maybe the market doesn't want to go here, guys. It's going to test 15,000 again.
Yeah, and this is where like the rubber hits the road. if 470 breaks on NVIDIA and Marvell doesn't come down, then obviously I made the wrong play. I'm in the wrong name. There's no question about it. So that was a thesis I had, and I was going to stick to it, and it's obviously going to be the wrong call because if I just short NVIDIA off 475, it would have been right. I just felt like the R&R was going to be really good. It is what it is.
All right,
sometimes
here
wrong
comes
because now you're
NVIDIA
breaking
again.
470, so this is where you should come to the downside. Just an update. We did get that 255. This is should have just been like you can have a stop order all you want. It doesn't mean you're going to get the fill. You can want to get short all. You could not. It was almost impossible getting shares until this thing had already halted to the downside. It's AMC. Fresh low of the day. Since the halt, it's gone another 10% to the downside. It's back-to-back days where if you missed the first move, the second move was still a 10% move to the downside on this name. It is ridiculous as far as I'm concerned how weak this is. But it's not the only thing. NVIDIA going to the downside. I got to watch out for Macy's here because I'm long in U.S. Steel. That's a bidding war, so hopefully that's a little bit immune to the market going down a little bit, but not completely. If Macy's, I'm not giving Macy's to the wick bottom. Now, that's already happened. It failed at VWAP. I'm tightening up the stop into the 40 level just so I can't turn this into a losing trade. It's an SSR bounce play. Again, I'm not holding that till the cows come home. AMD is the right short sultan. I think there's a lot of ways you could have gone there. I mean, Marvell could still end up working out. It's starting to roll over right now, but Marvell 5 cents in the money is nothing, right? Like it should be dropping 30, 40 cents as we're flushing through. If we break 15,000, you can see, wow, AMD's flushing as well. Now Marvell's starting
Here
to go.
comes 15 right now.
Here's 15,000. If we bounce off 15,000 and I haven't gotten any fills down here in the 60s, that's that 1-to-1 at 30 cents, then that's a mistake. I got to make sure I get something out down there. I'll put a quarter bid just in case things get out of hand. So we are starting to roll over. I had to sit in this one. Sometimes you get a lag on these moves. It is what it is. AMC is about to break 250. If you're looking for a break trade, good luck getting those shares. Again, being short in front of it is where you want to go. As far as Apple goes, this is why sometimes you want a trade breaking out of a level. I'm not touching this long unless we're bouncing off 15,000 or you're breaking out at 177. I do not need to force an Apple long. The market is absolutely flushing at this particular moment. Meta just broke 290. Wow.
Yeah, the Meta 290. I was actually going to look at that play as well. NVIDIA's down to 464, so it is really starting to bleed down to the downside right now. And as this market turns
time to bounce the market.
No, sorry, the market did not turn
Time
red.
to bounce the market right here.
The market almost turned red right there right now. So we'll see what happens right now. That bottom of 464 was just put into place for NVIDIA. So yeah, I don't know, man.
Hold on to your butts.
If we break too much lower than this, this is going to be a problematic situation here. But you know what? It's just coming back in here. You're going to get a red day at some point. This is a little bit more dramatic than I had thought. I thought we wouldn't get red today. And now we're down 1% here on NVIDIA. So yeah, man, this has been a disastrous long today for trying to pick up this long. And we just keep trying to do it, but it's not a long. I mean, you're breaking now lower. The NASDAQ's trying to turn. We just bounced a little bit off 15,000. I mean, I guess if you were being patient, you could wait for exactly 15,000, and that's it right now. 15,002 is the bottom, and we only bounced 5 handles from that. So you'd like to see much more of a bounce on that than what we're experiencing right now. I feel there goes Palantir, sorry. So Palantir actually is a cup of coffee today. We did well getting out when it came back to the upside there, and we talked about that. We didn't have as many shares left because we were waiting for that 1520. But again, as this market bleeds down, a name like Palantir is not going to hold out, but you are getting close to some buy levels potentially here on Palantir, coming into 1450, 1440, maybe there as a bottom for PLTR. But again, you know, without any real catalysts, it's going to be tough to get Palantir going. And today, obviously, there's a huge downside move happening right now in the market. So
here's 15 right now.
Yeah, 15,000. I mean, we were just at 02. Now we're at 06 right now. So big move to the downside.
With these levels on the futures, you got to keep in mind, like this is not like like I said this yesterday, it's not like 100 on Nike or some individual name. You can break this by 10 handles and then still you haven't really necessarily broken the level, let's just say. So you are testing it. This would be where I expect to bounce at least what I expected, which was be back at 60-60 in the lows on Marvell if we're testing 15. If I didn't get this fill here at the low on Marvell, when we got to 15,000, then I know I cannot be in this name to the short side. But it is now following, so I do get that first 1-to-1 at 30 cents. But I don't want to look the gift horse in the mouth. It's still a little bit relatively strong. I think this should be breaking all the way down into 60 even. I should be getting that, especially if we go red on the NASDAQ. That should almost be a given. AMC, for those following along here, it actually held 250 on a dime. So $2.50 ends up being, I'd say there's about 500,000 shares on the bid, but it's short sell restricted, so actually getting through big size in the bid's more difficult today. So I just took some out as it got into 53. I'm still holding on, but I only have about 20% left, actually just to tick underneath that as that flush has come in. No halts since that first one at the open. Not a heck of a lot you can do except for hold your short. If there's another pop that maybe you can short a lower high, that could be worth it. At some point, there's going to be a bounce on this name. Speaking of bouncing, at some point you knew there'd be a long. I said 105 on Dick's Sporting Goods. It ends up being 110. So that's an inexact science. You're basically guessing to me, I'm always guessing at an even dollar level that if it fails to break that level, you just go long in front of it, tiny risk to get a bounce. If you did it at 110, it went to 110.06, and now you're at 113. I thought 105, the way the stock was dropping, was going to be the level. I guess we just missed it because I'm not going to try. It already happened on Dick's Sporting Goods. So there's no way that I'm going to try forcing that. It's already given you the $2 or $3 bounce. Once that's happened and you missed it, hands off for me on DKS. It's already 10 o'clock.
Yes.
Let's get over to happening now.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Just getting July existing home sales data in the U.S., 4.07 million versus 4.15 million expected there. So a little bit below estimates to the tune of about 2%. Again, July existing home sales downside, 4.07 million versus 4.15 million expected overall. Market, downside in a big way as well. We are still holding on to positive territory to the tune of 1.6%. right now for the NASDAQ, but it was a lot rosier than that through 367 in the pre-market. If you joined us, we were touching on a number of individual catalysts, including ZM with earnings out after the close. We also had Baidu report overnight, better than expected. Yeah, they pointed to also further AI strength to come for Baidu. And yeah, if you missed it, S&P downgrading a few of the smaller regional banks on top of what happened from Moody's going back a few weeks ago. There's ZION. We were wondering what was going to be the case here. Straight downside, but very, very low volume, taking this thing back down along with the overall market. Yesterday's low coming into play currently for ZION. Tesla downside as well. Nowhere near as bad, though, as far as Tesla is concerned. This segment, guys, brought to you by Benzinga. Register now for a free 2-week initial trial or a sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV. Capital letters, remember that, TTV capital letters, available for the first 100 who register. Scan the QR code or use the link in the description to go to their checkout, guys. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga.
Yes, sir, and shout out to them, but shout out to the apes. So they hold that 250. I told you I got some out there at 53, holding on to 15%. I'm not getting it out. I do want to give something at least above VWAP. I'm now thinking 280 was just break even. It also happens to be like the post down halt top, so it makes a lot of sense. I just so happen to have an 81 price, but really that was the high since that bounce. So it's indicating a tap of 266. It seems to be just halting every 5%, which that actually doesn't make sense to me that it halted to the upside. So I'm not going to try and give you any logic as to why this is halted up, other than it's clearly halted. That makes absolutely no sense. I mean, it had to go down 20 cents to halt to the downside, and it had to go down 25 the first time, and now it's bouncing 13 and it's going halt up. Yeah, that's nonsensical. So it is halted, so obviously it's there. I have my stop at 280. That is essentially break even. The market has bounced again off 15,000, so we took some profit at the bottom. I'm not going to reload Marvell. Market on lows, reload something off of its highs. On a short, not going to do it. So it either works or it doesn't. Apple looks like it can be a good bounce play here. It's holding the lows at 176. It's random. It's 176.20. It is the bottom as we hold at 15,000. I like the relative strength over in Apple. I don't know about the breakout trade, but I think taking a shot at this off of the lows is going to make some sense. I wasn't willing to sit on the bid till we showed strength off 15,000, but that's now happened, and I will take my shot here on Apple. Oh, just to go back over to U.S. Steel, showed you guys the bounce zone. There is yesterday's pre-market whip. Really not that complicated. It gets back to VWAP. We start taking out 32, 32.05, have an offer at 32.10. You can probably guess I'll be all out if we see 32.30. So just following the pattern from what we were doing yesterday on U.S. Steel. Kind of easy to play it in these ranges here as the market's going. That BGLC also, BGLC, it's still going. This is, decent move off that $1 level. Sometimes it's not that complicated. Off that $1 level, I really don't have anything in terms of obvious levels on this to short that aren't $2 and $3. So if it gets up there, I think there could be a curl. But AMC's flying around way too much to be messing around with more than one of those types of names.
We're taking another, oh, we just offered 80, well, we should get it. Okay, so, all right, now, whatever, whoop-de-doo. We need this to go, right now. NVIDIA is now $3 in the money, but we've already taken our shots at this a couple times, and it has been swing and a miss. You know, we're back in it here, so let's see. I do have an offer now at 469 ahead of 470. Let's see if we can get that going right now, back up to the upside. As that's starting to go, Microsoft is failing downside a little bit right now, so this has been a name that's retraced right back. Actually, this isn't a horrible spot to add a little bit now. I was actually waiting to add down here. Wow, this is really coming in. We know that there's news on Microsoft, so it's not like we have to worry about that. But it is coming in a little bit here on Softy. So let's wait to see. There's ATVI news today. You know, thought that, you know, the revamped bid or whatever there to please those, I believe it was the British.
Yeah, the British.
Yeah, so let's see if maybe that's not going to be accepted. I don't know. But here we go. Nice little downside move for Microsoft happening. Almost not putting this name red. I mean, it's still up 0.5 against where the market is now, but it's just right back to day's low again. I wouldn't mind giving this up if it breaks 323, but I want to try to give this a little bit of room to work. So that's going to be hopefully a good move back up to the upside there for Softy, as long as it does something similar to what this guy's doing right now, and that is NVIDIA, then we should be okay. Let's put an offer right now around 468.50. It's been a good move back up now. We're $4 in the money, but still going to be down on this name. I mean, this needs to get all the way up if we're going to do anything with this. So hopefully that will come through. And then, okay, Mr. Softy, all we got to do is talk a little bit nice about you, and then hopefully be able to catch this run upside as well with you. So there it is, a nice little yes, sir. Bang it out on Softy. Bang it out right now on NVIDIA. But again, patient hands I did not have today, as we just kept on getting out, all the way down. And so, you know, it's nice to have this move back upside for sure, making some money back, but it is still a negative Nancy for me there on NVIDIA. But that was a pretty good out. 468.60 right there. We just got a piece out of this long that we just put on, but still not patient enough. You know, this is the area right here where we should have just given it up until we saw some kind of a bottom, because you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 candles in a row here. In about 5 minutes, we went down $10 there. So some pressure needed to come off of that, and glad to be back in it right now with $4, but still not happy enough for me.
So this just came out. AMC opened up, it curled at 275. I did try to get it back through 70, but again, remember it's short sell restricted. So it's all kinds of trouble as it's going down to try to get in. You almost have to just sit on the offer as it's going to the upside if you want to short. So I did not get the reload there to be able to stop at 80, but I still had some on that. I just took some out at 260. Wow, what an unbelievable run this has been. I can't say enough about how weak this name. There's just no bid there. I just got some more out of U.S. Steel as it continues to rise to the upside. So at least that deal is going up. I mean, if Microsoft is going down, HTVI is very stable. I'm thinking about whether I should be jumping in. Bad wick there, sorry guys. If I should just be jumping in and scalping this for 20 cents, but I'm going to back off and hold off just for a little bit before I get into that. I feel like it's a little bit too early to do it. You are getting a decent bounce off 15,000. Is it enough? Like, I'm on the bid on Apple. Is it enough to take this back up through 77? Like, this market, if Apple doesn't break the low, it's hard to imagine this market taking out to 15,000. So it's at that last line in the sand. Everything else is trend down. I said I would not reload on Marvel, I should say, but it probably was a good one, failing that 61. If we get underneath 15K and NVIDIA is still breaking lows, then I'll add to this underneath VWAP once it shows me a little bit more weakness. You know, that's all I need to see. I think it can get to $60, but I don't want to jump the gun here. Intel, AMD, those are names that when they were at the top probably were probably better plays. Intel's actually up 1%, so I would back off of this. It's relatively strong. Advanced micro devices, this has not had a bid. Right? Rightfully pointed out that when I went into, like, Marvell is starting to work, and it's not negative, but the lower hanging fruit was not just AMD, but forgetting that 108 was a big level on AMD, and when it retook it to the downside, that was a much easier short to get into. So I backed the wrong horse. Whether it wins or loses on Marvell, I backed the wrong horse. So that could still be a good short. It doesn't make it the right short, as NVIDIA was flushing super, super fast down to the downside. There's US Steel. Sometimes when the market is weak, it's like if it's a squeeze name or something with a story that is going to be independent of the overall market, that's where I'm looking for the long. That's the second time in a row, and it is arrows up on US Steel. Like I said, if we get to that top, get it out, and then rinse and repeat it over and over again, hopefully. I would love to do the same thing on ATVI. It just doesn't seem to want to move. Oh, and I got to show you guys Macy's. Once you had that SSR bounce play, it worked to VWAP. It couldn't follow through. Stop it out just underneath break even. That's how you stay up on the name when it's in a downtrend and super weak. Macy's down almost 10%. Retail getting smashed today, along with, I mean, the NASDAQ's actually still green, but along with a lot of other names. I mean, NVIDIA is red, but the NASDAQ, because of Apple, I think, holding up green.
Yeah, probably. I mean, there isn't too many. I mean, if you're gonna look here, here's like a little bit of a watch list for everything that I'm kind of trying to watch out here. AMC down 17%, obviously. Tesla up nicely, 2.5%. Palantir still up 1.8. Intel up, Win up, PayPal up. PayPal just broke 60, by the way. Something to look at as well. There, Google's up, Netflix is up, Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, everything's up. It's just it's pulling back. So that's part of the dramatic, day that is today, it seems like, anyways. All right, so I'm looking at Tesla right now because it is leading everybody. And then just want to buy this dip here. 235 if it comes, 235 is the dip, but 234.50 or so has been the bottom. So anything back into this area, let's see if it holds out, right? I mean, Tesla's been strong. We've talked about that over the last couple of days, obviously hitting those bottoms yesterday of 212 or something like that, or 215, but now today upside on that one. We did, of course, a little bit reloaded on Microsoft. I mean, we'll take this out again here if we can. There it is. So, you know what? Like, we are getting hit, obviously, on NVIDIA, as you can see here, but some of these plays on Microsoft have been pretty sweet, man. Buying these bottoms and then getting them out right here. So every time we're getting this out, this is 50 plus cents. I mean, that's 75 cents, and it's a little bit less risky than an NVIDIA, despite being very, very similar. Well, I mean, NVIDIA is $100 higher, but similar high-priced tech name there. Again, let's just see if it wants to go. The NASDAQ just once again held that bottom of 15,000. So that time we got as low as 1510 on the NQs. So we'll have to check out that again for everybody. I know that it's been a good trade here so far today for AMC, and all you had to really do was reshort VWAP there up at 270 again. It's funny that we just talked.
You got to sit offer though.
Yeah, you got to sit offer.
You cannot. Once it starts going down, you can't get shares.
Yeah, of course. So right there, 260 to the downside right now. We actually brought this to everyone's attention. I mean, at 9:15 or whatever it was, when we were just like, oh man, AMC's down here at $3 and looking to break lower. And then remember, we zoomed it back out where we found that COVID bottom somewhere around $2. So, you know, it bounced around there for a minute. That could be a good spot for anybody looking to take some shares. But for right now, man, it is a nice upside move here, definitely, or downside move, sorry, in AMC. But again, like Neil said, if you're going to take some shares, you just got to sit sit on the offer. So it's not, there's enough liquidity. It's just about punching this
Oh, yeah,
is
plenty of
going to be
liquidity.
the problem, right? So if you want to get short, you're going to have to probably hold it a couple pennies against you right now. But I think 250 long seems like a safe play because at least you have an out, or up here near 270. Okay, now we're $5 in the money on NVIDIA. So
177 broke Apple.
yeah,
Market's
making lots of money back here right now. This is a good one right now. Let's hit the cash register for Microsoft as we're taking a clean dollar on this, hopefully. Oh, there it is. We just got 50, so there it is. That's $1 on Microsoft. And there's another out on, oh no, we did not get, we got an out on Microsoft. NVIDIA, sorry, is up to 470. Thought we had an order there, but we do not.
So first things first, Marvell took out that top. This is what it has to look like. You get your short in there off the 61 level. When you take your profit when it gets to support, when the market was at 15,000, this was bouncing off the low, so we do take some profit out, but I'm gonna stop it right out where we said we would and not fight it. So Marvell, super strong today. Apple just broke 177. So it's now headed, well, it was already headed to the upside. It did sit on the bid. Obviously, I'm no longer on the bid, just punched in when it took out that 77 level. If it can go right away, there is a pre-market high here at the quarters. So I will take a leg out in front of that quarters. If it doesn't hold immediately, like just drops immediately 10 cents down, I'll just pick it back up at VWAP. But it has to go right away. The market making a nice bounce and holding green on the NASDAQ, and Apple was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Let's go to Brenda.
More notable earnings here. Canadian Solar, CSIQ, downside big way after, their revenue guidance, not good. They cut their guidance, actually. Mixed earnings overall, down almost 10% here, guys, for CSIQ.
Oh, that is not Canada.
We were talking about the solar names the other day, or yesterday actually, and TAN was the worst ETF yesterday. All right, so let's just go, man. Face slap ourselves out a little bit there for Softy because it finally did come out. So that was a good trade for us there with Microsoft. So we got 324.50s twice there. I actually didn't realize we had two orders, so that was a good take for us. Needless to say, we'll see if it can come back into 423 again, and then we'll see about getting some more shares on that offer if we're able to do that, of course, right now for Microsoft. And then NVIDIA, looks like we got a pretty good fill up there at 470.75. We thought we were sitting there. We had to re-put it back in to make sure that we did get that fill, and we got it. So good. So good fill there. Let's see if it continues to go. I mean, the next take would be I don't have any more offers yet until 474. So if we can get up there, 473-ish, I think would be a good take for us. So let's put that out, 472.95 or so if we can get that. I'll probably wind up punching out earlier if it does get up there. But here we go. Trying to break now back through 470. It's just so funny because this has basically just made a move of $7 straight to the upside off that 462 bottom. Good thing we had some of that. We had 463. You're never going to catch the very bottom. Like I said, I feel like everything was fine, basically, until we took that 480 break, and then we wind up getting that out for $5, so that's the problem. And then other than that, we've really been sort of nursing this back to the upside now. Taking outs when we get dramatic moves, and then just waiting to see if it pops the other way. So, yeah, we'll be red on NVIDIA, obviously, unless it gets up to back into here, 480. We need to take at least a $5 winner, right? We had a $5 loser there. Microsoft now back into 90 cents in the money, trying to go upside. Let's go to 425. 424.80. Oh, wow. Huge move up now for Softy. All right, we can finally dance it off now because this is a pretty clean dollar club. We've talked about this. We're not going to dance off NVIDIA because that is a negative dollar club member. Actually, I owe them money on a refund there for dollar club on NVIDIA. But Microsoft's been pretty good. What's up, Brendo?
More squeeze action, potentially. HKD and AMTD just popping up here. 15% for this one. They announced a share buyback in the pre-market there quietly, but tons of volume behind this for HKD.
Yeah, that's probably fair. I won't pay for locates. I actually paid for them on VinFast. I paid for locates on VinFast. I actually think I forgot all about Amazon here, and I'll get to Apple in a second. But Amazon lower highs, trend down. The market's still underneath overnight lows or overnight support 1506 on the NASDAQ. So I want to jump something in front of VWAP on Amazon, but Apple does not hold right away. It did get to like 9s, I think, on that break, but it's pulling back in here. If we hold 15,000 and make a lower high on Apple, then I would jump back into the long off of a lower high. But if we're going to retrace all the way back into that bottom on the NASDAQ. I don't want to be sitting around fighting any trades here today. But Amazon, I did like it for the short. Obviously, we never got 137, but VWAP here looks like a decent curl zone. AMC still holding to the downside. I think that'll be absolutely fine, at least for now. But it's that VFS. You just said it, Austin Vallejo in the chat. Paid for locates on this, and it just made another leg up. It just rejected $25. Fundamentally, obviously, I don't think anybody, it's not controversial to say that the valuation doesn't make any sense at most of these levels, but certainly at 25, it gets a little bit out of hand. So it just made the curl here. I want the short to the high of the day, around that 24, 25. I think you can get back to $20. That's not stretching the imagination here on VFS. It probably doesn't get to that $10 today or anything like that, but it's not a stretch to think he can get down to $25 if it fails here at 25.
All right, so we take the Microsoft out. We're looking for more trades here right now. Yeah, existing home sales. All right, let's see what Palantir's doing. Of course, oh, boo. We got out there at 1475 on that break rate, or 75 on the 200 period break. And now it's trying to make higher moves right now, but that's fine. We'll wait for it. We've making some money back here off those lows for the mistakes that we've made. Right now, trying to check out what exactly is going on with Microsoft. We just took $1 on that one. We know we like Apple as well. That one's gonna. I mean, we're still waiting for 176 is what we wrote down on the sticky note, so we're gonna wait for that. And then another name that I know has been marching higher today. Google is trying to take out 130 a little bit right now. Again, good bottoms there. I mean, 128. I mean, we keep talking about those levels as well on Google coming into play there. 128 goes all the way back. I mean, it's just a couple days, but into right there. We've bounced off 128 a couple times, and we did that again this morning, almost immediately at 128 right there. So, what was a good play to get long early, obviously right now, trying to work out as well. All right, so that's a good play there. Let's check out, we talked about Disney earlier this morning a little bit, see if that can get going right now as Disney's back to VWAP here. Okay, the daily chart, oh God. All right, well, we have a really bad wick there, so I'll have to clean that. Oopsies. Clean that up for you on Disney. But Disney right now at 86. That bottom's looked pretty good at 85. So hold on a second here. 85, 85. I don't know what to put in there. Make this chart look a little. Okay, it looks like nothing right now. So that's why we just got an alert that it was near VWAP, but it's actually been barcoding all day. So we'll pass on looking at that one. You talked a little bit about SoFi. Let's just check out Bank of America. Is that popping anywhere? No. So again, a name that we know we want to be short if it's under 30 bucks, and now you're at 28.90. So that's been a great call. JP Morgan is trying to take out that level down there on the daily now as well of 147.50 or so.
What's crazy, the short was good on some of those banks. I know we said probably a nothing burger on it, but Key did pop and get close to that $11 level, and if you did short it, again, I just sort of said it was a good short off 11 on the chart, but there was no pre-market volume. It is flushing off of that level. I'm not sure it got even close enough. I'm into VFS. I just added Amazon to the short side as well, but the market is getting up to this 15.6 level, so I just want to show why I kind of like the roll. This was a previous resistance turning into support overnight, and you broke it down. So to me, if it breaks this level and cannot get through the top, we head right back into 15,000. So I'm engaging in a couple of shorts, holding on to AMC for dear life, as it is a good time to go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Yeah, a few little ones moving around here so far this morning. Let's take a look at a couple here. Shout out once again to our friends at Benzinga, bringing you all the headlines once again this week. HKD just taking out the highs right now, in fact, 580, 585 on heavy volume. Again, they announced where is it? Hold on, that's the wrong one. There we go. $30 million share repurchase program announced in the pre-market here for AMTD. So you can look at AMTD or HKD. More volume on this one currently, however. Fulcrum, FULC, is also back to the upside right now, trying to get back to $6. Yeah, positive FDA note this morning. They lifted their clinical hold on a trial for sickle cell disease treatment. Say that 10 times fast. If we get it back above 6, this has tons of room to the upside so far. So FULC, yeah, big mover so far. PMN, another one off the watch list. Positive note for them this morning. This gets faded hard though. 220 back down to 190 right now for PMN, guys.
I'm rooting for FULC. I'll tell you this right now. If anybody that has any understanding of sickle cell, it is like one of the most cold-blooded diseases because what it does to kids, it is ridiculous. So I'm rooting for you, Fulcrum. Getting answers on that drug would just be absolutely fantastic. So it's a great story. I don't know that I have a trade on it, but I'm definitely rooting for it. Has to be said, as far as I'm concerned. Amazon did this wick to 135. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, if we turn off of that level and you're gonna wick to 135, yeah, that's a reload underneath VWAP. Not a reload because I didn't take anything out. That's an add to me underneath VWAP, which we just did. So we'll see if we can't get some out as it gets toward that 50 level. If we break 15,000, I think we see those lows. But let's get to the downside here. Wish I'd found something else to reload the short on. I did get that VFS. And actually, I had to chase a little bit here because I was sitting looking for the 24.5 when it was up here, and then it wicked above, then broke the 24 level, so I wanted to get something underneath the 24 break, so I never really got into everything here. I still think you can get to 20 even. If you do, then I'll throw a bid out there. Let's just pop over. I do want to keep going over what's going on in AMC, just curious. I did get some out at 60s. It's now holding that low, so if it breaks a fresh low, I get out. As a matter of fact, I should put something on the 50 bid just in case it holds. Kit Tonics, I absolutely missed Mullen today. That's going to happen. When AMC to me was the one, so on a day where that's happening, I'm probably going to miss Mullen 10 times out of 10. That was low-hanging fruit. Kind of the same story. Short it, consolidation, short it, 10% twice. If you can get 10% twice in a day, your day can be done as a penny stock trader. I was looking at AMC, obviously. I think that wasn't a bad call, but there was a lot to look at, to be sure. HKD, I don't think you fight it. The stock is not really doing, in HKD standards, 20% is absolutely nothing. And usually this is going to give it up. Look at the daily chart, then you tell me, where do you think this is going to run into some trouble to the upside? Just throwing it out there, but a false break at 6, that makes a heck of a lot of sense for a fail break at the $6 level. And then what just happened? You just broke 6, and you're already running into some resistance. So I'm not chasing that move to the upside, and it's a crazy enough stock as it is to begin with. If the market bounces off 15,000s, to me, the play is going to be Apple to the long side. It did not give me the break I wanted at 177, but it's making a higher low, pretty much exactly where we wanted. I get over to VFS because it just gave me the fill. So I was able to just get the fill off that 25 level. Now we got it at the 24. If it breaks out the top, I'm out. That's kind of binary. If we get to VWAP, that's $1.50. That's a 1-to-1. If we get to 20, that's the ultimate target. So you're not really looking for scalp trades on a VFS. You're looking to sit positioned for the big move to the downside. If it takes out the high and I'm top wick, I can live with that. That's the risk of trading a name like this. Let's see if it actually wants to do it. Ooh, it just ran it without breaking. Ooh, that was pretty darn close there. It just ran it without actually breaking my stop, which I don't like to put it that even, but it's going to do it the second time through. I am thinking on VFS. You have to have an out somewhere. Typically speaking, if I see a 20 top, you guys know, if you've been watching the show long enough, I would never put a stop at 21. I'm usually going to give it like that next 10 cents for a round number in front of it, but eventually it runs a stop. So slap to fail on VFS. There's a 99% chance I look for another short in this stock because I quite frankly do not believe it. And I think it's going to flush. So I'm going to short here. And if it gets to 30, I probably try it again at the 30 level. And then at some point it's dropping $5, if not $10. That's just the nature of the game for these. I don't think you want to be scalping them. Congrats if you got the long. I'm not going long in this stock. I'm only looking for a short opportunity in VFS. So I'm willing to take at least 3 shots at it. Thank you so much. Randy's not in, so.
No, I think Randy is in.
He is? We got one less coffee today. I don't know what happened to the bear.
The bear?
I knocked it over with the elbow here. Because I flipped it from bull to bear because the market was absolutely tanking. It has to be. This guy can't even stay up. What is going on with this dude?
No, he cannot. Is it it's the bear. Oh, I thought
it's the bear.
I thought you were like the bull could not stay up.
He just can't stand up. That's insane.
He's very bearish.
And we're about to get to 15,000 again, so be careful what you wish for on these Apple longs, because
yeah.
Here exactly. Now.
All right, let's not think about this too much and just get some out of Microsoft as that's coming back in. Again, good out for us. We did drop this off again. We weren't going to let this turn out to be completely disastrous, but let's try again right now. see if we can get some NVIDIA, because it's just dropped down just so damn much right now that maybe this is the retracement. I mean, it's a good thing we got out at 464. We actually tried a little bit of a long at 460, then got out at 464 flat or so, got out at 463.50 on the drop back in. But, you know, if we're going to try to find some support or resistance here on NVIDIA, again, maybe 455 could come into play right there. You know, I mean, again, it's such a violent name today that to sit here and try to be like, you know, it's going to stop at 455, I don't think anything's certain right now at all with this name. So as it continues to drop down in here, 455, 456, going to be an area there of support. So I actually have my new bid. I just took a flyer right now on this. I actually have more shares down here. Actually, I'm going to cancel that. It was at 458.50. You know, we don't want it to drop down that far. Obviously, it would be disastrous if that were to happen for us, because we've already been getting hit on that, but we did make some money back before dropping it out right there. So we made some money back on it, so it's all good. But this bottom, I mean, do we go long now against 460? The problem is that every time you go long against something, you know, at some point there, like we get out, it drops down, what, $1, and then we get back in, and then it rips 7. So you got to really be patient with what we're trying to do here, I feel like. So unfortunately, if 460 does break, I think it's time to regroup it and then probably think about something near that 456 area that we just talked about right there on NVIDIA from yesterday. So, you know, there is some height there at 447, but I mean, at that point, I can't be in shares if it goes out to 447. That's insane.
447.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it was. This is just 2 days ago. This is not even an issue right there. So there's 447 going back, I guess it's 3 days, but 450 anyways. Regardless, we're going to have to think about some levels there before we get going on it. Palantir still downside. Microsoft, actually, we got out right there at the 50 period, and it's still holding. So maybe Microsoft is the long that we should have been on. We knew we liked Zoom. If that ever took some levels out, let's have a quick look on that. 481 for NVIDIA. I mean, that's come and gone. Now within the Apple long at 176. We're waiting for that to come through as well, as that's kind of doing not much there. But a nice little retrace back down to VWAP. Ooh, look at that. SPY up 0.19. Yeah, that's about right. NQ. I think those are wrong right now. But anyways, that's probably an older look.
That's not right.
Right there. What's
the
up?
NASDAQ's 0.13.
Yeah, oil flat today. Looks like the Dow
is flat.
Yeah, we're going to have to update those, but it doesn't matter. The NASDAQ is a very fluid thing right now. Okay, actually, before we go to crypto, we do have a new position right now. It's going to be Tesla. So let's see if that name, again, well, I don't know why we're in these big flyers long when the market is clearly a downside push right now. But here we go. We're into Tesla, and let's go over to the desk for crypto.
Hey, let's talk some crypto, guys. We're moving back to the downside ever so slightly today, coming off of 26,000. Once again, we did get back above, held for a period of time, but back lower ever so slightly once again today. Not a lot of action. 1,700, meanwhile, coming into play for Ethereum. Shout out to Benzinga once again, bringing you all the information you need all week long. A great feature on their platform, the keyword search. You can simply type in this case, we're talking crypto, so just type in BTC. They have this great drop-down feature as well that shows you all the stories within. You can also pop them out and have a look on a separate window. As I mentioned, downside ever so slightly right now to the tune of about 0.5%, but that's a daily chart. So you can see we get these crazy moves, directional moves, and then sideways action just chilling out right now is Bitcoin at 26,000 or thereabouts, 25,988 coming into play. 0.3 currently to the downside. Ethereum, where did it go? There it is, 0.98 to the downside, 1656 coming into play, mostly red. Once again, this 30-minute segment of the show brought to you by Moomoo, a powerful trading app designed to boost earnings, available for users in the US, Australia, and Canada. Check them out using the QR code or click the link in the description. Guys.
So if you want an example of why the market is, there we go, why the market is weak, I was just bouncing off VWAP in Apple and then went to 77. I'm like, yeah, it's going to break 77. We got the bounce play right back into the low. That's how the market is at some point, and that's how it is right now. I look at 135 apparently is the level on Amazon. I have a 79 short, and it's back underneath VWAP. I was just bidding 60s and then saw the market do 15,000, and now I don't want to bid it anymore, but that's kind of ridiculous. If it wants to show me some support at that level, I should definitely do it. But I'm just going to have to get out of Apple if it can't hold VWAP. Like, that's insane. Like, you get right up to the top. It's like we're breaking out. If we can hold 15,000, Apple's the one. It's breaking out the top. Everything's looking good. Nope. Right back in the shorts continue to work. NVIDIA just cannot find a bid. What I was kind of thinking on Marvell now is obviously true, but you have to have an out, man. You got to have an out. I could have re-entered this trade. By that point, I was like, Amazon looks like a better short and one that has not failed a level, or sorry, not broken a level. But I don't get back into Marvell. I guess now it'll be worth. But now we're through 15,000, so it doesn't really matter. It is what it is. Palantir, that's a name I haven't looked at. I see you in the chat there, Norbin. I'm assuming, I mean, anything that was super strong, it doesn't. Palantir breaking 15 is a strong move, but it doesn't matter when the market's taking out to 15,000 and going red. Now you're stair step down like everything else. So market's flushing. As I said, Amazon was the one I chose with that VWAP fail. Just got first out. I'll put another one. I'm actually going to draw this back a little bit closer into the 40s here, and then into the low of the day, I'll take some out. If we break the low, hold on to your butts. This is the gates of hell kind of day if we don't go back to, if the NASDAQ holds underneath 15,000, I mean, you could be down any number you want to pick. I'm not going to throw something out there, but if you look at the actual chart, which is what we're supposed to do here in a situation like this, you have overnight support about 20, 30 handles from here. And that's where I'd expect to bounce. So maybe taking profit in front of that makes some sense. Amazon's probably at the low of the day by that point. As I said, Apple, that was the one I wanted for the long. It got up to the highs, so it was a decent bounce, and then right back underneath VWAP, so you got to get out. Just take your outs, because this market seems to want to drop. Wish we had something else. I got into Amazon. I wish I could tell you that I got into that Marvell again. And I bet you Intel was probably a good yeah, oh my God. Intel was perfect.
I mean, all these stocks are flushing right
Like the one day I'm looking at Marvell and Intel does a clean double top wick top.
Where's the Microsoft?
Unbelievable. Market be falling.
Well, you were mentioning Marvell there.
I know, but it was strong early, and then now it's flushing. I see people talking about Lyft at $11.
Really?
Yuckity yuck yuck. This could be nasty.
I thought,
Lyft at
11, I
11
thought 11 was okay for Lyft. Didn't they have that good report? And then...
They did, but this is a 50 period on the daily. If you can't hold this, it gets pretty nasty underneath. Good luck. If Lyft can't hold on to 11, that looks pretty nasty to the downside. You might sign me up for a breakdown here. It's not SSR or anything, so you can actually get this if it breaks, unlike AMC.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, AMC. Okay, well, all right, I don't really know what to say right now. I mean, this market is to the downside. I don't think the long is right at all. We've broken through 15,000 right now on the NASDAQ. So, I mean, here it comes. And that's a big move. Like, I don't know if something hit or what, but that's a big move there on the market. So, huge move to the downside. We just hit the VWAP on the market, and then it just fell off of that. Like, it danced around here. This is where we were getting out of some of our Microsoft, and now it's fall. So, yeah, today's going to be a red day for sure for me as we keep trying to chase some of these when I just think it's like just reverse into the damn short, and you would be fine right now. But here comes Tesla, again, screaming right back to the downside. Watch out for 333.50. That's been the bottom, and we're just going to have to watch. Actually, it's I got to change my order where that bottom was. I just want to see if it does break through. So let's go 232, like 90. Like, it's going to have to break 233. So if that does, we just missed getting picked up down there. That's crazy. So 230, oops, what am I doing? Yeah, there we go, 232.97, okay. So we were actually bidding down there, and we just missed it, 233.75. How low did it go, man? That would be nice to have $1 in the money now. Oh my God, that went to like 78. Oh, too bad. We just missed Tesla getting that. We were waiting at 75. Like, I guess if we were waiting at 80, we'd be $1 in the money, but we're not. So let's wait to see here. Tesla first ins right now. We'll see if this can work. I am waiting at 235 just to get a piece out, obviously, as it comes back up to the upside now. Let's see if this market wants to work first, and then we'll go from there. But right now, here goes Tesla. Hopefully it can give, or no, sorry, that's NVIDIA. There it is. So there it is. We'll take a nice little out there on Tesla. Oh, that sucks because we should have more shares on that, but we do not. Microsoft, we were waiting for some more longs again and missed it. That's 40s. We were waiting for much lower there on what I thought was like a bloodbath happening down there. We are long right now, out of the money, about 80 cents or so on NVIDIA. You know, we didn't really try to catch anything down here. We just got a 457 fill. That's where initially we were, but we're waiting for that 455. If 455 breaks on this name, then we're just going to say, okay, you know what, we're out of this. I mean, that's it right there, 455. If it breaks that level, then the next way down is you have to look at 450, right? So at some point, enough is enough on this name. If it wants to climb back to the promised land, great. We'll wait for that. And right now we're $1 and change in the money on Tesla. So I feel like if that can get to 236-ish, that should be our next out, 235.75 or so. So we're getting close to that. So let's just put an offer there and see if we can get out around that spot there on Tesla. Too bad, man, because this should be $2 in the money, but we did miss that last fill. So yeah, so far so good. All we're doing is battling back here. You know, yeah, there it is. Trading is, yeah, that's a good point there, I think, for sure for M. Burner here. Trading is reactive, not predictive. Yeah, because like you can sit there and try to predict something to happen. And I think there is some point of predicting levels and based on something, right?
You got to be ready for something to happen. So it's like
at all times.
Like you can anticipate that you're getting to a key level so that you make a decision on what you want to do at that key level. But it doesn't mean it's going to go there because like if we say something like, I want to short stock at $100 if it gets there and it's at 90, well, I mean, if you're so sure it's getting to 100, you go long at 90, but you're not sure it gets there. You just know you like the short, so you're prepared. So round 2 fight. The only thing you can't short today and be up is obviously VinFast, obviously. The stock that makes no sense. So I already 0 for 1 on it, shorted 24 and at 25. It just curled at 29, which is close enough to 30. I wanted to wait for it to get to 30, but when I saw it go parabolic and reject 29, I got it almost at 28.5. I tried to get it at 28.5 and got 28.34, but I was not able to add to this. If it gets to the previous breakout price, that'll be out in front of 26. I'll just take the money and run if I can. I just missed it while that was happening. I didn't get a reload at 135 there on Amazon. We did get that 134.6, 134.4, and there was a legit wick up. This actually got back up to 134.94, and I tried to slap the offer and didn't get it. Now it's back underneath VWAP, so I missed the reload on Amazon, making lower highs. Maybe this gets back underneath. But the NASDAQ did recover 15,000, so there is some strength in the market. And I think this reason why we held there, or the market's trying to hold, is Apple bouncing off the low. Apple's still the strong name out there. Definitely the one, although there are strong sectors. And, well, I mean, I don't know. These have been strong. These vaccine plays, again, Novavax. I mean, Novavax, Moderna, like what is it, 2020? Like all of a sudden, like the market is weak and Novavax is squeezing. So it feels like we're in a time machine here. $10, I don't have to tell anybody looking at this chart that $10 is little something. If this breaks 10, all you know what could break loose. It's still got $1 to go. So I was just sort of talking about you want to anticipate a level, but you don't have to assume it's going to get there. I'm not completely convinced it's going to. But $10 is where like this thing really starts to squeeze to the upside. I feel like Moderna is maybe a more structured trade to the upside, but you got to watch out for some Novavax if it gets to 10. That's for sure.
Yeah, some good levels there right now. All right, yeah, FULC. People still looking around that. Actually, just I know you're talking about Apple there, but what's really been helping, I think, like Google's been strong. So Apple right now,
Google?
yeah, Google's double Apple strength right now, and Microsoft is just a little bit better right now. Netflix with the moves up, Micron, Tesla. So yeah, I mean, I still like Apple. I'm waiting for that 176 to come
Google's
through.
Stronger.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, Google's the strongest name just by math there. But NVIDIA right now, it just got to 461 or 462 and stopped. So like we could have had it, we did have off that bottom. I mean, it's an average price, so it doesn't matter. But off the bottom, we just retraced $4 like so, almost $4. Anyways, to the upside there. So you know there has been plays here in NVIDIA so far today, but it just sucks. I mean, anybody can see this as a downside move. If you just like shorted all of these, you know, pops or drops, you would have been fine. Like if that's instead of getting out right there, that's a short at 464, then you're all the way. I mean, then that's $7. Whether or not you hold it or not is a completely different story. We're long Tesla, and we're up on Tesla today, so we'll spend some money for that one. Let's go, man. We're going to see if Tesla can get upside now. We're going to wait for a 236 break on this name. Again, buying the bottoms. It really sucks because we had a decent position down there that we missed by 4 cents. So hopefully it comes back. Hopefully it does not come back down. Okay, there goes NVIDIA right now, back up to 462. So let's see if the names can start to work right now as we head over to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, look at the S&P 500 coming at you right now. Still seeing some individual names pointing to the downside here today. Similar story as we saw yesterday. We mentioned the banks here on that S&P note. Again, if you missed it, they downgraded some of the debt on individual smaller banks this morning, but the entire group still red on the day. There are a few here in positive territory, but overall, the biggest weight right now coming from the banking sector. NVIDIA, obviously, 1.6%, 1.7% there for AMD, offsetting an otherwise positive technology group so far today, helped by Microsoft, Google, Meta, Oracle, all to the upside. Tesla still to the upside as well. I want to mention these, again, retailers for the most part downside right now across the board. Amazon still in positive territory, but only just. If you missed it, Lowe's reported they beat across the board. They're up 3%. Everything else, though, there or thereabouts as far as break even or negative even on the day. There's DR Horton holding on to a nice move so far today. Everything else kind of mixed, really. We had a positive note this morning on UNH but from an analyst, but it was downside right out of the gate so far. 0.7 downside. There's CAT as well, 0.7, and Deere. We were touching on those quite a bit last week. Both negative today, guys.
Wow, the market, it's trying to battle at 15,000. You're seeing a little bit of a struggle here. I got to get to, I was just looking at Tesla's 35. If it was at VWAP, it would be a different story. But this fulcrum, I just pulled up the daily chart on this. If it takes, it's taking out the high right now. So I'm like, okay, is there something here on the daily? And this is 667 or 668. I mean, through here, the gap is $4 on fulcrum. And you get this with drug companies, right? Because something goes bad and the gap can be like 50% or 100% or something ridiculous. But if this gets through 666, it's got a lot of room to the upside. And I'm just sort of thinking, like, why not take a 660 break? Or if it breaks 660, be looking for the long. That's insane to me when I look at that gap fill. Zoom has caught a bid. It's at VWAP here. I think this could be a decent one. If the market holds 15,000, Zoom holding above 65, not that bad. If you look at where we are, you basically bounced right off the support from July and have made a decent bottom here. So if we do hold 15,000, Google's obviously strong. As Sean pointed out, stronger than Apple. I was staring at Apple, and Google's been stronger. So maybe we want to shift to that one for some longs. But Zoom as well, down at 3%, but they like the earnings at the beginning, and you have made a bounce. But everything is predicated on holding 15,000. Underneath it, I still think you're thinking short. I have Amazon short, that's paying off. AMC doesn't want to make fresh lows, but it's been a short all day long. Round 2 on VFS. The irony being, of course, like VFS, if VFS is like the reason I'm down today, I can live with it, but it'll be definitely ironic. It'll be ironic if I go like 0 for 3 shorting VFS into a down market. This thing, again, it is really just about the valuation here. I want to be shorting pops on it at key levels. The first one was off of 25. The next one is off of 30. If it breaks that and gets to 40 bucks, I will swing at it a third time. No issues. You got to pay for locates on this. It's not going to be free. I think that's obvious. And you're not really looking for, you're not looking for singles or doubles. Like if it goes 10%, that's a move. If it goes half that, not necessarily. Novavax still running. Congratulations if you're long this. I think 10 is the big level. You know what? I don't even know if we have free locates on this stock. So we do. Oh, we do. So this is free to short, which means it's probably a crowded day trade short at $10. That doesn't mean it's not a good trade, but it does change the risk parameters there. People can just pile in for free to the short. That means it's a crowded trade. Usually I don't like fading those. So that changed my mind. I will not short $10 on Novavax. I thought you'd have to pay for the locate. The last time I opted to ignore that, I remember it was it Zila? It wasn't Zila. It was like one of those like a couple of years ago, and they just kept running day traders over because it was literally free for locates, and everybody was just piling in and getting stopped. So I don't want to get caught in that with Novavax.
Oh, man. All right. Well, now we'll do this. Yeah, that Novavax is pretty nasty for sure. All right. What the hell was that?
What was that?
Was it the dollar club? What did? What
No,
did-
you hit something else.
Okay. What? Oh, okay, things are going off the rails. All right, right now, so the reason why I hit that is because we actually got into Tesla there at the bottom. We changed our order, guys, to 80s. And we got filled there at 80s. So that was a great opportunity. I would have been peed off if we missed that again. So we did adjust our order. Remember, we were at 75, and it's just amazing at how, that can change so quickly there. We'll punch some more out here at 75 just to make sure that we do grab that dollar club again, as here it goes back upside. I'm also waiting at 235 here. So hopefully there, there it is. Yes, sir. So nice little clean take for us now on Tesla, as this is, it's funny because this is now position pending here, the number one name P&L wise here on the show. Hopefully it can hold that right now for us on Tesla. But yeah, position pending. I might take, actually, you know what? Just because it's running so much. Ooh, I just offered 94 there, and you can see it just dropped 10 cents. I don't think, oh no, now 20 cents. Oh no, now 30 cents. All right, hopefully it can come back up and fill us one more time because I might have just like Widowmakered this, calling it the number one. All right, there, let's punch out some more there. We'll wait for one more fill up there near 235 and then see what happens. And then we're at 236 on Tesla as well. So if we can get back here, we'll wait to see if that one can work out. I'm going to wait, man. We have that 64 was an area that we dropped off on before, so let's do that here on NVIDIA. Let's just put it upside there. Let's just go 263 maybe for a clean take there. See if we can get that out. It just bounced off 262.50. So again, now we're just reloading this position, right? This is 457.70. So we just got that fill, not just got it, but about 20 minutes ago. So let's see if we could now take it out. We should have maybe taken it out already as that name continues to go to the upside right here. And then Microsoft, of course, only 37 cents in the money. But yeah, we've been doing pretty good. Like, I would be up today, obviously, if we don't have NVIDIA, but it is going to be a red day, as I know Neil just mentioned that. We'll see if it can get going now, back up to the upside. Not an easy day. It hasn't been an overly tough day to trade. I mean, Microsoft has really held out on these bottoms. I'm just not getting into it because we were into Tesla before and NVIDIA at these bottoms, so that's been pretty good. Palantir's been fine. Not great on Palantir. Then other than that, man, it's just this Tesla trade right now that's really making me work out here on the day. So that's what's sort of been going back and forth there. So,
a couple of things here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said locates, and Dan asking, can you explain what we mean by free for locates? It just means shortable shares. You have to borrow. Obviously, you have to borrow shares to be able to go short into the market. And so a day trader will on the prop floor is a gigantic list of essentially every single name in the market where we have free shorts. You can short anything you want. There's usually a firm limit, like the total amount, but you can get them for free. But some symbols you have to pay. Like if I wanted to, HKD, I promise you, which I'm about to talk about next, if I wanted to short this name, I'd have to go into our back-end system and request a quote for how many price per share to get the locates. And then maybe it's 5 cents a share or 7 cents a share. I'm just making that up. I don't know if that's the case on HKD, but that's the difference. There's a big list of names that are free to borrow because they're readily available, and there's other ones, like example would be in HKD, where you have to pay. I'm 99.9% sure I'd have to pay for HKD. I wanted to bring this up. A lot of people have been talking about this. Look at it fly, look at it go. Look where it is on the daily chart. This is one, I never really think I want to believe in these type of squeeze names. It's going to come, in my opinion, it's going to come back down. It's a matter of whether it's now, tomorrow, this afternoon, but it's at a monster level that I would not be chasing the top on. I am sitting in VFS for a second time here today. And there's 2 days on VFS that we traded. The first day I lost, second day won. Today, we'll see. I think it remains to be seen. I'm in the short off the current high, and until it breaks this consolidation underneath 27, I'm not getting out until we see VWAP in there. Could be scalping it for like 70, 80 cents to $1, but to me, that's not the play. It's flushing it back in at least multiple levels, and then I want to get out of VFS here. Let's go to the desk because we got to talk a little bit about the USD in this market. Let's go, Brendo.
Yeah, back higher again today, guys, after a couple of days kind of flat. I mean, we started yesterday to the upside, comes all the way back, but more interesting maybe a little bit today. We're finally seeing a bit of a pullback on some of the Treasury yields. Another high made early on this morning on the 10-year And it is back downside right now, 4.325 currently for the 10-year, which is still pretty amazing. Frank Caberna coming up this afternoon. We'll get his take on this crazy March higher that continues for not only the 10-year, but if you go out even farther than that, we're still seeing a ton of strength versus more current yield rates. That is the DXY. Meanwhile, as I said, we started the day yesterday higher. We ended the day lower, so a bit of a pullback, but a little bit of a test there. 103.70, 103.75 coming into play. So we are trying to clear these two highs from going back to the middle of July. Next stop possibly 104, 104.5 would be that high up there. Still just impressive recovery after we bounce off 100 even on the DXY going back to the end of July. Dollar strength continuing, guys.
So I'm going to go break again on Apple. We'll see. The market just bounced clean off of that 15,000 level again. So you're seeing strength. I did get into Google because that actually is stronger, oddly enough. Apple up 0.6%, but Alphabet up 1% here. I kind of go back and forth which one I want to call it, but you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. So if we take out the local high, which is 177.10, it's already been above 177. I was in long twice in Apple. Neither one did it continue through. Here is Alphabet for a quick second for you.
Finally.
Making higher lows. It's back above its opening range breakout price, and once it held that for a bounce, it's like go long. I think add through a top-end break. VFS just continues to go. So we had the short on the second time. It just broke that 30. Every single time, I'm going to take my stop out through that break of the high of the day. Next level up is 40. It's got to be the 40 level. So Google long, Apple probably coming in pretty quickly at some point. Absolute insanity to the upside. And then Amazon, which was the short that was working out. You're now taking out that local high. Not going to reload this unless I see something extreme back into the downside. We covered 75%. I don't think it's a reload spot because the market above 15,000 looks a little bit strong here, and you don't want to fight it. So Apple just broke the high. Google's already starting to go. The market coming back in.
Here we go. That's one bull. Here's the other bull right now. We are multiple dollars in the money all across the damn board. So I was just telling the Pharaoh, a.k.a. the professor,
oh my God.
what a rally back in a lot of these damn names. Your boy is back right now. $5 in the money on NVIDIA, $1.40 in the money on Microsoft, $1.50. And like I told you, man, as many, horrible trades on NVIDIA. We don't have NVIDIA. Today is a positive day, but we do have it, so you got to be responsible for it. But look at this take on Tesla right there. Nice upside moves, man, just coming through right now. We're waiting for, you know what? I was waiting for 235.85, but let's take advantage of this move up. It gets them out at 50. Now, if it continues to run up, that's great for us on Tesla. This is $1.65 now in the money. Plus, this Microsoft trade, don't know why we didn't reload it right there. Well, I do know why. I justified it and told you why. It's because we were just too long everything else. So here's a nice bounce back up to the upside right now for Mr. Softy. And hey, let's do it right now again and take $1 again on Microsoft. $1. What am I talking about? $1.60 right now on Microsoft. NVIDIA, $5 in the money. Man, we've made back like 50% of our losses already, which has been pretty nice. And the other thing that we do on this show, thank you so much for watching. There's lots of stuff that we do on this show. Now, Kathy, we got more important stuff to do right now, such as what the hell is for lunch? We'll put Kathy Wood on the back burner right now. All right, so a lot of you also today, hopefully you've had a couple of these. Chicken dinner winners, as NVIDIA still climbing to the upside right now. But yesterday was chicken, and today, unfortunately, is chicken again. Today's is mesquite grilled chicken sandwiches with, yeah, you can go for that, right, Professor? With pesto aioli, pickles,
I love pesto.
beefsteak, beefsteak tomatoes. I'm a big pesto fan as well. With caramelized onions, served with herbed wedge potatoes. Have a great day, says the caterer. So there it is right there. I hope everyone is enjoying their day as it is time for What's for Lunch. It's also time for Market Recap. Thank you so much for supporting the show. This Market Recap show is actually starting to take off, so make sure you watch it after the bell today at 4 o'clock. We're working on a bunch, man. I've got the performance coach coming up in a couple weeks. We've had her on before, Crede, they're coming back forth to everybody. She was a big hit on there. We've got Natalie Brunell coming back to this show, or I think it's our afternoon show coming real soon. We've got Frank Caberna coming through. We had Michael Noss yesterday talking all about uranium and some big stocks for that. But that's enough of that right now as the barbecue is lit right now as we're starting to get some nice upside moves back in this market. So here we go, $5, $5 right now on NVIDIA. Still not getting positive on this name, that's for sure. Well, we could eventually, but we'll see if it does happen right now. Just trying to make sure that you buy some support right here. If it gets back to VWAP, I feel like this is foolish not to get something out up here at 467.50 at least. That VWAP is 466, 468.50, but I want to get something out here 467. So let's see if it continues to climb up. We know we have all day for this trade, man. So let's not get too worried about it. But at the same time, it's been a nice move back up. We've reclaimed 15,000 on the NASDAQ. So you have to take profits when you see big moves like this. Tesla right now, guys, is $2 in the money.
Yeah, if you look at what just happened, Google just hit 130, but it was so key. You bounced off 15,000. This is the opening range top. It's 129.43. Just to give you an idea, why wait for it? You know, you could be long Google all through here. Saw that it was strong. When Sean mentioned it, I went over. Apple still broke the high of the day, and I went into that as well. But the second Sean said Google's stronger, it's like wait for it to regain that top, and it's above that opening range, and we hold 15,000 for the final time. It bounces off of it, go into the long, stop underneath. So it's about 10 cents worth risk, and now we're at that 130. I think this can be an all-day type hold if the NASDAQ holds above this level. But just to point out, we got about 1 minute to go till we go to the midday. We've not been able to get to this 1506. Every single time we get up here, it's reversed. So taking profit on the tech names makes a lot of sense up at that level. You can hold on to it because trend is back into the upside, but taking profit is always going to make sense in this particular spot. And as I say that, I haven't taken anything on Apple. One name that is not bounced at all is, well, it bounced once in Macy's. We had it at the open, but Macy's is now at that 13 even level. So that's the only other place I would have played the SSR bounce here. It bounces off 1306. This to me is an engage zone. You're risking to the low of the day here. And if it gets to VWAP, that's about 1350. So I do like Macy's again off of these lows. Pretty crazy. The retail names have gotten absolutely destroyed today. They are not bouncing with the market. But an SSR play is just that. It's short sell restricted. If you can risk a little bit, I like the bounce into VWAP on these. So if I can catch Macy's with a 1306 out, like that risk to reward.
All right, appreciate it at Nick Garcia. Thank you so much for your kind words right now. This is what he's talking about. Sean, as a trader, my time after I leave my desk is extremely valuable. Taking 30 minutes instead of an hour post-market mixed with your passion and structure makes it 10 times more enjoyable. So thank you. No, but thank you for those kind comments. And Nick, do you mind? I'm going to share this on social. I don't know if you care about that or not, but I'm going to do that. So let me know if that is okay. But man, like I said, you know, it's going to be a red day here, but unfortunately, or fortunately, we've made back a hell of a lot off the bottom right now. So I just say, you know, thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for continuing to watch this. And thank you for, you know, trying to think that, you know, what we're talking about. Wow, Tesla right now.
Awesome.
I can't stop, man. Now we're almost $3 in the money now on Tesla as that continues to boom, boom, pow as well, back up to the upside. Hopefully I have green shoots ahead of me, and then when we come back, you know, in the afternoon show, we'll be positive once again. But let's see if NVIDIA can take 470. That would be nice. Tesla, I don't know, man. It might be getting top heavy here as we go. But thanks to everybody. It's been a
Palantir's almost at 15 again. Just to
Ooh, Palantir. Yeah, that's too bad we didn't hold on to that one.
It's
that
a big level, that's all.
VinFast share, wow, still moving to the upside.
If it gets to 40, I'm going one more time. One more time.
Thank you to everybody here again watching the show. It's been a good one. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls, everybody that's watching. Make sure you join us back at 2 p.m. We are going to go after Brendan over to our next show during the midday where it's the madman himself and the professor. But for right now, let's go over to the desk with Brendan.
Hey guys, a few things to note here as we head into the 11 o'clock hour. Yeah, VFS just an absolute monster right now. 90% at the highs. On a bit of a pullback right now through to 80 once again. But just absolute tear for this on huge, huge volume as well. It's worth noting. The other one we were keeping an eye on, or many in the pre-market, one of those was NVIDIA, back downside today as well. Back to 465 ahead of earnings tomorrow. 8% yesterday. You minus 1.05 from that. You still have a pretty good couple of days here for NVIDIA ahead of earnings. Keep in mind, yeah, we could get news on this. Right now, actually, it was supposed to be 11 o'clock. So GBTC, just keep an eye out. There's no volume whatsoever, but GBTC, this SEC decision could come basically right now. So just keep that in mind. Not seeing any headlines or volume at this point, but just keep GBTC in mind. Let's go over to Sharif and Max.
Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. That's Mad Max. I'm Sharif. What a day it has been on these market. Up, down, sideways, I don't know, whatever you want, whatever direction there is, Max. We've done it on the day. Wow. So we got that 15,000 bounce and we got a 15,000 reject. And here we go, the second 15,000 bounce. But my boy here is in an NVIDIA trade. He wants to tell you all about it.
I am in NVIDIA, close to the bottom, 457.75 right now. Looking to get some out right here, actually, because we are kind of turning around off this 465 price, or at least finding some resistance. I mean, we'll see. I think that we can get to VWAP. I don't know if we can get all the way to 470 today, but I tried NVIDIA, maybe too many times today. Maybe risk management wasn't the best on this one, if we're honest, but end up getting exactly what I want, that 456.50 price that I had been talking about yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And recently ends up coming into play today. That's exactly where the bottom is. I got a terrible fill trying to get long above 457. This thing has been I don't know what you would call it, but liquidity has been at a premium on NVIDIA today. You're crossing, dollars, not pennies on this one. But
right.
We do end up getting the bottom, and yeah, just kind of holding this, looking for that 470, 469 kind of retrace. I think I'm actually going to cancel that profit taker. We'll see if we can. My stop is in, so we'll stop out of everything, or we'll take some more profit higher up here. I think that we can get towards VWAP. NASDAQ looking like it wants to do a little breakout here above this price that Neil has been talking about, which I am not sure why Neil has this price, but he's a better trader than I, so I will trust him on that one.
That bad boy,
yeah,
eh?
I don't know where he got this one from, but great price there, 15,060. We'll see if we can crack that. Get back into these highs up here. What a short, though, on NVIDIA.
Whoa, it was the bottom end of the trough. Bring that quick, right back down.
Sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, nice level off that. Clearly, that was a trough yesterday.
Off the 6 a.m. number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Or
what was that earlier on at 6 a.m.?
7 a.m. number.
7 a.m., okay.
The 6 a.m.
Oh, yeah,
here.
Central Time. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I had a trade on the MNQ. Now, it wasn't as great as I wanted it to be. It was about for 20 points. Not bad. Waited for my level. Now, you know what? I got smoked yesterday trying to trade the MES, not waiting for 4,400. What I should have waited for 4,400. I tried to jump the gun this time, like, no. I'm going to wait for that 15,000 even level. And, oh, baby, did it come into play here. 15,000 bounce. We got a 15,000, almost 60. I didn't hold for that long. But then, you know what happened after that? Huadunk City came in, and we broke 15,000 quite decidedly. We got into a little bit below the close yesterday. So we were sub 15,000. We didn't close above 15,000 yesterday. We closed at 14,985. We got a smidge below that. We got into the 14,969 area. That 69 number coming in again. But anyway, if you dipped in around yesterday's close on that second trough that came in around 1030, you were rewarded because you got movement in spades, maybe 69 all the way up to 55s, almost 56s there. So it was a good look. But like Max said, how many times are we going to take that triple top? Now, Dan the man Evans, I don't know if he's in the chat, he'd probably tell you, nah, don't go long below the IB range. And, I guess if you're looking for a 200-point move like he does, or a 100-point move, maybe not. But you were rewarded here if you were able to get that bounce off yesterday's close. I was not at my desk when we made this new trough. This is my walking time when I go and I do a little bit of a walk there between 10 and 10:30. And it provided you a nice opportunity coming right back in now. So that triple top definitely coming into play. But let's talk about the big tech names, because there are some outliers. And I would have to submit to you that Apple seems to be strong on the day. Every retracement here on the NQ is not being felt with the same pain, aggression, whatever you want to call it, on our friend Apple. This one has, obviously, as you know, been taking it on the chin as of late. But it is up 0.75 of a point today and gapping up, maintaining the resistance level yesterday, now area of support. That is that 176.25. Look how far up we got. We got up to about 176.15 this morning. 176.25 was as bad as we could do on the day. Multiple bottom, or you could say a double bottom, but multiple touches in and around that area. You had multiple touches in the 176.25 as well. So Apple looking strong on the day. Now, I don't know what to account for this, but I did see yesterday a headline coming in that saying Apple is scaling its iPhone now in India. I mean, we knew that it was like peanuts percentage-wise with respect to how much they were producing in India versus how much they were producing in China. Looks like they're scaling that bad boy up. And that headline came in yesterday. Obviously, we're all waiting for after the market tomorrow when NVIDIA reports. I think that will have a decided effect on the state of tech. I know that it only is, relevant for one sector, but I think that, it's a good reflection of the overall economy. Anyway, Meta taking it on the chin again today, down 0.04. I tried to go green, really can't. Amazon holding up surprisingly well, especially with all these bad retail reports we're getting. Everybody's talking about, the consumer not wanting to spend, inflation's hurting their pocketbooks, yada, yada, yada. There's been a lot of theft. Obviously, Amazon is not going to have that effect because they are online retailer, but Amazon maintaining 0.33% to the good today. Tesla, though, trying to stay green. Now, it kind of went red to green, but it is still green on the day. We closed out yesterday at that 231.25. We're definitely above that. We're dancing with 235. We did as good as 240 on that opening range, but not so much at the moment. Google, though, interesting. I think Neil mentioned this in the morning show. Up and to the right, completely counter trend. When have we been saying that? Oh, that's right. Since basically the middle of July, this stock has been counter trend. Last couple of days, it's been retracing, but it has definitely been outperforming the market as of late. Google dancing with 130 with a 130.12 top here, max.
Yeah, Tesla's the only other name that I traded today, I think. Yeah, it is. NVIDIA, Tesla today, both of them huge gaps up. So I was pretty bullish on both, but obviously, cautious on the long on both of these. So I was waiting for Tesla at 238 this morning. End up getting that trade. It was actually quite a good trade until I added at 240 and then ended up basically flat on it. But yeah, Tesla's my number one. I mean, I'm negative on NVIDIA until we get these shares out, hopefully. But yeah, positive on Tesla, negative on NVIDIA. Ended up getting some bottoms. Didn't try again at 233. I didn't really have, you know what, I think I do have 233.50 as a level, but yeah, probably should have, anyway, whatever. Ended up getting some bottoms, but yeah, this initial trade was like the one where I really thought this is going to be, a month, the best trade on the month kind of thing. You get this dip in, you're adding, and I figured we'd be, kind of trading at 248 by now. There's pretty much air between 241 and 248 for me on Tesla, but obviously, that market move did not help. And I mean, I guess it was really NVIDIA today that just pulled the market down. But yeah, if we can hold this 235, kind of do the reverse head and shoulders pattern, I think 234.5 maybe is a spot where you could probably get a dip buy on this and see if we can get through that 237, 238 finally. If Tesla wants to turn around, I mean, we're still positive on the day. Does it want to do this whole move back, and maybe in the afternoon we're trading above 242? We've definitely seen that type of move out of this name before, so I got my eyes on Tesla potentially for one more trade.
I'm a songbird,
That's
bro.
a banger, man. That's a banger.
All right, we talked about big tech names. Let's talk about what's running today, because there are things running aside from big tech. Some earnings plays. We mentioned this in passing. DKS. Oh, baby. I put out a really funny video. Now, and I don't really pump my videos here, my morning videos on the midday show, but you guys need to watch this video. It is on Instagram, it's on YouTube, it's on all our platforms. It's a little on the nose, but that's what's funny about it. Go and check it out. DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, complaining about shrinkage. Yes, Dick's is complaining about shrinkage. They are getting robbed. They are saying that organized theft rings are really hurting their margins. Oh, plenty. And it's actually affected them so much so that they've actually had to reforecast their outlook for the rest of the year. Margins are down. They missed on the top and bottom lines, and the market made them pay in spades. Look at this. We closed out the day yesterday. Where did we close out here, Max? Let me just zoom out. What's going on here with my chart? Anyway, looks like we closed out the day at that buck 147, maybe 148. The chat liking that. I knew they'd like that. 147, and then we absolutely huadunked. Look at this. This is 1 5-minute candle, guys. All the way down into that 117.5. We tried a little bit here in the pre-market to kind of get back above, but it was not to be. As soon as the bell rang, a new huadunk candle came in, and now we are trying to hold here this 111, 112 area. The volume really dropping off on this name, though. You know, the consumer's not spending on things that are not necessary because inflation is hurting everybody's pocketbooks. Credit card defaults are up. Credit card debt is at $1 trillion. You guys know the deets already. We've talked about it already on the midday show multiple times. Dix is hurting. Macy's also taking on the chin. They reported big margin contractions in their Bloomingdale's brand, which is their high-end brand. They complained about theft as well. We've never really heard about theft on earnings calls. We keep hearing it over and over. It is a thing, guys. We open up the day today, we closed up the day yesterday at 14 3/4. We are barely holding on to $13, 13.04 at the moment. It has been stair-stepping down, despite popping up initially because they beat on the top and bottom line, despite the fact that they had a net loss. They beat what analysts were looking for. They ran a $20 million net loss versus a $275 million profit year over year on the quarter. So obviously showing, definitely less consumer spending there, but they had outperformed what the street was looking for. Baidu, the other name now. This name is holding up, guys. Surprise, surprise, the Chinese name ends up holding up. China has been getting absolutely demolished lately with their bad economy, but this one actually reported good year-over-year earnings because they beat revenue by 15% year-over-year. They beat what the street was looking for. They said digital ad sales are doing well. We knew digital ad sales were doing well in North America. Google, Meta, Pinterest, they've all been reporting that. But here we are, we're at a bit of a top. Now, this top that we're at is interesting because it is the high end of the opening range, and it is also the high end of the pre-market range. I'm talking about that 130.50. How many times are we going to reject off that same level? We just touched it again. Do we get continuity? We will have to see. We got a 131 high and a 120.15 low on that bad boy. Also, everybody and their mother's cousin knows about this one. AMC has been absolutely pooping the bed lately. It pooped the bed yesterday. It pooped it again today. And we're barely holding on to that 250 despite starting off the day at 312 max where we closed off. One more before I send it back to the mad one. VinFast? When did you come back? Well, it's back in spades, baby. It was up over 90% today, retracing a little bit now, holding on to 71%, 34.14 the high, trying to dance with 30. Very dangerous stock to trade, very spready and very volatile. Make sure you risk manage and lower your position size on this bad boy, Max.
Yeah, AMC I am actually long at the moment, and I'm about to get out of NVIDIA if we print below 460 again, looking like the market kind of wants to turn around here. I actually had a stop in at 460.50, but I typed in 260.50, which I always say 250.60. I've never actually typed it in before as an accidental stop. But looking like maybe we want to hold on to 460, so I'll just put my stop back at 459.80, which is where we wicked to. Maybe a little blessing there for me if that didn't stop me out and actually goes. AMC, there was huge size on 250, which is the double bottom. We ended up halting up off of 250 before. So I just got long when 251 broke. So I'm long 252 right now, looking for like 259, 260. See if we can get back up to VWAP on AMC. I know that there's been a seller the last couple days on this one. Been getting smoked, but eventually you get these pops off the bottom, and I think that this is a good risk to reward opportunity here. Risk 2 cents to see if we can get 10, 12 cents probably average out by the time I'm out of this. That NVIDIA is actually looking like a, all right, let's get out of that AMC. As soon as that prints 250, I'm getting out. Don't want to be hanging on to that through a 250 break because that can halt down. But yeah, Nvidia looking like I did get a little bit of a blessing there, not getting stopped out. Maybe retracing off of that 460 key kind of psychological level. People could have been shorting through that off of this shelf breakdown too at 460.50, and then it doesn't go anywhere. Now they're going to stop out if we take out probably 462, I would call it. So yeah, we'll see on this. Obviously, the market will have to cooperate with us to get this one to work. But looking like we're getting a bit of a bounce here on the market as well. Holding that 15K once again. Do we break this triple top on the market finally? I don't know. Let's see. Let's hopefully Nvidia can get to VWAP by the time this market is quadruple topping up there potentially. Maybe that's the spot to try and look for a short on something. I don't really got anything for the short.
Yeah, let me talk a little bit about our friend here, HKD.
friend.
And I say that sarcastically because it is no friend of mine, especially with the price action here. I was just about to make a case for a bull pennant or bull flag or whatever bull you want to call it. But then it absolutely huadunked here. And to be fair, it did hold the top end of the support level. Look at this bamboozlement, Max. Look at this, bro. You're pennanting and then bang down right into 653 and then boom, right back up. The bulls buy it. I mean, this is obviously being, somebody with big buying power manipulating this stock because it was setting up for a bull flag. A lot of people probably getting into it thinking, yeah, great, this is a bull flag, it's going to break out. Well, they're gonna take your money before they're going to make it run first. And there you go, 730, Max. Wow, off that 654 in one minute candle, we bounce back up into 730. So this one is a bit tricky. I really want to jump into this one in the kind of 680-ish area, the bottom end of the pennant. That was kind of the bottom end of the range that we had there, even though we had wicked into the 70s. But the majority of the closing prints were north of 80. I'm like, okay, look, great. I'm going to have a resting order hanging around 80s. But that's what these ones do, guys. They will, it's chess. It's high-level chess. People know what you're looking at. And they're willing to take your money because they got the buying power to do it, especially on manipulatable stocks. Manipulatable? Is that a word? Well, we're going to make it one.
I think
that's a Google.
I think it would be manipulable. I don't know, whatever.
49.8, essentially 50 million share float. That's still small, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
It's not huge. So
But for the amount of stuff that's happened to this stock, that's actually kind of a lot bigger than I figured it would be.
Say it again.
That's bigger than I thought it would be. I mean, for the things that they used to do to that HKD, I mean, 50 million flow.
Right.
Usually it's like 1 mil when they do that kind of bamboozlement.
Well, we know. I mean, it depends on the buying power. Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
of
and
course.
how much
Oh,
liquidity
yeah.
there is on the day. Is it good now? Okay. Just fixing my mic there. This shirt is not as robust as my other shirt, so the mic goes
It's a good shirt, though.
limp.
I like you in pink.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. I know the pink is not coming off too well
Yeah, it's a little shiny
on
there.
the because of the lights, but that's where it is. All right, we got a super chat here, baby. Sweetie Pie is $1.99. De facto legal to steal under $950 in dem cities. We don't talk politics. Thank you for the super chat. But it is tough, definitely, for these retailers who are having to figure ways around. I mean, there's no question about it. They're closing stores in areas where there are a high rates of theft. And as well they should. So we'll keep an eye and see what happens with retail going forward. Now, back to HKD here, because as quickly as it broke through 7, right back down below 7, and now we're stuck within that earlier range. So maybe hands off on this bad boy, Max, because not reading it that well. Let's see what else is popping off.
FULC is
Go for
another kind of runner, and also NVAX today. I missed that pre-market high on NVAX. This is the real runner today. NVAX with that 50% short float or 47% that we've been kind of talking about. Just taking out levels, taking out that 870 level directly to the upside. I mean, this is one of the cleanest breaks that I've seen in a while. 870 up to 950 with basically not a single pullback. We do the quadunk, it holds $9. This is where you can get long with the algo. And you know, now you're on the right side of this move. Stop 899. That would have been sweet. I was not paying attention. I was busy with this NVIDIA long, which looks like it may still want to go. So thankfully, I messed up that stop. That usually messing up a stop does not provide you with a benefit. $10. Neil was talking about $10. I think $10 is, I mean, that's a pretty clear breakout level.
I agree.
I think maybe you want to watch that breakout first, because a lot of people are going to be thinking about shorting it. But maybe you just take it. I mean, risk to reward, you're talking about maybe 15 cents risk. And if this really takes off, maybe you're talking about $11. Obviously, time of day, not the best for a breakout, but still only 13 million shares of volume, 50% shorted basically. That's 40 million shares almost that are short this name, and it is squeezing. So I think that there is some confluence to this potential breakout here. I would like to find a dip, but I don't really know where to find, like maybe just buy the teal. It's been holding the teal all day.
Trust the teal.
Trust the teal?
We definitely need that animation. Trust the teal.
We do.
Very
With
much
like
required.
those old like 90s cups that
Like
logo,
the F. Jerry cups?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly,
Good call on that,
exactly.
Max. Good call. I hate the fact that NVAX is running. The Katina man likes that. I hate the fact that NVAX is running, but it is running. It's up almost 18%. I've had it up to here, bro, with COVID. Yeah, I've had it. And the fact that this is running again, just reminds everybody of everything. But that 950, we're doing that dance, 18%. It's a multi-day runner now. We got the headline yesterday from Moderna, mRNA. We got a previous headline from them that their vaccination or their vaccine was apparently good against the new variant Iris. How do you say this new variant? ERIS, however that's.
Gotta be honest with you, I have not read any of the articles.
Yeah, well, you're probably better off that way anyway. So they claim. We'll keep an eye on that. Now, Meta is putting an interesting double bottom here. Let's pull up our friend Meta. We're going to go on another screen here, Max, because we're going to go into Meta, and it's a NASDAQ name. Interesting here off this 289. Okay, now, hello. There we go. How many times are we going to get that 289 bounce? Now, we definitely within a range. 291.50, right? The top. And 289 the bottom, playing within that range. But here's the problem. We have a lower low on this bad boy, but we don't necessarily have a higher high. I don't like that. However, if 289 holds again on this one, is it a good trade to try to get in and ride it back within the range? Max and I talked about this, I think, a couple of days ago, maybe not a couple of days ago, last week, where we were talking about playing the range within this kind of when we have range-bound days. Here we go. So we are making that move down into 289. Now the risk would have to be basically to 288 3/4 because it hasn't touched that level yet. But here we go. We're moving down. Let me just look at what we're doing on the NASDAQ here. Yeah, well, we're still above 15,000. We're definitely 15,025. Right back down into those lows. Do we make a newer low? And there is a newer low on our friend Meta. That is 3 newer lows in a row. I don't feel confident taking the long here. Unless really something fundamentally changes, we'll have to keep an eye out. Some tags here. Daryl Finch, Tesla doing the same thing with 234. Yeah, I see it, brother. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Within that, like, what is that, 236.5 top? And a third, maybe and a half, yeah, actually, and then that 234 bottom. Dan Emmons, I remain short NQ from opening range basis, first 30 seconds of the RTH, and down 2 trailers on remainder. Now, let the market do its work. Sounds good. Nick Garcia, Sharif, pull up the NQ 15-minute. It's a little bearish flag looking. We'll do that in 1 second. Pull it up here. Yeah, Meta is doing its thing here. We'll have to have a look. But yeah, let's bring in the NQ and have a look at the 15-minute look here on the NQ September 15th contract, Max. We'll see what the 15-minute shows. Absolutely, yeah. Down, consolidative area, looking for more down. Dan's holding it short within the top end of the opening range, the IB, whatever he's calling it.
I mean, to be fair, we're holding over
15.
Yesterday's high. We're holding over 15 for now, so I think it could really go either way at this point. I'm
I
not
tell ya.
really bullish or bearish, but I do like that wick bottom kind of, reverse head and shoulders idea.
Just,
if we take
just
out
gonna
that
say
high.
that.
Yeah.
Just
like,
gonna say that. I definitely agree with you on that. Yeah.
That's looking. I mean, yeah, we take out 15 and 60. How do you say that? I don't want to say 15.6 because that would be 15.600, but 15.060 is so.
I say
tough to
15 and
say.
2/3.
15 and 2/3. Interesting. That's,
I used to woodwork when I was young. There was a guy at my church. He would always like have people like it was a youth group, right? And so youth were always in trouble. So he tried to bring us in. And he's like, "Look, let me teach you how to take out your energy on some woodworking here." And so we would always measure in inches because he was old school, right?
Yeah,
and so
yeah,
he
yeah.
always had me saying 1/3, 2/3, and that's why I do that.
3/8.
Exactly, a fifth.
Yeah. Okay.
I digress.
Anyway, yeah, if we take out that 15.060, that looks pretty good to me, but obviously just chilling in range right now. Pretty bearish since the open. I don't know. Maybe we've done the dip that we have to do, and we can go back up now. Anything below 15K, I'd be looking for shorts. Anything above that 15.060, I'm looking to get more long potentially. And Tesla really trending down actually right now, despite the market being
it
kind
is.
of in the middle of its range.
Absolutely is, yeah.
Tesla's at the low. Tesla been ultra bearish recently until the last 2 days where we have absolutely, oh, that's New York. Come on, load the proper one. Anyway, until we, bought that dip up off of that 212.50 where I called the bottom on this entire move apparently, but did not get long. Not that I thought that would be like a swing bottom. I thought you could get a couple dollars scalp off of that. I don't know. This is kind of weird, actually. Why are we going into low of day on Tesla when the market's still holding above
Let me have a
this
look,
15K?
see if there's anything coming in here on the headline.
I doubt there's any headlines. I mean, Tesla's
Yeah.
still up 1%. I just got
Yeah.
stopped out of NVIDIA as well, so maybe this NASDAQ is going down, even though it's kind of holding up right now. Where's our friend AAPL at? That is maybe
Very strong on the day, bro.
holding the market up. Yeah, so Apple's still chilling at highs. Microsoft probably still chilling around the highs. Yeah, 324. Interesting. Microsoft has been giving you 325 shorts all day, and that's exactly the level that I like to short it at.
Yeah.
Probably should have tried that one out once or twice. But yeah, now looking like we're trending down, potentially getting that 15K test again. Is this what we need? Just one more touch of 15K, then we bounce, or are we going back? I mean, yesterday looked ridiculously bullish. This morning's gaps looked very, very bullish.
Wild.
And then we kind of sell them all off. So
I woke up, I look at the future.
yeah,
I'm like 15.1.
yeah.
Whoa, right? But did we close above 1500? No, we didn't. Closed 14.98 something yesterday. So I was like, wow, we gapped up 100 plus points overnight. I think we were like at 150 or something, 15.150 or some odd number. Where were we? Highs in the pre there, 15.118. Okay, so not quite there, but yeah, interesting look. This is the NQ. Definitely making a series of lower highs here. So Dan, I think he's still holding. Good for him because this 15. I want to say like what is this? 15.057. Essentially just a smidge above 15.050, holding. And now on the 1 minute, you're getting a series of lower highs here. And let's see if we make another lower low. Max and I seeing an inverse head and shoulders that may or may not materialize. It's got to break the neckline. I would submit to you the neckline is above that 15.060. And if we do, what's the top end of the opening range? No, it's about 15.090. That's the top end of the opening range. Or 15.085. So yeah, maybe wait for in and around there. I don't know. I'm not going to trade within this range. One stock though that I did not get to that did report and is actually doing well despite having some reservations about how the rest of the year would be is Lowe's, L-O-W. Okay, now this one, not much action. The pre-market it reported. I believe the report came in around 7 a.m. or so, maybe even before that. I think, no, earlier than that. I think it came in around 6 a.m. or just after 6 a.m. but it didn't trade in the pre-market with any, discernible volume there. But once the bell rang, you had a bit of a move down. Granted, you got to about the low, technically 221 and a quarter, but it was a series of higher lows, and it's still continuing to do that. Look, year over year, the store sales were down, and this is something I didn't know about Lowe's. They depend a lot more on individual, people looking to upgrade their homes rather than on professionals. So only about 20% of their business is actually, professional home, I don't want to say home builders, but, carpenters, drywallers, et cetera. You get it, the tradespeople. They shop more at Home Depot. 50% of Home Depot sales go to professional tradespeople, whereas only 20% of Lowe's. So why does that matter? Well, apparently the tradespeople buy more often and they buy more when they do go in there. So they've been Home Depot stood, at least according to this report, to benefit a bit more. But hey, Lowe's is holding up here, man. We're up 4% on the day, and that's definitely doing better than the market. We got a 227 and a third high. We're knocking on the door of 226 here and a half, and that has been a clear top since the morning. We wicked up above that level, but look at all the closing prints. They are all south of 226 and a half. Again, a series of higher lows looking to compress through the flat top. It looks fantastic. I mean, we heard a lot about the consumer not having any money to spend on discretionary items. Home upgrades are definitely discretionary, and a lot of that had been done during the pandemic. I love these people that call me during while I'm on the show. So we'll have to wait and see if we can get above this neckline here at 226 and a half. This might be an interesting long on Lowe's.
Interesting look there. Macy's also reported today, another retail name, double bottoming right now. I want to see what happens around that 13 even level. We do have, these bottoms here at 1307. Sometimes these stocks put in a big enough move and then they kind of flatline, base out, and then you could maybe get that retracement to VWAP, which would be pretty nice, 40 cents on a $13 stock. But I want to see it at that 13 level where there's some size down there and some, more decisions are being made at those kind of round levels. 1307 is pretty random for me. So we'll see if we can get maybe like a wick bottom down there and blast this thing back up to VWAP potentially. Same thing on Dix, who also reported. I want to see it kind of double bottom off of 110. It's just holding up right now, and I mean, I don't want to just go buying this random price at 111.50. I want to see this go all the way down to 110, double bottom there, make it, not be able to push back down, and then the shorts get stopped out, down 23% though. Maybe that's too much on this. 23, that's a lot. But if Dix is reporting a bad guide based on shoplifting, that's
everybody is.
That's
bro.
Brutal.
Listen to this. I was telling the big kahunas this morning before we started the day. Home Depot has an exclusive list of tools that are only sold at Home Depot. Nowhere else got exclusivity.
Okay.
They're ending up on Amazon, brother. How do you think they're ending up on Amazon? People are going hand over fist stealing tools. And I've seen anecdotally, of course, videos of people walking out with tools, right? Just walking out there with $5,000 worth of tools, and they're ending up online. So everybody's hurting from this theft problem right now. Everybody.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. Do we have that here? Are you seeing a lot of that here? I don't see too much of it here.
No. I see
personally,
people
I
at the liquor store go in and steal a bottle.
That's
or
always
whatever,
been the case.
But
That's always been the case. Yeah. And that's why every liquor store has security there.
Yeah.
And they'll tackle you here. We don't have these do not tackle things. Like people here they'll get involved. Anyway, Meta's holding this 289 bottom here, Max. Even though we dipped a smidge below that and we made a newer low, that 289 level coming in again, and it's almost giving you $1 here as we curl back up into the 289.90s, maybe wanting to touch 290, but it is again a range-bound trade. I didn't want to get in a range-bound trade if we made newer lows because there was always that worry that we would flush, but it looks like here Apple's holding up, Meta wants to go green, Google's already strong, we knew that. I don't know if I want to jump into anything at the moment, quite frankly. I was
Kind
going to
of right
mention
in the middle on the futures too, which is, I mean, I don't know how much edge there is there. You kind of want to be
little
down
bit,
at
right?
15K, or you want to be up at 15 and 60. And ES is looking weak again too. Back down to 0. Definitely more consolidative at the low than it is kind of in the middle, like
Right.
like NQ is. So maybe that pulls us down more. I feel like there's still upside in this market, but I mean, we're gonna have to be dragged by something. It's gonna have to be like Nvidia stepping up, Tesla doing
stepping up.
another wick bottom here, which that first one was pretty good. I still have my eyes on this Macy's, see if we can
There it is.
wick bottom on that 13 level, and then blast back up. But I don't know. I mean, it's definitely a breakdown. I don't know if I want to see it back above. No, I don't know. I'll just take it at 13 if it does wick bottom there, and see if we can get it back towards at least like 20s, and then I think we could probably get to VWAP if it gets going, but we'll have to see on that one. I think like the real edge on that trade is to like the 15s or 20s, and then if you get VWAP, that's just what do you call that? Found money.
Yeah, no, I was laughing at some people in the chat. People are still running with the dicks innuendos. I love it. Good for you guys. All right, guys, look at what we just did on VinFast here. We held 30-ish. Obviously, about 25, 75 pennies dip below, and then boom goes the dynamite. We pop right back up above 31. We touch 32. We're dancing with 32 right now. There's 32 and a quarter. But the spread is what keeps me out of this name, man. It's just, there's no way to manage your entry without really taking a hit on slippage. It's 50 pennies now spread. My goodness. But there we go. $33 we just popped up to. We have a high of 34.14. We're dancing with 33 right now. Do we get continuation? A bit of I want to say, like, if you got the dip in and around that 29.50 or even 30 and gave yourself $1, you've been rewarded. So if you gave yourself $1 worth of risk, you already got, there you go, 3, because we did touch 33 on that last little pop-up there. But it's hard for me to get into this name. Yeah, it's a toughie. It's a toughie.
Because the rug pull on that could be ridiculous.
It's real. It's a real rug pull.
Yeah.
HKD's breaking out again above that $7 and just made a new high. Is my HKD on here? I should probably have HKD and VFS on the same screen here. HKD, which is New York. There we go. Go to HKD real quick. Bouncing again through 7, despite the fact that there was bamboozlement here earlier on, and the Huadun came in to 6 3/4. Like I just mentioned, new high, 740 on the dot. That's a new high, because previous to that, it was 730 or 731. Can't really see. So, and you have higher lows here. Quite frankly, I didn't notice that because it was a wick, but there you go. Initially, the low, 655, and then you couldn't do any worse than 6 2/3. So you have, okay, interesting look here on HKD, up 44%. Now, I don't even know what the hell the catalyst is on this thing. Well, let's see quickly here. Announces $30 million share repurchase program. That'll get it going. Yeah, the share repurchase, always loved by investors, at least for an intraday catalyst, maybe not long term. But all right, so that's the look there. $30 million share repurchase program for.
I mean, especially if it's shorted, it's probably pretty.
Yeah, let's find out what the look is on that. I'll look. Shout out to Trade Ideas and the NOS Boss. NOS Boss is going to be here on Thursday. Pumped for that.
In the office?
Yeah, he's coming in. Because they have the new online, what's it called, Trade Ideas platform. You have to actually download the software. Now you're maybe able to do it online, get everything online. Yeah, I can't see the short float here. Let's check Float Checker, see what they're saying about that, Max. That's an unflattering picture of Neil. Oh, we'll get that off there. Float Checker. There we go. And our friends at HKD, what are they shorted? Well, the range, I mean, I think it's quite fair here. 19%, that is not negligible. And that is consensus amongst the 5 between 18.85 to 19.01 the high. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I see. What do you see, Neil? Oh. Oh, that was the wrong one. Yeah, thanks for that, because that's, there we go. So yeah, correct. That was incorrect. I didn't hit enter. 1.62 to 8.82. Yeah, it's a bit of a range there. Yeah,
That's a lot less than I expected. I thought we'd be more in like the 25-30%
I agree.
range. But I guess, you know, people want to keep their hands off something that's so manipulated and has shown that it can go to infinity before. Maybe short something that's, I don't know, more reasonable. Macy's did the wick bottom, so I'm long 1302 right now. We'll see if we can get this into the 15s, 20s, and then maybe we get lucky and get VWAP. We print below 99s. I'm gone from this. It's just you know, see if some shorts start covering on the fact that we couldn't get through that 13 price. But yeah, again, you know, we print 99s. I'll be out. So
Back into
simple
15,000.
simple trade here, as yeah, markets are kind of breaking down. So they're definitely not helping this this reversal move here. But I am seeing a decent amount of buying start to happen here.
All right.
Not a whole lot of volume, though.
Our friend
if we're
Macy's
honest.
here, eh?
Our friend, yeah.
Yeah,
Macy's
well.
our friend for now.
I like it. Yeah, right back into that 15,000. We're dancing here, 15,005. We have, I don't want to say the low on the day because we made the low earlier in the morning, the overnight low as we call it, but definitely after the bell, the low is 14,968. And that was done at 10:30. Moving back here, a series of lower highs, no question about it, on the NQ. See if we have a 15,000 hold. We were looking possibly here for a reverse head and shoulders. I don't know, man. I like charting the levels rather than the patterns on the future, especially. Maybe some of these patterns are great with the equity names. I don't know. I tend not to look for them too much. Maybe that's a mistake on the future. I feel like the levels definitely come into play a bit more there, but we'll see. We'll see here. Still holding up a smidge, 0.15. We're up over 1% on the day earlier on, giving that all back. We had a good day yesterday after multiple days down. Do we get another move up on the day? We're waiting for NVIDIA tomorrow. A lot of people waiting for those names. We have Jackson Hole as well, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we're gonna get 2 days of Jackson Hole that are tradable, right? Saturday obviously not tradable. We'll see what we get here. Maybe I go back to VFS quick here, Max, because it just popped up again. Oops, there we go. VinFast again. Possible double top rejection up that 34. Seems to have a bit of trouble staying at that level. Definitely not, I mean, I don't have shorts on this either, but definitely not interested in shorting this bad boy. Up 82%, except maybe if we really break down below that 29. That 29 level has held, eh? Now that I'm looking at it a little bit, look at it. Look at this crest here. You reject off 29, you come back into 27, you get the follow through, and then you come back into 29. 29 holds throughout. So, yeah, maybe if you're looking short, wait sub 29.
Yeah. Interesting on that one. I mean, the float is tiny relative to the outstanding shares, right?
Of course. It's 1% of the company. The dude owns 99%.
So the ability to manipulate this stock is extremely high at the moment, and you know, you figure that there are some algos that are taking advantage of that at the moment. I did stop out of Macy's. We printed below 99, so out of that one, looking for something else to trade. Tesla just kind of trending down, so not really seeing anything here on Tesla. At 232. 232.20 I think was yesterday's high. Let me double check. 232.13 yesterday's high, so maybe that's where we find support on Tesla. I'd be looking maybe towards like consolidation around 231 to try to get involved, and then maybe you get like a wick into 230.5, get long back above 231, and then maybe we do a little bit of a reversal. At these prices, it feels like we're breaking down, and you know, you don't want to get long Tesla less than $1 from a breakdown price. I've at least found. I think if you want the reversal and you want that kind of snap move, it's got to go, you know, $2-3 before you can get that. So, gonna be waiting for maybe 231.5, 231 area to see if we can find a place to get long on Tesla. What's this PFIE? Looks like it just volume spiked.
What is that?
I don't see any news quite yet on trade ideas.
Profile Energy. Hearing, there's something, watching Profile Energy, hearing Navilar newsletter buy stock. That came in what time? 11:36. That came in 11 minutes ago.
So it's just a pump and dump kind of thing?
Possibly. And then I got a volumes alert from Trade Ideas right at 11:30.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. Looks like this one just popped. Yeah, right at 11:30 there. Volume still dead though. That's only 1.5 mil. So no volume since the move up. Probably look. I mean, I'm not going to pay for shorts on this thing, but you know, you'd probably look for a false breakout of the high to short it back down, especially if it is a some kind of pump and dump. If just a newsletter is buying it. Like, does that mean?
I don't know anything
Yeah,
about
I
these
don't
people.
know what this means.
I really don't.
Unless
about the
someone's like
company.
buying the company versus just a stock, like a trading newsletter is saying buy this. But anyway, no volume, so no big deal on that one. NVAX pulling back. I think $9 is where you could look for NVAX. I really just have, honestly, no trades right now setting up. It's just, I don't know. I feel like the market went to sleep in the last 10 to 15 minutes. NVAX, though, I think $9 makes sense. That's close enough to VWAP. We'll see if it'll hold that price again. If it holds right here, you know, wicks down at 910 and then gets right back into 920. Although the trend is kind of dead at this point. We've given up both the moving averages other than VWAP. So I think we got to get closer to VWAP on NVAX. But if we're holding $9, that's probably a spot where you could try it out. See if we can get that 10 break later on. See if this trend can continue. It did continue yesterday, pretty much all afternoon until we got to that 850 price at 2 o'clock. So if it wants to trend until 2 o'clock again today, we still got some more upside in us. Let's see if that $9 wants to hold. Yeah, Dick's going nowhere. Macy's.
I want to talk about
the
Super
lows.
Microcomputer. Shout out to Neil for this name. It is reversing. Interesting look. Now, in a day where we're seeing NVIDIA retrace down and AMD tracing down, look at this reversal candle here after the earnings. Now, this was earnings over here August 8th, and you had a huge quadrunk from 364-ish top. We got all the way down to 233-ish. That's ugly. That's real ugly. But this is what we call a bit of a reversal candle followed by now looks to be 2 good days. And we are currently at highs on the day, 263.77 on Super Microcomputer. I don't have a headline on it. Let me just double check that real quick. No, I did. I did get a headline at 9 a.m. Super Microcomputer launches industry-leading VSAN HCI solution, delivering up to 4.7 times the performance at 3 times lower cost. I haven't read this, nor am I vouching for it, but the headline came in this morning at 9:05. Let's have a look at the intra-day action on SMCI. Obviously, hard to day trade this bad boy because it is super expensive and quite spready. What is the spread at the moment? Oh, you know, just like, well, that's like 80 cents. So, a lot. But the ticker, SMCI, it's been, you know, not really liquid, but the fact of the matter is it is creating a series of higher lows. You've had not long periods of retracements here. You had about a 20-period retracement followed by a huge green 5-minute candle taking you from that 259.20 all the way up to 262.20 in one 5-minute candle, and then subsequent candles all making higher lows as well with a 263.77 top. The top of the opening range there at 9:30 was 263.5. We've broken that by about 25 pennies or so. So good luck here for Super Microcomputer as it gets off the recent lows. Let's look at the half-an-hour chart, see if we can glean any local resistance levels. Yeah, sure. We got one here. Interesting level here at, I want to say 273, 272, pardon me, and a half. You had a bit of a top on August 14th at that level. You also had that as the bottom on August 10th. So we haven't been at that level in a while, and you also wicked it up. I believe that was the opening range top on August 15th. So that 272.5 seems to be a local top dating back to August 14th with support at August 10th. So if we get back into those levels, and on this name, you know, you could get there in a hurry on this name. Keep an eye out for this level here. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put an alert because this level might come into play tomorrow, the day after, and I want all the smoke if it does. So I'm going to leave it there for SMCI. But now let's go back to VFS. Oh my goodness, this name. Wow, new high a day now, $35 and 73 and 75 and going here. Just made a newer high on VFS, now over 100% to the good on the heavily, I was going to say heavily shorted, that's not correct, on the small float name. Let's go ahead and find out quickly what the float is. I had this earlier. I think it's like 1 million or 5 million or something. Company profile. Do we have? Yes, 1.3 million share float, guys. 1.3 million shares float. Authorized is 200 million, but obviously they have nowhere near that. VFS continuing to print that 30, 29 level was real good if you were able to get in around there.
Oh yeah, market flushing now, and I found a name that was at a level that I wanted to short it at. Zoom Video gets that 67, turns around. There's some size on the bid that gets filled around 70s, so I'm able to get short here, risking that 67 break. Market's flushing. I want to find something to short, and you know, Zoom just got back up to kind of its pre-market levels. So let's see if this wants to turn around, go back to VWAP. That would be the target on this. Not really looking to get anything out until we're breaking down from $66. See if we can get into like low 65s here. NVIDIA is right at that 457 price that I had initially gotten long at. I don't think I want it the second time. This is looking pretty brutal. Yeah, this doesn't make sense, I don't think, for a long. Just drops $3 right into that 457 again. Looking at low of day, I think even like a fail breakdown probably doesn't bid you back up to where I would want it to go in order to take this trade. This is looking pretty nasty on NVIDIA. I mean, where's the next stop here? 450 really is the next key level on NVIDIA. You look at the 50 period on the 30-minute chart, it does actually like to touch here quite often. So that's where we are right now, or that's where we're getting to right now, 451. So maybe that's a spot to look for something. 451 is where we were kind of supporting yesterday after we broke out from 450. So maybe I'll have a look there. If we do get there, that is still $5 away though. So you know, lots of room to continue down on NVIDIA. Same with Tesla, bouncing off that 231.50 price.
What is VFS doing, bro?
Where is it? $37? Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Forget that thing. I mean, just get long, I guess, is the, you know.
I can't do it, man.
Just take the breakout. That's, I mean, even if you're risking all the way down to like 32 on that 34.50 break, you know, you're still making money on that one. That's still 2 to 1 almost at this point. That's ridiculous. Checking in on my Zoom though, that's looking good. Starting to break down.
Attaboy.
Needs to break through the teal though. You know, we don't want it holding the teal. It's been kind of holding the teal all day. If it breaks down from there, if it breaks to 50, I think maybe even like a 66 break might be somewhere that I could add to this, because if it holds 66, I'd want to bail out of it anyway. So maybe add on 66 break, looking for like 65.30. I think this has room to the downside for sure. Given that this is exactly where we broke down from. Not a bad spot. Wish I got a little closer to 67, but I thought we might pump into there before going back down, and I was kind of waiting for that, you know, fail breakout. But then once I saw them filling size on the bid, that's when I want to get short anyway. You know, not a bad trade there, but still waiting on the real breakdown on this one.
Without looking, Max, look away,
Yeah.
look away, look away.
All right.
What is the high of day now on our friend VFS?
38.40.
You're pretty close, 39.21. Maybe. Yes, it is just going knocking on the door of that 40. I don't really remember where we were a few days ago or whatever it was last week. Let's have a look at the daily on this bad boy. Where are we here? Okay, So we're very close to all-time highs. All-time highs, Max, $40 and exactly 54 cents. We're at 39.21. This company, according to the market cap now, is worth $89 billion. Yes. Yes, $89 billion for a company that makes about 15,000 cars a year. And they're not that good.
Is this the all-time high here at 40?
No, I just finished telling you.
Oh, sorry. What did
40.54.
40.54?
We are very close. We have a $40 high now, Max. We are 54 pennies away from making the high. We opened up the day, guys, at $17.60. I think we make all-time highs. And by all time, you know, it IPO'd or whatever, SPAC, de-SPAC'd, August 15th. So that was exactly 7 days ago, right? So, you know, let's take that with a grain of salt. But the fact of the matter is, it's worth now 91 billion, Max, market cap there. And it keeps growing, baby. So VinFast continues to be a tradable name, just not for me. I can't hang with this type of stock, to be honest with you. But what a move up on VinFast, $40 a high. Do we get a bit of a rejection now and a move down south, that whole dollar level? You have people looking at it. We're almost at all-time highs, this and that. Do the shorts step in? Where do they step in? We looked at the short float. Did we look at the short float? There it is. And we have new all-time highs on this bad boy. What do we have? 41.52, breaking it by $1. Now worth 96 billion. Shout out.
This
Sharif,
is looking
your
like it's
screen is
halting
not
up.
visible. How?
Halting up. I'm long
Good
at
for you, bro.
40.55. That's a money
for
fill. I
you.
don't know how I got that fill, but halting up. If this fake halts, I'm going to bail on this because that would be nasty. But it looks like we are actually going to halt up on this. $1 in the money. Hopefully we open up higher. Tap currently 42 right now. If this opens lower, I will be market on open. I will not be holding this thing. And then back to that Zoom trade.
Yep.
I don't know if that, it doesn't really feel like it wants to go yet, but I will give that to like 80s. Maybe I give it to 67 still.
What a joke.
Yeah, 41.50. All right, so we'll see on this PFS.
Donald Trump is in
That
the
was
chat.
that was a bit of a crazy decision to take that, but we'll see if that works.
Donald is in the chat.
Donald Trump is in the chat.
Apparently.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
He's
All right,
looking at BFS too.
Yeah, I think
All
he
right,
likes it.
all right. The long is in.
All right, guys, we're having some fun here. We're having some fun. But yeah, great trade there. I hope it opens and gaps up and you print on that bad boy. It is halted at 41.52. Let's have a look at the tap to figure our knee from our elbow, VFS.
Opening up
Where's tap?
slightly higher, it looks like.
41.55, just 3 pennies higher. That changes by the second, guys, as I think it is an auction system during the halt. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, 53, 54. We'll continue to keep an eye on that bad boy for sure. The halt time obviously was, where was it? 58. 58. So we're 2 minutes deep on the halt. We'll wait for that to open up. I want to get to a less volatile and much more boring trade, and that is Lowe's, LOW, on the New York. And the reason I want to get to that is because it's doing a VWAP dip here. There we go. There we go. This is the chart that I want to look at because VWAP's a little different on all these charts. So I'm looking at low, and I'm liking this 225 level with a break with an out below VWAP. Now, we got the VWAP retracement here. Let me bring this in a little bit so you can see the, there we go. We got the 225 hold, which is VWAP. We're moving right back down into that level. Now, it could flat bottom break, especially because we did get a lower high. Technically, we got a lower high. The high on this crest, 226.73. The high on this crest, 226.64. It's a bit of a double top, but I would say maybe a range trade on the name is up 3 2/3%, was up over 4 at a point. So we'll see if we can bamboozle a trade here, maybe for $1 or something, because there is about $1 worth of range on this guy with an out obviously below that 225 because it has not broken it for a while. Former area of resistance here. We couldn't break through it. Becomes area of support now. maybe I'm talking too much and I got to get into this trade, so I'll send it back to Max.
Yeah, I'm watching Zoom video here. I'm not loving what I'm seeing. It's holding the teal. So if we make a new high here above like 83, I'll bail out of that. I got to keep my eyes on this VFS trade. We'll see what the tap looks like. It should open at 12:03.45. If the tap gets below, is going to be below that 41.50 by the time it opens, I'm not going to hang on to it because I think that it could potentially flush off of that. So we'll see. Currently, the tap is 40.50, where we halted at 41.50. You don't want to see that on these names. And let me just set this stop here. 66.83 is where I'm getting out. Go ahead if you must. Make me hit my stop on this one. Is that? Yeah, I did that right. All right. So yeah, that one's looking like that. VFS looking not so good. We can see the tap here, 40.56, 40.50. So I am not going to hang on to that unless in the next 45 seconds we get back up. So yeah, we have orders where we can do a market on open order on our platform, which allows us to take the opening print, which should be somewhere around 40.50 here. So I think I'm going to end up losing on this trade. However, if I didn't take that print, I would probably get smoked on this trade because you know the liquidity is so bad on this thing.
Yeah.
So
well,
yeah, we'll see. About 20 seconds for this tap to go up about $1 before I hit enter on this market on open order.
Good.
15 seconds.
Let's see what happens.
Right.
Stay on this chart.
We're taking this one out. So may end up flat on this trade, and maybe
it's popping up.
Popping up.
Well, that's what everyone's going to start punching.
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's risky. There it is.
All right,
the
we're
gap's
out.
down. You're right.
40.27 was the fill, so I lost basically nothing. We'll see if this flushes or gaps up. Liquidity on this thing is so bad.
It's nuts, bro.
That could have gone to the moon. It didn't, and that's totally fine. If this breaks 41.50, yeah, there you go, 42. So could have probably put an order to get long again over that 41.50. That would have been probably the way to go on this. Now, I mean, the short squeeze is on. I think. Yeah. Now we're 44. Kind of that was kind of tough.
Some size at 44 here. I think it gets blown through, but there was an obvious. There it is. Yeah.
Taken out. Printed. 44, 48 the high. 90s. Here's $45. Is this going to 100? Who knows?
It's $100 billion, 103.5, 104, $105 billion market cap. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to stop doing it. But
this is just ridiculous.
You get it. It's not worth it. It's not worth this price. Are there options on this bad boy yet, man? VFS. Neil gave me the smart idea to look for. There's nobody's underwriting these options yet. There are no options. Too bad. I can't find any on my platform. I don't know if you can find either. So, who is this? Okay. Well, rejection there, Max, off the 46.98 top, just a smidge below 47.
You would definitely have to have the stop 41.50, where we and there it is. Does it wick that and just keep going? Maybe it holds this halt price.
Well, the halt price is always support. Typically, that's what when I look for on these halting names. You look for support off the halt price. Whether or not holds really depends on who's stepping in here and how much money they have. Holding 4 now. If you got a bit of a dip trade, you'll be having drip if you print on this name, baby. But yeah, holding that dip halt level 4 now on 42, and there it goes. Broken 41s coming in, possibly 40s here. Do we get support at the 40 level? It was initially a bit of a support area after the open.
Where did that 39.30 kind of area is what supported before? So does that support again? Looks like I'm going to get stopped out of Zoom here. That one is holding the teal as well. So yeah, Zoom just holding, looking like it wants to put in a trend. I mean, we are kind of turning around here, so maybe we get like that head and shoulders kind of pattern, and then it breaks down to 66.40. I'm not looking. It's not looking as good as I thought it did previously. You know, this would have had to continue and kind of flush into 66 to be what I was expecting on this one. But you know, it's still possible that it works out. Just not looking The best right now, Tesla is through to 31.50. That's interesting, actually.
Sorry,
So Tesla puts in this consolidation. Oh, now we got a reserve there on the offer at 231.29. All right, they are pushing this one down. People trying to buy it, not able to get through 231.29. I think that if we bid back above 231.50, that we could actually see a bit of a snap long here back in at 232.50. But yeah, I mean, looking like a breakdown right now. I just want to see this kind of reclaim this 231.50 price, and maybe we can get a bit of a long here. Market would be double bottoming if that was the case, but yeah, no, we're still putting in lows, although we can't follow through and get to that 231. So let's see if maybe we can make this Tesla trade happen here. I don't know. Not looking as, I mean, there's lots of buying going on, but people really definitely selling this stock today. Yesterday's close is right here at 231.20, so this would be an interesting spot for the dip to happen. This would be an expected spot for the dip to happen. Where's NVIDIA at? NVIDIA still can't really get through 456, which was our price. That's interesting too. I don't know. I think this Tesla bottom makes some sense. I think that NVIDIA bottom makes some sense too. So maybe this is the low on NASDAQ. If one or both of these are able to bid up here. Also, that VFS is holding 40. Interesting.
Yeah, I was looking at that as well, which is interesting. We kind of knew that 40 would be an interesting level. I'm also looking at a slower movie here. I'm looking for more of a safe play. Lows at 225. We're at that level. If I get in here, you know, I don't have to give it too much in terms of risk because 225 should be the level. My only concern is a bit of a double top. So is the right play to wait for the short and the break of 225 and then to take that kind of double top play, or is the right play here to go with the trend, which is obviously to the high side, almost 0.5%, and take the dip off 225? We knew that it was a support level. Have a look here. This is a 1 minute chart. Clearly it held. It also happened to be VWAP on my other chart. What's the print right now? We're definitely tightening up in terms of spread 5 pennies. It was usually around 15 or so. 225 is holding for now. Caveat for now. Looks like we're getting some buying here on this level. I'm looking for possibly $1.50 into that 226.5 if we are to get to the top end of the range. But the market is printing newer lows. That concerns me. I don't want to take a counter trend trade on the market, even though this is a bit independent because it is an earnings play, right? And therefore can be secular, at least on the day. Jameson, actually, I want to talk about the banks in 1 second. I have my bank charts that I'm going to show in 1 second here about the banks, because he's been yelling short the banks, and he hasn't been wrong on that. The banks have been absolutely flushing on the day, big and small. The sector continues to get hurt as the rating agencies continue to speak badly about it. And we talked a lot about that in the morning show. We'll repeat it again here until maybe a little bit later, but keeping an eye on this 225 level here, Max. Seems to be a buyer at these levels. Is it time to get in on my friend Lowe's over here? As we're not getting off that 225 bottom for now, but you know what? I don't have to give it that much risk. I mean, the 225 break is the end of it for me. It's just got a little bit away. I'm going to hang out at, let's go here and put maybe some 10s. Just that. All right, I'll have to fix that. Maybe some 10, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what I can do there, but yeah, I'll have to think about that.
I tried Tesla above 231 there. It was giving me some signs, so I took a starter position looking for it to hold. It couldn't hold 231 though, so I ended up getting out. But that 230.50 was interesting for me, so we'll see if that can hold, or if 230 holds. There's definitely sellers in this 70 region below 231. Lots of kind of iceberg orders on the offer there in the 70s. So wondering if we have to kind of put in another wick bottom here below 230 before we retrace. Obviously, market breaking down right now. ES getting very close to that major support at 4,400. So got to be watching out for that. We're only 3 handles away from that. If we wick that price and NASDAQ does kind of a wick double bottom here, Then, you know, we could get some aggressive moves off the bottom on a NASDAQ name, Tesla being the one that I am watching at the moment. But I do want to see it get through 230 now, or at least, you know, hold 230, kind of 05 or 10 or something like that before bouncing. That zoom is starting to work. I'm still not taking anything out of that. I need that to get through 66.40 and then back into 66 before I'm doing anything with that one, stopping out again at like 66.83, which was the recent high.
BFS broke 40, by the way, 38 and change.
Yeah, wick top on all-time highs on that one. I mean, it's definitely not worth those prices, so yeah, why wouldn't you short that?
It is, baby.
I guess because of the risk of getting squoze is exceptionally high there.
All right, we're going to try our hand here on lows. I got in at 225.10, breaks 225, I'm out. I'm not giving it any room because it's been holding 225. So if ends up holding 225, fantastic. If it doesn't, it's a very small loss. Jameson, side note, auto repos are skyrocketing. Yeah, so are credit card delinquencies. Wells is paying extra to get their cars back sooner to dump at auction ASAP. Housing slowing, not just any good news coming to help. Yeah, it's a tough look right now, man. We know the consumer's getting squeezed. I want to make a bit of a comment about the housing there. So I was talking to my friend Alfred about this. He's like, look, man, I want to get into some housing names. We talked about, I have to get out of this position. Hold on. Lowe's just broke. So that's it. That's the end of the trade for me on that. He's looking at getting into some housing names. I'm like, sure. Look at, Lennar, KB Homes, and there's others. And I was giving him data points. Like, look, housing, mortgage demand down over 30% year over year currently. But when you look at mortgage demand for new housing builds up 21.5% year over year. So we're seeing a bit of, discrepancy in that regard. Now, we know there's going to be a lot of home building coming in, north and south of the border, no question about it. But, which way does the pendulum swing on this one? We know inventory is a bit of an issue. So is new housing demand enough to kind of prop up that sector? It's a tough look. I wouldn't gamble on it. Anyway, Lowe's breaking down below 225. Not the trade I wanted. Happy I got in and out quickly on that bad boy because the market is absolutely flushing. Max, we just dipped a 1.5 below 4,400 here. Is 4,400 going to be the market saving grace? Because we just broke it right now. I think we're dancing with it at the moment. 439, sorry, 43.99-ish, 43.99.5-ish. We'll see what we get. But yeah, there it goes. Southward. Should I be flipping short here on Lowe's? Now that we broke that area, is this the move down now? Are we going to retrace a bit? It's a double top. We know that.
What's that blue trend line at the bottom there?
That's a 200.
It's kind of been holding that all day, right?
A good look. Well, a couple of times.
A couple of times.
Yeah.
But like if it gives that trend line up, yeah, it could be over for sure. I tried that little trade on Tesla. 230 looked like maybe it would have been good. It went 15-20 cents in the money, but then stopped there and flushed back in, so I got out for a little loss. Didn't notice that 4,400 had actually been given up at that point. That.
We're at overnight lows too on the NQ, by the way, so a bit of a confluence, you could say, maybe.
We could be at the spot, but
maybe.
I don't know. This market looking not so good. We consolidated for a long time, and we always say like to break down at noon always looks pretty bad on the market.
Always, yeah.
Because typically we're just seeing the bounce back and forth when we're sitting here.
Exactly.
So, to break down right now, to really cleanly give up that 15K. Probably looks pretty bad. We probably should be looking for some shorts here. Speaking of which, that Zoom short is finally looking good. Getting to 66.15. I am trying to just hold this, trying to get back down to VWAP, especially with this market flush. Like I don't see any reason to take profit on this yet. 50 cents in the money though. So pretty happy with this one. This is a good look there. Probably could have reloaded up here or added up here, I guess you could say. when we got into the 80s and couldn't push any further. However, you know, I don't want too much size below that 67. If I was in up here, could be in a much bigger position right now because the risk would be, you know, much smaller. But is what it is there. I think we get through that 66. I think we could see 65. I think we could, yeah, we could probably see 65. I think VWAP for sure. But you know, maybe this wants to go all the way back down. Market looking like trash at the moment. So.
Oh, baby.
Earnings loser should continue down.
Oh, yeah.
On Zoom?
On Zoom, yeah.
Well, it was mixed on Zoom,
Well,
right?
yeah, exactly. Look, 75% off the highs, but they beat estimates, and they were actually up on the quarter year over year. That's how bad of a 2022 they had, believe it or not. So I don't know what they're bamboozling over there and how they're growing their market share, especially with everybody going back to work. I'm not really sure what the business model is. You'll have to talk to Aunt Kathy for that because she seems to have the plug on that kind of info. But yeah, I'm keeping my eye here on 4,400. Interesting level for me, but definitely not interested in getting into anything too haphazardly as we just printed new lows on everything, man. Nvidia south, AMD south, Google now curling, baby. Tesla negative on the day now after being up, what was it, 5% in the morning? We are now negative half a point. Yeah. Your friend Apple couldn't break through that 177.5. Best it could do, 177.43. It's still positive, up 1/3%, but definitely at the lows. And it's interesting, it just bounced off that 176.25. That has been support on Apple going into that's the bottom. I'm going long here. That's interesting here on Apple. Let's quickly go to our friend Apple, because Apple 176.25 once, twice, thrice on this bad boy. Do we get a move up? The Katina man likes it. What are we going to do here on Apple? Well, we got to give it 25 pennies. There's no doubt about that. So let's go ahead and get into some Apple. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I was actually about to bring up that Apple when you were talking about everything. Triple bottom here, even though the market is absolutely flushing. But, you know, we are bouncing right back to 4,400 on ES right now. So do we just wick 4,400 by 5 handles and then reverse all the way back up? I kind of say no, but anything's possible. We are definitely below kind of everything on ES right now. And next stop for me would be like 43.90 kind of area. But I don't know. I mean, we put in another a new high on a 5-minute candle. Who knows? Maybe we are going back up here. And Apple would be the one to do it on, the only one that's really holding up, other than maybe Microsoft, which I don't even have on a chart for some reason. Over here.
Softy's just broke 323.
Yes, so that one's going down too. Everything's going down except Apple, so good look there. That's the one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm nervous taking the long in such a down day, but it is an interesting level. I think the safer trade. Well, look, here's another interesting trade. 105 on AMD as it continues to print up. AMD has been nicely down all day with a 109.72 high. Now we're looking at 104.97. So about $5 almost worth of range on that bad boy. What are we gonna do here? Yeah, I'm not punching into Apple. I gotta tell you the truth. I don't want to take. I might miss it. And it might be a missed opportunity for me. But the market is headed south, and I don't want to take Apple if the market continues to print south here. Now we did touch the overnight low. We did get to 4,400. Right? There's all these possible support areas, but it's tricky. It's absolutely tricky here. Keep my eyes
I mean, these markets that started off so positive today that are now negative. I mean, I don't think that we're going to stop here on the downside. I feel like looking for shorts is probably the way to go. Just everything's sitting at lows except for Apple. And I'm not going to short Apple when it's strong like that. So, yeah, what do we got here? What do we got? Volume leaders.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm talking to the Katina man. I want to see what his look is here. And Katina man's shorting Microsoft, but I mean he's seeing the same thing I'm seeing. We're bouncing off bottoms, but you know it's a tough look. I mean I don't want to stand in front of these levels, to be honest with you here. And especially on the day that the shorts have absolutely been printing, right? I mean, are they going to print all day? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Let's just, let's wait. Let's look at the levels. I don't want to jump into anything here. Yeah, we should have just punched in VinFast at, what was it, 17 bucks? And then we could have canceled the show. We could have all went home and,
Yeah.
you know, it would have been all over at that point. Kidding, of course. Right, Daniel, margin call, baby. VinFast is running again. Are you for real?
It's
Let me
back
have a
up
look.
towards 40.
It's dancing with 40 here.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go, above 40 again. Interesting.
It just touched the 7 and bounced off the 7 EMA on my 5-minute. I use the 7 EMA for these small cap gappers, and this is essentially what I mean by small cap gapper. They're interesting levels of retracements. I've been using the 7 EMA for a while. It's always green on my chart, guys. But when you're looking at the big tech plays, I don't use it at all. At all. Wow, Lowe's is bouncing off that 225. Lowe's, you punk. All right. I'm not punching in anything here,
And
guys.
yeah, we are back below 4,400 right now, very slightly. So we'll see. I mean, not a particularly aggressive bounce on the market yet. So I am going to remain bearish at the moment.
Likewise.
AMD is sitting at 105, which has been a nice level in the past on the long and short side. So just taking a breakdown at the lows just makes no sense to me, though. I think you got to find something that's pulling back, and everything just broke down. Like, I still don't like the Tesla short, particularly, given that we are still basically holding yesterday's high. So I think Tesla makes no sense for the short. NVIDIA's just come down way too far to get short now. Basically at the spot that NVIDIA should be bouncing from at 452.50. So maybe try to get a bounce on NVIDIA, but if the market's going to break down, that's going to look like trash. So I think we just got to sit and wait for something. I don't know. Apple. NVAX back at $9. Maybe NVAX is the one to play. I mean, I am short Zoom, but it's kind of slow and boring right now.
Apple, you
NVAX did wick VWAP and bounce back up. I think I'm going to try this NVAX long, actually, at $9 here. So, yeah, let's see. I'm long 901 right now. See if NVAX can hold this VWAP level. 890 would be the stop. Looking for it to continue the trend back up through 908 and then higher. I don't think that NVAX moves with the market particularly. I think this is a squeeze move. So let's see if we can get moving on this one. 906 would be kind of a breakout spot. And then, I mean, really like 950. So here we go. Oh, wow. Punched in at the exact right time. Already 5 cents in the money. Let's go, NVAX. Come on, get through that teal. Let's pump back up to 960. Maybe we get the $10 break. Nice VWAP hold here. I'm glad I found that, actually, because I feel nothing about the large caps right now. So can't really just be punching in the middle, I think, or in the. I'm not going to short at the lows, and I don't think that we're going to bounce from here. So I think small caps are the play right now. Where's VFS at? Take the 47 break on VFS into $50.
A good look?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch it. Yep. I'm still looking for something here, man. I've been looking here.
What's the chat looking at? People are saying HKD.
VFS. I know what the chat likes, but I can't touch any of these names. They're just too volatile for me on the day. I'm scouring the scanners, scouring my watch list. And Apple gave you a good opportunity here. It would have been about 20 pennies in the money here if I just put my money where my mouth is on this name. Yeah, it was a good definite 125 hold. But do we get continuity, or is it the end of that? Nick Garcia, Intel. Haven't looked at our friend Intel today. Let's see what it's up to. Down a quarter point. Knocking on the door of 33 bucks. It's negative on the day, but just barely. That 33, I want to say 14 was yesterday's closing print. Nick Garcia also saying Microsoft. The Katina man is short that name. as it just broke down now below 323 with a 322 and a third low. But Apple's bouncing here, guys. It's nice. It's almost 50 pennies off that low. It's about 40 pennies, 126.25. It dipped into. It just printed mid 60s, but still, you know, very much weak on the day. Everything else. So Pan-Dub, yeah, look, I saw Pan-Dub this morning. It was getting creamed. I said to myself, keep it on their side chart. I'm like, oh, it was extended. Look at that. This is Pan-Dub, guys. This is the earnings winner from the other day. And I saw the CEO yesterday on Mad Money, and he was talking up a storm, obviously, right, as to be expected. Here's Pan-Dub, yesterday's close, 240.85. We just wicked into 231. So very, very weak day for Pan-Dub, 3.14%, but still above the breakout range on earnings. We broke out from that 210 area. So we haven't given up even 50%. Are we even a third off that? Let's go to Fibs and just get that real quick. This is the breakout area here, the top over here. We're right at that 2/3 retracement area right now. Sorry, 1/3, pardon me. 1/3 retracement area on the Fibs. Shout out to my Fib heads. On the Fib heads. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. They love the Fibs, baby.
I'm watching HKD here. I'm long, actually. HKD above $8. See if this squeeze can continue. It put in like a clean $8 high, showed some size, and now kind of flushing, so we'll bail out of that one. I thought we could get the squeeze into 9 off of that $8 break, but only gets to 805, stops there, and then people jump in to the short side. If we take out that 805, possibly something to see if we can squeeze out some of the shorts. They were thinking short $8, so I think I will actually try that if we get above 805. But yeah, looking for now like an $8 fail break on HKD. You look at the daily chart, the next level is like 920. So 790 is kind of the level, but you round that up to $8, and then 850 and then 920. So let's see if we can take out that 805 high, squeeze out the people who just tried to short $8. If not, we probably flush back into like 750 here. So worth a shot on that one. We'll see. Where's that NVAX? NVAX is back up, and it looks like I'm gonna get stopped out on Zoom. Sadly, NVAX looking good, back up. Holding or back through the teal now, so NVAX needs to get through that 50 period, get through that like 910 price, start holding it, and then see if we can get back into like 930 here. Zoom as well, just not wanting to go down. So I was thinking, we could get 65, possibly. We could get VWAP. I mean, that's a nice kind of little rejection candle off the 60s again, so maybe this does still work out. Maybe we break down from here, but market's bouncing a little bit, and NVAX looking like it doesn't really want to get through that 66 price. So if we do get back down there, maybe I take it out at 66.20. Again, the stop's just going to be above this consolidation high there. So we'll see on that one. And NVAX bouncing off the 50 period for now, but looking strong, looking like it doesn't want to give up VWAP. So that's looking pretty good.
44 holding as
HKD also going for it. Where's HKD?
$8. Oh my God, HKD.
Yeah, if it takes out this high, I'm going to try again on HKD. Come on, HKD, get through 805. So somebody kind of reserving 805 here. Apple's going.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean everything did bounce off those off that 4,400. So a little early on that bounce.
BTC south of 26 again, guys. By the way, for all the crypto guys out there, Apple's looking to come back into 177 here. 176, high 80s, low 90s. That 176.25 was an absolute money hold on multiple occasions. It is the lower end of the opening range break. Definitely, it wicked off it to the T. Definitely consolidative still because we are locked in between 176.25 and 177.5, so 25 worth of range. You know, you take what you can get on days like this. So we'll continue to see here. Netflix is actually positive on the day, which is funny. Down now off that 410. Looks to be an interesting hold here on Netflix at 410 with a 415.25 high. Yeah, I think like what you said, man, it is, you just add, you're an animal. I love it. Go for it, Max.
Look, we're going for the squeeze on HKD. It makes a new high. I add to it. Let's see if this
Kill it,
one
bro.
will work. I don't know. It's looking okay. I mean, we're holding above that 805. If we give up $8 again, then I will bail again on this one. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking $9, $9.20 on this HKD position. Let's see. The momentum is there. The volume is there. It is kind of going nuts. I don't know. I think I don't have a read on the large caps right now, so I might as well take some shots on these smaller cap names. And I mean, we know the potential on HKD, so we'll see if this can get through that 828 high. Start trading in that 850 range that I was highlighting on the daily chart right here, and then get into like $9, $9.20. Let's see if we can squeeze people out of this name. I don't know. I mean, the news is something. I think all HKD ever needs is something. It doesn't need like crazy news to start going. So there's 300 lots trying to get filled on 25s. I think if that breaks, we squeeze into 30s, 40s. So let's see if they will print that size and get us through the high again. Come on, let's see it. Did they clip that? I don't see that. I don't see that order anymore. So maybe that's gone. We got size on the bid kind of all the way down. So looking not so bad on this one at the moment. Come on, get through 25s. There he is. Print through that guy. Squeeze it out. Come on. There we go. 28s, 29s, new high by 1 cent. Can we get through 30? We're printing 30. Come on, HKD. Come on, baby. Get through 30.
There you go. Yeah. It's moving. We're knocking on the door.
It's going.
It's knocking.
Going. It is definitely knocking, but there we go. There we go. Get through that 30
boy.
price. All right. All right. Now we're looking good on this one.
Good
Let's
trade.
get through 35s. See if we can get to 50s on HKD. I'm thinking $9 on this play. Again, like at this point, like 805 prints, then I'll be out of this one.
All right.
What about
yeah,
NVEX?
I'll let you
Where's
focus on that.
NVEX chilling. All my positions looking good right now.
Good,
Everything
bro.
in the money,
I
chilling
don't know what's
out.
wrong with the position board, but yeah, they're working on it. Production team always on the game. 177 now in focus on Apple. We broke through it. Really upset with myself for not taking this trade. It was a mistake, like point blank. I should have been taking this trade. Oh, yeah. Daniil is agreeing with me. He said he was looking at it. He second guessed it. I didn't want to take a counter trend trade. The market was at lows, but there was a clearly defined level on Apple at 176.25. I didn't take it, and it's on me. So nobody to blame but yourself, but it continues to dance with 177, not taking it with any decisiveness at the moment. We know that 177.25 has been a bit of a toughie, and the reason is, I mean, despite the fact that we wick above it, here's the 5-minute on Apple. Look, you get multiple candle wicks into that a third and taking you all the way to 43. But look where the closing prints are. They're all at 25. So I would say to you, the level here to break through and close above is that 177.25, and looks like it's going to break 177 now. I'm seeing 04s show up here on the chart. That is 5 green 5-minute candles in a row, as Apple definitely the outlier on the day. I would say 0.68, and I know Google's strong as well, guys, so I get that, but Apple has been quite weak, even though it is still within a consolidation range. So nothing too big to celebrate at the moment, but yeah, Apple doing its thing. Doing its thing. Max, what's Netflix doing here? The reason I'm talking about Netflix is because it is up 0.5 point when the market is down. Now, this is a bit of a tougher name to trade because it is a little bit more spready. Look at that, 25 pennies right off the bat on our friend Netflix. The volume on the day, 1.78 million, which isn't much, but you do get a 410 hold here. You get a drop into 410, you know, and then you dance with it a little bit, and here we go, trying to break above. We got as good as 415.20, or is it a quarter? What is the high there? Let me have a look real quick. 415.25, yep. So we're at 411 now. What's a look here on our friend Netflix? Is there a catalyst? I don't think there is, but Netflix, anything here on our friend Netflix? No, not really. Day trader cut definitely looks like rotation out of semis and into Apple. Yeah, probably Apple single-handedly holding up this market. Shinobi, AMD, mega support at 105 could be a good long now. I'm seeing it, brother. I'm looking right at it here. I see a 104.85 low, and we're at 105.25 at the moment. Nvidia's curling back into 457.5. What's the market doing? I don't have the market up. Let me have a look real quick. 4,400 holding, no question. We're looking to go back into yesterday's close on the NQ 14,985. We're a smidge below that. We're at 7.5, 10 points or so south of that level. But, you know, still, I don't think that changes a whole lot, at least from my perception. Here comes 177.25 on Apple. Oh, my goodness. Stop. And now for print, if it closes above this level, it will be the first time a 5-minute candle closes on Apple above 177.25.
Wow,
We
that's
wicked
almost
up there.
high of day on Apple.
Close,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
With 20 pennies off the high of day.
Should've
I
just
hate
punched that
everybody.
long.
All right. This one continues to move in the right direction. That is now 5-minute candles, each one getting bigger on this move up on Apple. 0.8% now, maybe even 1%. Do we do a 1%er today? I was adding hand over fist at the 172 level on this name. I don't think it's a good bet against Apple. And I know Uncle Warren likes it. If it's good enough for Uncle Warren, it's certainly good enough for me. 900 million punk got paid last time around. What?
Wow.
Is that actually a song? Yes. Neil says, if it's good enough for Warren, if it's good enough for Warren, if it's good enough for Warren, it's good enough for me. We have fun, baby. Especially since I'm like taking no trades on the day. But I see I'm gonna have a great time here, Max. What are you up to? What's going on over there?
Waiting on this HKD to blast off to $9. It's looking good. Every time we dip, it goes straight back up. Obviously, you know, I'm in pretty high, so this is a little sketchy. But I don't know. Let's see. I don't think that HKD needs a whole lot to get going. This 842 high random price. We'll see if 850 can break. There's a little size on 850, so maybe somebody wants that liquidity. Maybe that's somebody getting short who could get squeezed out above there. Here we go. Size on 35, getting taken out.
Boy.
Come on, get through that 35 price, get through 40. I want to see $9. I don't really want to take any profit. HKD is like that.
You're very good with that.
insane
I'll give you credit.
squeeze play. You want to be getting out for like dollars on this one, not pennies. And I mean, it's shown the ability to do that, just not so much today. I mean, I guess 650 went to almost 750 there. I want to see this chart kind of getting extended, getting more ridiculous versus kind of tightening up here. So let's see if we can hold this. If we break down from this like 810, obviously bail out of it. Don't want to hold this against me. Don't want to be part of the quadunk action.
The quadunk action, I like it.
What about Zoom? Zoom's chilling. So Zoom's actually looking good despite the market going up. Zoom is still working for me slightly. NASDAQ. Not wanting to get through 660 particularly. So I'm thinking I might actually get filled on some of these profit takers. And then we'll make a decision once we get filled on a couple of them. If, can I get stopped out? Am I? Rebid right away. Rebid. All right, I'm out of HKD, so sad on that one.
I want to
Zoom
mention
looking
another
okay,
one here,
though.
Max. HKIT. I don't know what the hell this stock is, but we're going to bring in the scanner here real quick. HKIT up 46%, and the volume just started coming in. Look, there was volume earlier. I get it, but look at this breakout here. Midday volume, especially if it's not met with any resistance in selling resistance, it gets going. I was looking at this one just a second ago. Shout out to whoever alerted me in the chat. I didn't really look at the name. I apologize. $32 was a level. Look at that. As quickly as $32 was a level, as quickly as we got into 33.71. What in, you know what is this stock? High-tech global China-based company mainly engaged in the provision of IT consulting solutions. You know, what's the look? 5.5 million share float. Super micro. Do we have a catalyst for this, or is it all sympathy stuff here? It looks to be all sympathy. So we shall not go in haphazardly into this one. I'd rather take something a bit more safe, and it looks like Apple, man. Apple's lifting this market, I gotta tell you. That's just a whole bunch of green candles in a row here, but we'll have to break decidedly above this quarter level. Still haven't closed on the 5-minute above 177.25. But HKIT, interesting look on this name for all the all my people out there that love the dip trade or the small cap gappers. Oh my God, look at lows. Why did I can't trade?
Ouch.
Come on, bro. Yeah,
I mean, it's holding that 200 period pretty nicely now that we.
And that's what you
Now that we
said.
talked about it.
Yeah,
I
thanks
mean,
for that, Max.
Just a random observation there.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, not that I really trade off of trend lines, but well, speaking of trend lines, actually, just trust the teal on HKD. Look at this. Comes right into the teal, 803, 802, and bounces from there. So maybe I should have just stopped out 799, but I don't know. That's probably a little bit too much risk for HKD, because then maybe this is actually flushing and you're getting filled like 760 or something. NVAX starting to work though, so I got some profit takers out on this one up into the high. This will be 30% that I get out up into the high, and then looking for the high of day to break and see if we can get to that 10 bucks. Yeah, not looking to take profit here. Now the stop's going to be below 9 bucks because you know, we've gone up, so there's no point in holding it all the way back down to 890. So
Are you seeing this?
change my stop up there. What's going on?
I'm talking to the Katina man.
Oh yeah, that
complaining to
Apple
the
is
Katina
that Apple trade's ridiculous. The Tesla one was pretty solid too. If you took that Tesla 230 hold the second time pretty nice. Tesla now at 233.
Yeah, I know Renata was long Tesla, and I think she was long earlier on. So shout out to her. I think she's printing on that one. We're gonna hit a couple of bangs. I hope you're still holding your position, because Tesla, much like Apple, bouncing off that interesting level there. 230 was an interesting level. I know it got down into 229.5, but 5 green candles on my 5-minute chart now for Tesla. But I'm fixated here on Apple. I want to see if we can close above this 177.25. If we can stay above there and close above there, you know, call me crazy, but I might be interested in a long here. I know I'm late to the party on this name, but I want to see a closing print above this level. So we'll see what it's ready to do. What else has happened in here? I just had a couple of things I was looking at. Yeah, VFS is definitely dancing with that 40 again. Now VFS acting as 40 acting as a bit of a resistance level on VFS. Netflix also curling back up off that 410 that we talked about, going almost into 412, 411 and 3/4 there for Netflix. It's strong on the day, 0.85%, rivaling Apple here, 0.81 for Apple. It made a way higher high though than Apple was able to make. We got into 415 and probably up well over 1% at that point, but did not see it. Google also very strong. We talked about that, but having trouble with that 130 level. The market can start curling here. It'll be interesting. I don't think it's going to be a semis-led name because AMD's having real trouble getting off 105. NVIDIA is curling a little bit here off that 453 now into 458, but I don't know. I don't know if the semis are leading the way today. They have been lately, no question about that. The semis have been all the rave, Max, but we'll see what we get here. We'll see what we get.
Yeah, that Apple breaking high of day could be something very interesting.
Can't believe it. Didn't pull the trigger.
I don't know what to do with that though. And HKD is done for now. This NVAX still just chilling, trending up now. So I'm really doing nothing with NVAX. Zoom looking like it's ready to stop me out. We'll see if that does indeed stop me out at 83s here. Yeah, what else? FORG, what's going on here? This just broke out. Is this, am I on the 30-minute chart? I am. Let's go on the 5-minute chart. FORG, looks like there was news here. Some deal is set to close that was just announced not too long ago.
Let's take
Plans
it.
to- this acquisition is closing. So FORG, I guess, is being acquired. And deal closing just 5 minutes ago popped up $3 on that news, and now consolidating very tightly, actually. I wonder what the price on this deal is. I should find that out. Oh, come on. I accept the cookies.
I accept the cookies. You're hilarious.
No, it's all
I hate
paywalls.
that. It's really annoying.
I know. Especially when your screen is like shrunk down. Yeah. Mine always is up here, and then you have to maximize it. Now I don't know what the deal price is here on this FORG, but volume's kind of dead now. I guess the market's happy with this price for whatever reason. So nothing there. Just looking at things that are breaking out right now. There's really nothing breaking out right now. No volume really going off particularly strongly on anything.
Yeah, we're back into yesterday's close on the NQ, 14,985, 986. Just a smidge below 15,000. I mentioned that on the top of the show that we didn't close above 15,000 yesterday on the NQ. Now that was a level that we got into later. So we have a look to see if we can continue here. I'm long Apple and I'm long Netflix at this point, and the money on Netflix, not in the money on Apple, but the spread on Netflix is quite worrying here as we come into VWAP on our friend Netflix, expecting a possible resistance level there. Actually, I think we broke above VWAP. So we'll see if we get continuity on this name. Definitely looking for somewhere in the region of 413, 413 and a quarter. Seemed to be a bit of resistance around there support around there. But what I'm looking for, are we going to retrace down on Apple, or are we going to continue to trend into the new highs? What I was looking for was a closing print on my 5-minute chart above that 177 and a quarter. That was a look. We got one, but it doesn't mean bupkis, right? 5-minute charts, great for me. The market doesn't care about 5-minute charts. We need to get some continuity here on the market in order for Apple to continue to go. So we'll see if these names print. I mean, I feel bad for having waited this long because I identified them early, just didn't pull the trigger. That's on me. That's not nobody else. That's on me. But hopefully we get, hopefully, I hate to say that, the trend continues through here. I think I'm choosing the right names because, well, they are strong on the day. Now, if I'm taking it along, at least choose the right names. Nicely in the money here on Netflix, about 41 pennies in the money as this one continues to head to the north side. Hold breaking through 412 would have been a lot nicer if I got it at the 410 and change that we talked about, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. See. Top going, says Wiss.
Top going?
Yeah, been seeing that a lot in the morning. TOP, I'm not loading it because I got to keep my eye on these bad boys
Oh,
here.
wow, it is actually going.
What's the look
Only
there?
500,000 shares traded though.
Oh.
And yeah, let's pull that up. TOP, where's it on NASDAQ? It is on NASDAQ. Yeah, I mean, it's going, but 500K shares traded on the day, zero liquidity on this name for whatever reason, just broke out. I guess a breakout of, what did I just get stopped out of? Oh, just got stopped out of NVAX there. But top definitely going, starting to accelerate now a little bit maybe. This is high of day volume. We did break out. You look at yesterday, we just broke above almost all of yesterday. Everything after the open at least. The opening price was 625. We're now trading at 640. Yesterday's pre-market high 650, which looks like it could be a bit of a level from a couple days ago. I think really you got to be looking at like 750, but I don't know. I mean, HKD is one thing, doing however much volume HKD was doing. I think it's doing a decent amount of volume.
It is.
Me trading
Nuts.
top with 500,000 shares of volume, I don't think so. This is too much for me. But
I'm bet.
yeah, let's see. I mean, if you get to $7, you get to 750. Maybe there's some crazy squeeze kind of action. This, yeah, that 650 is what I'd be looking at right now. Insane that this name went to $250. But yeah, 650 maybe gets you into like, what is that, 690? Let's call it $7. And then you'd be looking for the high from 2 days ago, that 750 area to really break out from. But I don't know. This one's a little nuts. This one's probably too manipulated for me to get involved with. My Zoom position still hasn't stopped me out, which is strange. That it hasn't gone anywhere and it hasn't stopped me out still. But now I'm trying to take profit at 66.40, and then I'll take some at 66.20, and then see if we actually break down. This is definitely an uptrend though, so.
Let's go, Netflix. Let's go, bro.
Okay,
75 pennies in the money on this bad boy.
Okay.
Yes, sir. How do you get a partial fill on small short? I'll never understand that, but who cares? Why question it when it's going? Shout out to you, Netflix. Go, baby, go. Pumped about this name. Let's go. Let's ride it to the top. I think 413 possibly here. We're long 412s on the dot. So maybe we'll wait for that 413s to come in. My friend Apple is, yeah, well, we're like 5 pennies in the money on Apple. Nothing to celebrate there. But we did close above that dreaded 177.25 level. Need continuity. We need that $0.50 break. 43 is the high a day. It was the top of the, no, I don't want to say that was the opening range. No, we are above the opening range. The opening range was 177.25, and that's why I was looking for a close above there. That was the whole reason, but we definitely got to that 43, I want to say, what time? 11 o'clock exactly, right when the show started. So nothing to celebrate on that bad boy yet as we get the print here at 80s, 89s actually on our friend Netflix. Good, I'm happy with this trade, especially because I waited a long time and I could have been made to pay for waiting, but we get that nice print on our friend Netflix as it is strong on the day now, up over 1% max. But I don't know, man. Still counter trend trade as these markets, sure, we're above 4,400. Sure, we're above yesterday's close on 14,985, but we're still below 15,000, despite the fact that we are now green again on the NQ, 0.06, memes bupkis. We need to let it run. Day trader cut is Sharif is riding with a trend and not fighting it. No, I don't. You guys saw how poorly I traded yesterday. I did not want a repeat of that. So that's why I kind of been a little hesitant to punch into some stuff. I had a good trade on the future this morning that I didn't want to give back on the MNQs. And yeah, that's the whole thinking there. We'll see what our friend Apple does at these levels. No question we are at resistance levels, but I think, closing above this 177.25 might be interesting. Let's see if we get continuity.
Looking for something else at the moment, and I am seeing nada. The Kenview is very interesting with that deal that's going on with J&J. I'm just not sure how to trade this. Like I don't know where the edge is on KView, but it is trending up and doing a ton of volume today. This name has been just kind of stepping up every day recently. I feel, or the last couple days, just kind of stepping up. Now we're holding, above VWAP, which it hasn't really been doing recently, and pushing up higher. That 2380 level kind of feels like something here. If you look at it longer term, kind of an inflection level maybe. So I don't know, maybe we start trading above that today. We can get into 24 or something, 2450 maybe on Kenview. Clearly, I don't know. I don't really know. I don't get what's going on with this deal, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's a bit of, I read about it. I didn't read
I've tried to
too
read a
thoroughly.
couple things, and they haven't really made a ton of sense to me over why, one of them is getting smoked all the time. I guess inverse.
I don't really know. Maybe it's positioning, you're having to sell out of your J&J position to get into Kenview. Like if you were long J&J.
You can trade in your shares.
Oh, I see.
Of J&J to get Kenview shares.
Would that have an effect?
Too many people wanted to do it.
Okay.
People were interested in doing it.
Yeah.
They had to change
They had a surplus of interest. I remember that, about 900 million, they were saying. Yeah, Neil's going to put it in the chat, guys. So look out for Neil's message there in the chat. Oh, okay. There we go. Who's calling? Someone calling me from Egypt, bro. Should I take this call?
I don't
Someone's
think so.
calling from Egypt. Well, let's hear what they have to say, at least. Maybe put them on speaker.
Yeah, put them on speaker, throw them on the show.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Shri?
Yes, speaking.
Hello?
Hi.
This is Hannah. I'm calling you from Egypt.
I have to hang up, man. It's too funny, bro. Come on. At least she speaks English. Good for her. Good for her. We're calling about your expired car insurance, somebody said from the chat. No, guys. I mean, anyway, I'll explain why someone's calling from Egypt later. But we're dancing with this level here at 177.25 max. It's not ending. On this name, we're getting some support. I mean, some resistance at this level, no question about it. I'm talking about the Apple trade that I'm now involved in. I'm looking for maybe a flat top break here. There's no question that this is the level. Now, whether or not we break through, I think has a lot to do with the future. Is it the dog that wags the tail, or the tail that wags the dog? Is Apple lifting the futures, or are futures lifting Apple, or is the options everything, as some other people think? So it's a bit of a tough call on this bad boy.
Above?
Pardon me?
All of the above?
All of the above. I like that. I mean, maybe on one particular day it's this, and on the other particular day it's that. There's no one-off answer.
Whatever the outlier is on all of it is what changes everything. I don't know. But Apple, this 177.30, 177.25 kind of level, you look at it on the 30-minute, this has been an interesting level recently for sure. This is where we've been supporting for a long time, and then we broke down from it. Now we're kind of knocking our head on it. So it's exactly where you would expect resistance. If we blow through here and then we're holding it later on, that makes a whole lot of sense for a long, especially if we're above 15K.
Sorry to interrupt you, man. The chat, man, they're hilarious. I love everything the chat has to say is freaking hilarious.
I can't believe you answered a scam call on the air.
It's not. It's for like real estate stuff.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I had given my number. She's not. No, I don't know who it is because specifically, but I know what it's about. Yeah. Well, why not? It's still funny. They're calling from Egypt. They've spent money on long distance. They did the whole song and dance, and we pick up on the show. It's funny. All right. Yeah, look at this. Definitely a resistance level. Wow, Apple, I hate you. Look at that flush immediately right off that level. So 177.25 coming in again. Now, my out's going to be the break of 177, but we are getting a flush back down again. What's the future looking like? The future coming right back down. This is going to be the end of my trade on Apple if we break. It is. No question. New duty booty. At that level, let's see if we get that move down. Our friend Apple disappointing me. I'm disappointing myself. I should have been long this name way earlier, but I didn't now. We'll have to see if we break that 177. If we do, and we're about to because we're at 02s here, 01s. And let me just keep my eye on the ask. I want to see if the ask dips below 177, not the bid. And we are real close there. And I don't anticipate there being any real buying at 177. It's a bit of a random level aside from the fact that it is a whole dollar level. But yeah, weakness coming in spades here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, good luck on that 177 potentially holding right at that 50 period area.
It'd be nice.
But, yeah, maybe we just buy this dip directly back up, blast through 15K, and then we can have some fun later. But I don't know. Seems like a bit of a rejection right now for sure off that 15K. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't look very good. We get to 999 and then turn around, do 30 handles back down. Let's see what happens here. Everybody thought it would be an up day. I don't know. This Zoom position finally working for me. Somehow have not been stopped out of Zoom yet. I've been in this trade since, what is that, 11:52? So over an hour. I've been sitting here and I've done nothing to it. Now looking like we can actually break down. I've taken no profit. I've done nothing to this position, have not reloaded. Should have definitely reloaded when I was less than 10 cents away from my stop there. That's kind of like a free reload when you're about to stop out at 83s. You might as well take 77s there, but
Yes, sir.
you know, whatever, didn't do it. Let's see if we can get through 15s now, get through 66. I have no profit takers. If this market's going to flush, might as well just hang on to a weak name short that is refusing to stop me out. And last time the market was flushing, oh, here we go. Here we go, Zoom. Get through that 66. Let's just go to VWAP. Just go straight to VWAP. Give me $1.
What a rejection.
I'll be happy. Yeah, really rejecting it on the market. Same thing is happening on
I see you,
NVAX
Dan. I
as
see
last
you.
time, though. Market rejects and NVAX bids. Oh, my God. I was actually the low there.
Isn't that infuriating?
That's
That
the
is
actual-
infuriating.
That's the actual
Show his
low.
chart.
That
That
is,
is that would anger me, and it's angered me in the past. I mean, come on.
It is what it is. It is what it
Yeah.
is, you know? You can't hang on to these forever. You do have
Sure.
to set a stop. The fact that VWAP was there, maybe I should have just given it the extra 5 cents. I mean, clearly I should have just given it the extra 5 cents, but then does the risk reward pay out? If you're thinking like reload here at 8.95, stop out 8.89, that makes sense. But if you're in $9, I don't know. I don't know how great this trade was anyway. I mean, it would only be 12 cents in the money right now. That's no big deal. We're looking for the Zoom to pay us right now through that 66 price and into the higher or mid 65s. Yeah, market not looking so good, but we are bouncing 4,400 again. Maybe that's something.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
we rejected. Dan was saying
Yeah.
we rejected the IB low from earlier. That was about 945. Was 15,000. That's where we dipped into the low, and then obviously at around 10:30 we made the newer low there, sub 15,000. In fact, it was about 14,968. Then we bounced back up into that 15,055 where we had resistance essentially since the bell. So the point is taken. You look for the IB low. We got into the IB low from the downside, and then it immediately rejected. It just happened to be 15,000. I get the play there. I won't be looking longs here until we reclaim that level, especially on big tech. Now, obviously, Mac's looking at NVAX, Mac's looking at a bunch of different names. Those don't typically run with the market. Bit of secular movers, as we like to call them around here. And that's the beauty of them. And then it's a blessing and a curse because, sometimes when the market's running, they retrace, right? So it's an interesting look there, no question about it. What else we have in the hopper? Let's have a look. Our friend SMCI has retraced off that 263 3/4 into 256, essentially 257 area below VWAP right now. Still up on the day, 1 2/3, but definitely red since the bell, about 0.06 to the bell, since the bell. Someone was asking me what's going on with coin. It's up it's almost up 1% on the day. I remember there was an interesting headline on it this morning. There was an options move on it, and then there was another headline, actually a catalyst this morning that I saw. One moment, please let me get it for you guys here. Coinbase rises on plans to invest in Circle, shut down jointly managed center. So there was some regulatory body that Coinbase had been jointly managing with a different, I guess, operator called the Center Consortium, which was the operator of the USDC. The USDC is the stable coin. They're saying, we're going to shut this thing down because there is more regulatory clearance on how stable coins should be treated. In addition to that, they announced that they're going to acquire an equity stake in crypto operator Circle Internet Financial. Until this morning, I hadn't heard about them. This is being reported by Reuters. Year to date, shares of coin have more than doubled, but we know they have been kind of beaten down as of late as Bitcoin now sub 26,000 and down about 0.5% on the day. Currently on Paxos shows 25,979, the current price on BTC with 155 coins traded. ETH at 16.43, down 1 3/4, bit more than coin with 731 coins traded there max. So keep an eye on these names. Back down below 4,400 we go
Oh, yeah.
on the ES.
Yep, we're definitely going down.
Down, down, baby. No.
I don't know. Where do we go to?
Stop,
Oh, I
baby,
lost
let
all
it
my
go.
data on my.
You did me dirty, Ray. I know you're all about that. She gets me every time. What are you
Against
seeing
the
over
level,
there, brother?
I don't know. I'm looking for a level on NASDAQ that we might kind of bottom out at. This opening kind of range high yesterday was 14,930. We're not too far from there now, but we already got there. So I feel like maybe just 14,880 is where we kind of topped out from, then resisted at, supported at. So maybe 14,880 is where we end up getting to. Maybe we double bottom here. Who knows? But this is a pretty clean downtrend at the moment on the futures.
It is, and I don't want to
Actually
take Apple
extremely
long.
clean
You're
right now.
telling me time pass, asking me Apple long now, brother. I mean,
I don't think
I
so.
need to see.
It
I
has to
need
be
to see
all the way at the bottom again.
Yeah, 176.25. Very
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah.
Triple bottom, does it hold fourth time around? Maybe not. But I need to see continuity here on the futures, and we're not getting the kind of continuity on the futures. In fact, it's a series of lower highs and lower lows. Whether or not we're 0.5% or sorry, 1/4% below or we're break even, the chart pattern remains lower highs, lower lows. I'm not getting long these big tech names until that changes. No question about it. Jay Lee, anyone loading up on Boyle long? Great swing trade in my humble opinion. Stocks are junk. All right, I guess my man is all about his commodities there as
right.
Boyle.
right.
Well, look, I've been getting rinsed on my nat gas trade. That's just the fact about it. But I knew that 6 would be a level. So let's go ahead and look at UNG because that's the one I'm involved in here, Max. And yeah, sadly, we broke the trend line, but we definitely have not made lower lows. We haven't. Chart pattern still in place. 659 is the lower low there. And ultimately, essentially $6. I will be adding every time this dips into 6. And once it breaks 6, I'll be out, literally. I'm looking for a very, very cold winter in Europe. Let's go cold winters because that's, I believe that will have a marked effect on the price of this bad boy. We know we got a very mild winter last time around. I don't know what meteorologists are calling for this time around. Maybe I should look into that.
I feel like extreme is what they typically call for these days, right?
Right?
With global warming and all that. But yeah, no. You probably should look into that if you're
I really should.
If you're in the nat gas.
This
looking
was
for the
all
cold
a
winter.
technical trade. The fact
Yeah,
that we
yeah,
had
yeah.
held $6 on UNG, and the fact that I got in near 7, so I was risking essentially $1, and then I'm going to add into the break from 7 into 6, and if it breaks 6, then I'll be out on that guy. Right, that is really the move here. There's really not anything more complicated to it than that. Obviously, in order for things to materialize, we have to be near winter where that's going to be used. Now we know the Nord Stream pipeline 1 shut down, or is it? It's completely shut down now, isn't it? The Russians said that they were changing something about it. The 2 never got open. Fact check me on that, chat. Is Nord Stream operating at the moment? My understanding is it's not. Nick Garcia says yes. I'm not sure what yes is. Europe is
Yeah, which way?
stocked up for winter. Yes, it is closed, he says. Yes,
Okay.
it is closed on this bad. So we'll have to wait and see.
That
I know
helps.
Canada I know that the German Chancellor came to see our Trudeau over here a few months ago, about 6 months ago, for a deal on liquefied natural gas. I mean, that's, you cool it, it liquefies, and then you're able to ship it using regular ships, trans-ocean ships.
Which is, of course, much, much less efficient than a pipeline, but
No question about that,
you
right?
do what you got to do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know on that natural gas situation, but good technical level, at
LNG is
least.
being heavily transported by Qatar to Europe. Fantastic. Let's go. I know Egypt has been looking for all sorts of nat gas in the Mediterranean. They got an Italian company to do the digging and the extraction. That costing a pretty penny in terms of royalty. I know that there's a lot of exploration for nat gas because Europe so heavily relies on it. They actually have to turn some of their coal plants back on, which Europe really wants to be net zero.
Yeah,
and that wasn't a good look for them. So.
Yep.
Talking some macros here as we dance with lows on the market here, man. No question about it. We're 3 points off the lows here on the ES.
Yeah, ES looking to reject that 4,400 maybe for the last time today. I don't know. We'll see if this wants to go down. I'm just watching the Zoom position, waiting for it to kind of break down. I don't know. I'm kind of bored of it. Maybe I should just punch out of this for the 50 cents or so that I'm in the money, but I don't know. Kind of boring. I don't know what to do with it. Should have probably taken profit down here a little bit, but I don't know. I feel like we're breaking down. We've rejected these tops enough times. It looks like the trend is now kind of broken and we're moving to the downside. So I'm going to sit where I sit. I think that this is a good kind of intraday swing move as ES continues its slow move down right now. Light volume. We'll see if we can get through this 43.95 kind of price and where do we get to from there. Kind of similar look. I mean, yesterday actually the ES provided cleaner levels. This 43.90 was very clear inflection on the day. So, or sorry, 43.90. 43.90 was clear inflection on the day. So maybe that's where we find some support. But that's only 10 handles away from here, and I feel like, if we're going to trend down, we're probably trending all the way down to yesterday's low or something. But yeah, I don't know.
Interesting look on Apple here, Max. We make a higher low. We don't quite make it down into that 176.25. Now we're curling right back up. We dipped into 176.75. Now reclaiming that 177 level. If we get into that 177.25 again, I don't want to wait for that. That's not the right move. If I want to get in long, it should be here and then risk 25 pennies into 176.75. But the thing is the market going to cooperate here? That's just the thing. I don't want to be getting long at lows. No, that ain't the move, man. That ain't the move. What's the Lambo trade, bro? Peace, says Fonzie. Where's the Lambo thing? I don't have the Lambo thing on my thing over here. Hit it, Neil. Neil's looking.
Here it is, right here.
There you go. What on earth is that? GWH.
ESS Tech. I know this name.
You do?
I was once invested in it.
Is that the truth?
Took a big L.
Is that the truth for real?
Yeah, seriously.
Okay. Go for it.
They're a battery tech company. They do long-term storage batteries made out of iron ore or something.
What's the catalyst?
Bill Gates was invested in this one once. I'm not seeing a catalyst. It is 15% short with a 50 mil float. Who knows? This thing could go crazy, but no volume right now. So I would not necessarily recommend getting involved with this thing on a day trade. Clearly rejecting that. I never noticed that this ever got below $1. That's actually kind of nice. Holds $1, gets below, right back above. You could have bought that for a swing right up to 220.
Right.
I totally forgot about this this name. I was in at $5 or something and sold it at $3 when the market was crashing. Luckily didn't buy it up here. I remember this day though when I think this was the de-SPAC day. Got up to $28. I was trading this at home. And then I started tracking this company and got in at $5 somewhere. Ended up getting out, I think $3.30 or something.
I'm not getting a catalyst on my chart.
Yeah,
why is it moving?
Catalyst. Maybe just the short float. Maybe the fact that we double bottomed on the daily here at about $1.
Short float?
15.
That's not nothing.
It's not nothing, but it's not that big. I don't know. This is probably going nowhere, but at least something's moving. Something on my volume mover.
We're headed
filter
down, baby.
On Trade Ideas. Shout out Trade Ideas.
Oh yeah.
Get your subscription. Trader TV 20.
We're gonna be probably going out to the pub when the NOS boss gets here. He's here Thursday.
Nice.
He had a good time last time at the pub. Yeah. Lots of stories with that guy. Obviously, he started off with hedge funds, so he'll tell you a lot about how they operate, which is so insightful. I love to hear his stories about that. Obviously now he's wearing the hat of CMT at Trade Ideas, right? And there's obviously CMT stories. He knows a lot of the big guys on Wall Street for CMT. Some guys, appear on CNBC. They appear on some of these podcasts. NOS Boss, hobnobbing with them.
Hobnobbing.
Like that one?
I love that one. That's
Flat
you
bottom-
can hit the word of the day on
Oh,
that
all
one, I
right,
think.
man. I got the approval from the Mad One. We will go word of the day for hobnobbing.
He was on a Day Trade the World floor, no? For a while?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was in the Atlantic office, I believe. I don't know where. Halifax? Where? Halifax, the Neil says. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a good look for the Nos.
Lots
boss,
of
baby.
lots of experience there for Mr. Nos.
The manager of the Halifax office was a Toronto floor trader and then opened up his spot there. Halifax, Nova Scotia, for all my American friends, that is a province in the Maritimes. The Maritimes being Atlantic Canada. Yeah. They have their own time zone out there.
They do. They do.
All right, what do we got? Hobnobbing is slang. All right, come on, man. You want to get blocked? Come on, man. Let's go. Keep it clean, baby. A bit of a curl up here on DraftKings. We're getting an 111 hold max. Now we're breaking through 112. DraftKings. Yeah, sorry, DK. I usually say DK and then I think DraftKings and it's DK and G. Yeah, but Dick's Sporting Goods trying to touch 112 off that 111 bottom. Now it got to 110.06, but 112 is where it's at now. Obviously, very much a counter trend trade, so tread carefully there, please. If you're going to take this one long, because it is very much beat down on the day. I don't know how much it's down. What is it down? DKS. It is down 23.8%. Ouch, that hurts. Now, I remember I talked about Nike with Brendo this morning, and we talked about this could have been their longest losing streak in 25 years, and it looks like it's going to be, as they are down again 2 percentage points, guys, on Nike. Look at this. They have not had this many losing days in a row, Max, I believe, since 1998. December or something like that, 1998, believe it or not, yeah.
Bad earnings report?
I think it has a lot to do with consumer discretionary is getting really beat
fair
up
enough.
because people
Retail is getting smacked right now.
Exactly, right.
So, what are they selling? A lot of Nike products.
Well, you go. Do you have to buy tracksuits? Do you have to buy expensive runners? You don't, right? And now we are definitely very close to that $100 mark. 177, the low of day on NKE, was a bit of a flat bottom break at that 105 area if you were swinging this. Look at the amount of support you had here at 105 going back until about, essentially 3 days ago, Friday, August 18th. Did we close a smidge above? What is the close? Yes, we did. We closed about 105.05. We closed. Even though we dipped into 104, the closing print was 105, but it was not to be. 105 comes and goes, and now we're going to look at 100 as a possible area of support. Let's zoom out a bit on the daily. 100 is definitely going to be an interesting level. Going back to October 2022, when we dipped into that 82, we tried to get back into 100, couldn't, and then finally made our way back in November, breaking above the 100 before that big, nice run into 130. So 100 coming in possibly here for Nike as it goes 9 days straight. It's no good.
No good at
And Crypto
all.
Blogger, just to add, there has been theft from Nike as well. I don't believe they mentioned shrinkage, which is the corporate term for theft and internal theft and other ways of losing merchandise. I don't know if they actually mentioned that on their call. We've been hearing, that there's all these software programs that use the audio to find trigger words being used on the corporate earnings calls. I don't remember Nike being mentioned as one of them that did use it, but you can make the assumption that, it could definitely have been that. What is going on with Apple here as we get a bit of a bounce on Apple again here, Max? Breaking through 177. Lots of bamboozlement here. Looks like it dipped off VWAP this time. So random levels it's choosing to go through. Apple holding up on the day, up 3/4 of.
Apple looking real good after looking real bad for a long time. So I guess that, the bid is back on our friend Apple. I finally took a little bit of profit on this Zoom. Now I'm just going to look away and, if I get filled, I get filled on the next profit taker.
Nice.
NVAX holding that 9 level. So this could be something. I feel like the Momo's kind of out of this one. You look at this downtrend on volume on the day, kind of feels like it's over for now. Maybe if we're taking out this 920 consolidation high later on in the day, then there could be something there. But for me, volume is the key indicator, and there's no volume, which means there's no squeeze. HKD as well, back at a key level here. HKD at $7. So maybe this is a dip buy level. This is VWAP-ish. Again, actually volume kind of holding up on HKD, so that's not so bad. But again, not really something that I'm trying to do. I want to see it breaking out, breaking out on volume. This is a squeeze play. This is a manipulated stock. I don't want to be buying it at lows because the algo still has to exit if this is manipulated on the day.
Right.
And I don't want to be involved in that exit, obviously. So I think we'll stay away from this. If we're breaking 850 later on, maybe I get back involved with HKD, but I don't think so. I don't know what else. Tesla back at that. Where's TSLA? Back at that 231.50, which is right around yesterday's close. So if the market is going to bounce, maybe this is a candidate to play that bounce off of. Obviously been like pretty weak off the open, still slightly positive on the day, despite what has been happening in the market. So that doesn't look so bad. Maybe we get that reverse head and shoulders kind of pattern here where it bases out at 231.50, and then we're kind of blasting off from here. It feels like that dip buy off the bottom is maybe dead for now, although NASDAQ is double bottoming.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah,
get rid
that
of
was a
this
good
line.
look there. Look at this. Yeah, this is interesting here.
Double bottom on NASDAQ. If we take out this trend line to the downside, which we've been stuck in all day, this just downtrend since the open, maybe there's something there back above,
I don't know.
14,950 kind of, maybe back above this spike of 14,970. That's where we based out initially over here. So maybe you take this out, then you're blasting back up to 15, and that's somewhere where you can get long one of these large caps, which is kind of hard, when we're kind of in no man's land on something like Tesla to be going long here. Maybe the NVIDIA long actually makes more sense.
Oh, it's still printing lows, bro. You're good. The Katina man had a plethora of shares. I'm going to use it.
At what?
At 323.94, 323.85, excuse me, which was the crest of the last little move up there on our friend Softy, and he's looking to take some profits here. I think he had some resting. So shout out to the Katina man, as and there was a lot of shares there. We don't say our share size, but just take it from me, it was a lot. What else we got here, Max? I mean, it's a slower day, no question about it. I'm looking down on my watch list here to have a look. Oh, you know what? I promised we'd talk about the bank names, and I didn't get to them. Here we go. Here come the bank stocks. Now, I know they're hard to see, but you can zoom in. Now, top left corner of all these boxes is the ticker. I know that they're hard to see. Usually I put them in the body for you, but if you guys want, you can pause, you can zoom in. Goldman Sachs down big, 322. We're trying to hold 318.5. JPM also down nicely on the day. We start off 149.5. We're down at the day's low right now, 146.25. Morgan Stanley, not much better. We started the day off at 84.25. We got up for whatever reason. We went red to green. 84.77. We're barely holding on to 883. We are at day's lows. All the banks are at day's lows currently. Citi, we closed out yesterday at 42. We're barely holding on to 41.30. Likewise with Bank of America, a bit of a double bottom though here on Bank of America, a bit of a different look. 29.24 was the high. We got into 28.52 at day's low as well. Wells Fargo, this one is down and to the right bad. 42.40, we're at 41.80. All the banks giving up the ghost today. USB as well at that 36.87 level, barely holding on to 36. So the banks, now these are all bigger banks, regionals. I haven't looked at them. They probably got creamed a little bit worse because, they're the ones that have the BBB+ credit ratings. And the worse or the lower your credit rating goes, the higher your borrowing costs are. So when they borrow from other institutions to lend to their clients, they got to pay more in interest rates. That squeezes their margins, or they got to pass it on to the consumer, in which case it makes them less competitive. In addition to that, when they give out bonds, when they sell their bonds, when they sell their debts, they're going to have to give you higher yield products in order to entice you because of their lower credit rating. That again has a squeeze on margins. Not to mention the commercial real estate issue that we've had, especially with offices where there is a high degree of vacancy, historically speaking, in the major urban centers. So it's been a tough look, especially for these smaller banks, as they get squeezed, not only because of commercial real estate and the decline there, but because of higher rates end up hurting them, especially with the downgrade. So banks, if you're looking for something to short, maybe for a swing, definitely something that should be on your radar, something we've been talking about at this desk for a while as well.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Fonzie, saying 129 key level on Google in the chat.
Okay.
I had a look. 129 is indeed a key level. So, you know, I got long after it did this, whatever that is, quintuple bottom there. So I'm long 98s. Could have been long 94s, but, you know, a little slow, I guess. But yeah, let's see if we can break this teal. Market is bouncing. I wanted something for the bounce. Google looking pretty good, still strong on the day. Yeah, really liking what I'm seeing out of this so far. Let's see if we can get up into this like 129.20 area to take maybe 25% off, and then, you know, if the market's actually bouncing, might actually make some money on this Google trade here. Nice kind of NASDAQ double bottom right now. Again, the trend line is all the way up here at 75, so let's see if we can blast through that trend, get up to 15K. I would say Google's probably at VWAP if we get to 15K, so that'd be a nice little trade, you know, risking 10 cents basically to make 35, 40. You know, 4 to 1, not a bad trade there. So shout out to you, Fonzie. What else is everybody trading? Zoom is finally Zoom's finally actually in the money here. All right, so we might actually get filled on this profit taker. Zoom looking pretty good here, broke that 66, trending down. Let's see if we can get this 65.75, and then see if we can get VWAP or lower on this one. Looking pretty solid there. Have a super chat from Zenod. Hobnob drinking with king or queen. In cold weather, pints were warmed on the fireplace hob. Interesting. I'm going to save that one for Sharif because he's going to like that. British and word of the day. Where's that Google at? So Google's actually starting a trend here. Let's see. Can we get back up? I'll get some profit out at 129.20, I think, and then we'll see from there on Google. Feeling pretty good about that. What else are people trading at the moment in the chat?
Oh, the NQ getting another little bounce here, huh? Okay. I see you,
Check out
NQ.
the super chat here. You're gonna like this one.
I don't even. Zenod 1066. Hobnob. Drinking with king or queen in cold weather. Pints were warmed on the fireplace. Hob or knob equals off the knob, warmed or not. I know the Europeans love to have their beer tepid, as they call it. They don't like to say warm, they like to say tepid. Something obviously we're not used to on this side of the pond.
Yeah, I can't say that's my thing.
No. I see you're involved there in a couple of, in a long and a short. I like it.
Yes. The short actually is kind of bidding up off of my bid. I'm going to bail out of this Zoom position. Yeah, I'm going to be done with this one.
Euthanasia is saying warm beer slaps you harder, apparently. I can't tell you I've ever tried that. To be honest with you, I don't know if I could have my beer tepid, but I want to talk about DKS as it continues to print. Okay, we're going to have to bring up DKS here. It's making a nice move off the bottom. Is it New York? Yes, DKS is New York stock. This is the one 1120. There seemed to be a buyer for whatever reason at 111.20. Now we're curling into VWAP. Now we are at VWAP. On my chart, 112.75. We're a smidge below 69s here. I know the VWAP shows up here at 113 and change only because the time for P-Pro 8, the anchor time, is a little bit later. My charts start at 4 a.m. I think this starts at 6 or something like that, so discounts sometime. Let's see if we get a rejection. So far, yes, we are rejecting on our friend VWAP right now on DKS. Do we get continuity in the move down? Now, taking this one south, I mean, it'd be interesting here, no question about it. There we go. Some more buying coming in on DKS here as we break through the $0.75, at least momentarily. Some size here on 75 on DKS. It's done volume in spades for this name, especially 14.4 million shares on the day. Lots of size here at the $0.75. We can't break through it at the moment. Lots of size, relatively speaking, to this name versus the volume. We'll see if we can get continuity through that size, but interesting look on DKS, down big on the day, 23 1/3% south, was worse earlier on. I just finished mentioning 1120 was the bottom there, guys, but good look. James D, I thought you lived in England. Don't the Euros love warm beer? I did, man. I lived in Leicester for 2 years. And I got to tell you, never tried it. No inclination to try it, to be honest with you. I don't want warm beer. We did a lot of Jaeger bombs. That was a look back in the day. Yeah, I was there from 07 to 09.
Okay.
And Jaeger bombs were the thing back then.
I mean, I've had my fair share of Jaeger bombs back in the day. Not a huge fan of them at the moment, but
no.
You know.
I just like Red Bull. I haven't had an energy drink in almost 8 years.
Really?
Yeah.
I had one this weekend.
Yeah, this weekend, I bet. Yeah. We will leave that unspoken about. But yeah, I haven't had energy drinks in years, man. Jaeger is dangerous, says Euthanasia. Yes, I know. In English, and no, we do not like warm beers, but Jaeger's all the way, says Kiss Pearson? There's no S there. I thought it was Chris. Jaeger coffee is great, says the Warthog. Okay, I can go for that. Sharif thinks Leicester, England is Europe. Well, no. I mean, look, it is Europe, technically speaking, but the beautiful thing about being in England is you could take Ryanair anywhere for 40, 50 quid, and, you were in Paris in 45 minutes. Obviously, you wouldn't land in Charles de Gaulle, but you would land outside. Same thing with Amsterdam. You wouldn't land in Schliplop, however you say that. Schloplop or whatever it's called. Yeah. I found being in England and like flying up from like Nottingham, got amazing deals on some of these rates in Europe, man. And Ryanair.
Crazy. Especially if you go early on, like if you book early on and you don't take a carry-on, you just take a backpack.
Exactly, that's what I would do, right? You were there for a couple of days. I mean, you're really
there for the weekend. It's like, what, 10 pounds?
Oh, I loved it, bro. It was really, really good. Got to explore Europe that way, and that was the move there. Man, we're dancing with this level here, this VWAP level on DKS. I'm keeping my eye on this one. It could be an interesting move here, either
that
north or south.
113 is looking kind of like a breakout level on this.
Yeah.
Not that I would play a breakout on something that's down 25% today, but like, yeah, that's interesting for a breakout level on DKS. What about Macy's, the other loser? Now, Macy's continuing to be a loser today, still below that 13. Yeah, I mean, I just got my eyes on this Google that the Zoom, finally looks like it's going to be good, and then just bids right back up. And I just had another look at it, and back right above these prices. So Zoom, all too happy to be above VWAP. Not a bad trade there. I mean, I get 60 cents out of it in the end, but I thought it could have been a lot better, and we were about $1 in the money at one point there. Market looking half decent here. Where's my Google app? Google's looking good. So yeah, market's looking half decent on that double bottom. Let's see if we can get up past this trend line into that 14,971 kind of area that we were talking maybe break out from. ES back above 4,400. So I don't know. The long off the bottom here looking pretty nice. Google very slow to make this move, but not looking so bad yet. Looking pretty good to potentially continue here into the 50 period. As I say that, we've been down, but that doesn't really matter, I don't think. So we'll wait on that. But maybe we're rejecting 44 again here.
Bro, it's
I don't
just
know.
been hanging out at these lows.
Yeah, we're just
I have
kinda hanging
I
out,
don't
so.
even want to try to guess where we're going here. Nick Dubb, shout out to Nick Dubb, wants us to look at Fulcrum. Fulcrum Therapeutics is a clinical stage biopharm company. The company is focused on improving the lives of patients with genetically defined rare diseases in areas of a high unmet medical need. Cool. What's the catalyst? Let's move down. Fulcrum Therapeutics gains key value driver. Therapeutics target maintained. $16 by Oppenheimer. That's always good.
I thought I saw today that the FDA had placed a hold
Yeah,
on
here
their
it is.
trials, and now that hold has been taken away. So.
And that's the headline right here.
Yeah.
Fulcrum Therapeutics shares jump 42.9% after U.S. FDA clinical hold on sickle cell disease therapy. That's got to be a big TAM. I don't need to know what it is, but sickle cell, something that I hear a lot. It's not
That's
like
fair, yeah.
Yeah, so that TAM, total addressable market, guys. We always look for that. Is it going to, just because it's a very noble cause, no matter what, to cure an ailment, but how much money can we generate off it? That's always a look. 44.9%. Let's start out with the daily. All right, we're going to go to the daily real quick. Clearly, it's an ugly chart, right? When we got up to the highs there at $33 back in September 2021, it has been a series of lower highs and lower lows. Not the look you're going for, obviously, but there have been intervening periods where it has run for quite some time. Case in point, the move in March of 2022, we got all the way up from 10 bucks all the way up to 25, but then we ended up making a newer low. So is there an area of support? Sure. It looks like that 250 area is at least the lowest on this daily chart. I haven't looked at the weekly. And we have been making higher highs and higher lows since that time, albeit quite marginally, especially relative to the previous price action. In May, we made a high of about $4. And then in mid-July, we made a high of $4.50. And here comes another higher high on the day, making a high of $6.37 today, almost $6.50 on the day on Fulcrum. So let's look at the intraday action now and figure out what we can do on this bad boy. Let's move in. Now look, I would have told you it would have been a good VWAP hold high of daybreak, a trade that I used to have back in 2021 that I'm seeing less and less and less of at the moment. Essentially what that was, it was a big gapper that moved up, started consolidating, retraced into VWAP, but was able to hold VWAP, give or take, a couple of pennies below or above, and then in the more liquid time of day, say, 2:30 onwards, starts making a break above VWAP to touch the high of day. This one doesn't look like it's quite doing that, as it decidedly broke below VWAP at around 1250, dropping from 6 and dipping into that 555. Looks like a flat bottom break if I had to guess here through that 560 level. It's not quite able to make it through 5 3/4 at the moment. However, if this gets into VWAP, you could have that zigzagging motion where we spend a little bit of time below VWAP and then a little bit above. I've seen that pattern occur a lot lately. We'll see. Don't guess.
Also looking like a bit of a flat top break off that 6 level.
Okay, there you go. A completely different view. And if you get into 6, definitely, I think I would have to agree with you. How many times did we reject off that from 12 o'clock onwards? So going on in about an hour and 40 minutes, sub 6 at the moment. So sure, if you get up to that top. That's how I see it. Yeah. But at the moment, volume declining. You definitely need volume to move up, not necessarily to move down. So keep your eye on this bad boy. Whether or not it makes a move in the afternoon, we'll have to wait and see.
Google, I'm out of. That the market looked like it was going to break up, made a little move up, lots of buying, and then instant slam down into 129 on Google. So I just bailed on that, and the market kind of bids up above 44, looks good, and then slams back down below. So yeah, looking like maybe we want to go down, and I don't want to be hanging on to any long stubbornly when the market is at lows and still looking weak, looking like it wants to just bounce off the trend and keep going down. What's going on?
The chat, bro, the chat. Look, I started yapping about Fulcrum, and I really should have had my eye on DKS because it ended up being a perfect VWAP reject, and obviously the chat was going to have a field day with the fact that DKS was going down again, as well they should. We're having some fun here on the show, but look at this. It was an absolute VWAP rejection. We get off that 111.25, move it up to 112.75, also happened to be VWAP, and then rejects to the T. Now, we're a smidge above 12. Do we break down 12 and start seeing that 11.25 again? We know it held earlier on. Let's maximize this bad boy here and zoom in just a little. Let's see how well that level held. Did we touch it early on? Where was the low there? So 110.06, no. Did we deal with it over here? No. So it was essentially over here where we really started to find the buyer at 111.20. You got a touch at 12.05. Then multiple touches here from 12:35 to about 1 o'clock, so about half an hour of that 111.20 level defending. Do we make it back down there? We'll see, but I definitely should have been more alive to the trade here and yapping a little bit less about Fulcrum because there was a trade to be had there on DKS. We'll see if this one continues to move down, though. Let's see if that 112 holds.
NVAX looking to take out the high of its little consolidation there. That 920 high that we were talking about, I don't really want to take a breakout on this because the volume is so kind of gross right now and has not held up. So going to let this one go, but the reload off VWAP made a lot of sense on NVAX. It has held $9 for all intents and purposes and is now trending back up. So not a bad move here if you are long off VWAP. I think taking a break of 920 right now makes no sense given the volume. But let's see if this can resume the trend, start going again. Maybe you're seeing 10 today. Maybe we can short that $10 break if it fails later on this afternoon. I was thinking if we continue back at like noon and get up there, it's now almost 2 o'clock. Not a whole lot of time left to trend up to and above $10 on kind of a slower moving name today, but never know. Maybe we get to that $10. I think if we get to 10 today, it's a short. I think if we're breaking 10 tomorrow, that's probably a banger long into, I don't know. I mean, you look at this, like $10 gets you maybe 11, maybe higher. Maybe 11.50 is the real level. That's all I can really see here. So who knows on NVAX tomorrow?
Maybe.
If we can get that 10 break. Yeah, so I'm hoping actually, now that I think about it, that we're breaking this off the open tomorrow. We don't get there today. Break 10 off the open and then trend into that $11, $11.50. What else? Rivian flush? Damn. All right. Rivian breaking 20. What's going on? Is it no news?
Have a
Just
Rivian, our friend Rivian here.
I mean,
is
that's a
6
big
and
volume.
a third to the downside. Jeez Louise, not seeing a catalyst to be quite honest with you. Nothing here. I'm looking, thinking about buying. Creamer says no. Well, we'll have a
unusual
look.
put option.
I didn't see any.
12:35
it,
p.m.
eh? Today? Huh.
Yeah, unusual.
Worth 285,000.
285,000.
That's not nothing.
It's not.
Well,
I guess
one
options.
position,
Yeah,
yeah.
one position. But that was an hour ago. I don't know. I think this is just a 20 break. There must have been size on the break that that people were seeing. Yeah, it's getting smoked. I haven't even paid attention to Rivian recently, but
Hasn't been
that's actually quite a level there on the daily chart.
All the money left Rivian and started going into VinFast.
Yeah, clearly, there's only enough room for one SUV company on the EV market, and it's the one that hasn't sold any yet. I guess what do they call that? A lottery ticket is worth more in people's minds than something that they actually have. I don't know. What bias is that? There's a bias.
Well, let's get.
They talk about it in sports that people value the draft pick more than they value the prospect that they've already picked.
Interesting. So it's
Despite
always
the
what's newer.
probability. Exactly.
The newer
exactly.
seems to be the golden. Interesting. I've never
Exactly.
heard of that, but that absolutely makes sense. Yeah, it's like, what have you done for me lately type thing. Shiny new thing is probably the
exactly.
best way to describe it. Yes, exactly. Guys, We are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. All right, had to get that one in. All right, back into the curl up we go here on DKS. We thought maybe we'd get an exact VWAP rejection. We definitely got the rejection we wanted, but there was no continuity to it because we're bouncing back up here at 112.51. Definitely not coming back into that 11.20 that we were looking at. If we break through VWAP here, this might be an exhaustion move to the high side. But I stress, we need a newer high. We know we've got the higher low, no question about that. If we get that 113 break, this might be really interesting. Now look, on the 5-minute chart, it has a bit of a more defined look. Look how many times we tried to break through VWAP here, all failed. We really tried earlier on valiantly from 9.55 to about 10.20 or so. It didn't work out. Volume came in again at 11.10, 11.15 to 11.20. It didn't work out. Now we're really straddling VWAP. Do we get a bit of a move up? If we do, where do we find resistance? I would say that 117.50, 118 seems to be quite tasty for that move up. I mean, we knew that that was kind of the consolidation bottom there before the bell rang, albeit on lighter volume. 177.99 was the top end of the IB range open. So if we get this break, and I'm not saying we will, but it would be really interesting to see if we squeeze here between that 113 break and then that 118.
118?
Well, that's the look.
Orders in 118. All right.
Well, it's a good
$5
look. I
move.
mean,
risking nothing, making everything. That's what trading is all about, right?
I like it. I like it. He's not being sarcastic at all. This is all completely.
No, I do like that
We'll see.
VWAP kind of break look, but
It's got to do it first.
It's tough on a stock that's down like this. They don't tend, like large companies don't tend to close negative 25%. They tend to go down and then they recover, but Dix really hasn't done it yet.
Here's the thing about this one too. There was a bit of a hidden bad point. I don't even know how to say it, but there was something kind of hidden in the report there. The fact that margins were squeezed, profitability was down. We know that theft was up, yet they were still continuing with their capital expenditures. They're still going to open up new stores. That's kind of those things. It's like what beat up Tesla a little bit. CapEx kept continuing to grow and being spent on all the while they fought the price wars and margins shrank. Investors didn't like that. And that's one of the things I talked to. I remember I had like an interview with Danielle Shea back, like, I don't remember when, like March or something like that. And I asked her about that. And then she was like, that was kind of like one of the no-nos for some companies where margins shrink and you continue to expand or can follow through with CapEx. So that's one of the things I felt maybe fell under the radar a little bit, that maybe the smarter money's picking up on. And that's why you're getting such a big move down, 24%. I think it was 25% at one point.
Definitely interesting there.
Yeah.
Interesting on the market that we haven't gotten through the low yet. I mean, this wick that we had and this down candle felt like we were going to be through the low very quickly, and then now we have a triple bottom on NASDAQ. And bidding back up. Whose mic is it? Mine or yours?
Everybody's. I mean,
Mine?
I think I don't know. I don't know who it is, but the chat is displeased with the mics. Oh, well, we're on that, guys. We're on that. We're trying. We're trying.
Something going on. Too charged up.
But,
It's my yelling. I seem to yell a lot. I get excited, man. What do you want me to say? What is this CNSP thing that's moving here, Max? What is this all about?
CNSP.
Oh, interesting. Look here on our.
Wasn't this I swear this is a buyout.
Is it? It's moving not like a buyout at the moment. Look at this. This is just recent price action over here. It really got going. Trying to put the ticker for you guys, CNSP. The volume really started coming in here, Max, at around 120. We did basically nothing all day, hanging out at 130, and then the volume started coming in spades. What is the name of this company? CSN Pharmaceuticals, clinical stage pharma company developing pipeline of anti-cancer drug candidates for the treatment of primary and metastatic cancers of the brain and central nervous system. What is the float? The float is 4.1 million shares. It's absolutely tiny. I don't see a headline for this one specifically. But yeah, there you go. Off that 130 bottom, 184 high, now dancing with that 1 3/4. I don't know if it can continue to make the move here. The volume on this bad boy, it's $1 stock. It's only done 1.56 million shares. So a little bit suspect there, babe.
Oh, yeah. Manage risk on that one. Do not recommend punching into that one for sure. I'm just going through the volume leaders list on trade ideas here. Is there anything that we're missing that's moving around? J&J, actually, that is something that we are kind of missing that's been moving around. AT&T volume, interesting. Still not at an interesting level though. We got, what do we got? NVAX, LYG, Rivian, BAC. I mean, we haven't really touched on the banks all that much, but I feel like there's not a whole lot of edge left there. AMD, is it still holding 105? It is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that 105 level providing like pretty key support there. We did talk about that. I was thinking more breakdown because I am not particularly bullish on AMD, especially given the move on NVIDIA and how I think, AMD hasn't reported the best earnings or been, all that great with the AI thing, and they're just kind of riding on the coattails of NVIDIA. So I kind of figured that they would be a lot more smoked than they have been recently. But yeah, I mean, Nikola we haven't talked about, but Nikola, I mean, who cares? This one's going bankrupt, right? So I don't know.
Watch us become like the biggest trucking company in the world. No, kidding, of course, guys.
Yeah, I'm not even going to say what I would do if that happened, because who knows. But yeah, maybe, I mean, Palantir, everybody likes trading that. There's nothing there, really. Nothing's really put in a trend move today.
No, everything's
other
dead
than the
right
large caps to the downside. I like that DKS. Maybe there's something there. Maybe if this can do some volume over VWAP today, then there'll be something there. Other than that, I don't know. There's not a whole lot. Market has now triple bottomed. So
yeah, man, absolutely.
yeah,
I'm
Google
keeping my
back
eye on
above
that.
that 129 too. So if Ponzi, you're still holding that long, good for you. I paper hands that one. Didn't want to take any kind of loss at all on that, but yeah, maybe that one gets back to VWAP.
We're so consolidative right now on a lot of things, like very sideways. There's really no, I mean, I don't say there's no trade to be had. Obviously, there usually is somewhere out there, but none that I can kind of see at the moment. You've got a couple of names that have been interesting on the day. We had a bit of an Apple triple bottom off that 176.25. And then we seemed to run into support every time we got to that 177.25. That repeated itself a bunch of times. We're right at that midpoint range. We're at 176 and 3/4 area. So right in between that level at VWAP on Apple. Not much here doing, to be quite honest with you. So I started looking at really the beat down names like DKS, and it's found a little bit of support at this 112.25 level, with 112.75 being the high end there of the range. If we break above that 112.75, which also happens to be VWAP, this might be an interesting retracement play on the day. Max making the good point earlier that these beat down names don't tend to stay 25% in the red on any one day. There is usually a bit of a retracement as some money starts positioning. That may or may not come to fruition today. We'll have to wait and see. You got the likes of Macy's continuing to sell off. Macy's is at low of day right now, 12.67. It continues to print south. What's a percentage down on Macy's? Goodness gracious, Macy's is 14% in the red. It started the day green. And the reason I looked at Neil is because when I sat down this morning, he was like, Macy's is green. It just popped up. And then right when he said that, it started flushing back down because the call started coming on, right? And then obviously analysts didn't like what they heard. But the retail names, especially these discretionary retail names, are absolutely taken on the chin. The market is of the opinion that the consumer is tapped out with respect to these discretionary items. My goodness, both of them really bad days today. 14%, 25% for DKS. Lowe's hanging up. What do you got?
I'm long NVIDIA right now off the bottom. Looks like market wanted to bounce again. Apparently it does. NVIDIA just fail broke 455. I got long back through, looking for it to take out this 457 now, and stopping out just below 455 if that does happen, if this is just another fake little wick high here. But yeah, looking not so bad there on NVIDIA. Nice little quick $1 move up.
Interesting.
Looking for more than that though, because the the risk on these trades is a little bit higher, buying it at lows. And I think we can, if we're going to rebid on the market right now and NVIDIA doesn't want to go any lower, I want to be a long NVIDIA. If we can get through 460 again, I think we can potentially, get back to that VWAP area, get the same kind of style trade. This is even lower than I was buying it before. Yeah, this looks actually pretty good. So
Oh my God, listen
let's
to
see
this.
if NVIDIA can get going here. What's
Masks
going on?
now required in a Hollywood studio Lionsgate. They brought back the mask mandate. That's nice. That's what you want to hear.
That is not what we want to hear.
No.
That is not what we want to hear at all.
All right.
Glad I'm escaping North America tomorrow
you are
night.
going to Barca.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
hold
yeah.
on. Tomorrow's the night? You leave tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So Obi-Wan Kenobi knows, right?
Yes,
'Cause he
I
thinks
believe
it's in
he
September.
he will be on the midday.
He thought it was September.
Really?
Yeah, him and I were having a chat.
Okay.
Where is Obi? Okay, this is a little on the nose, but I got to ask it anyway. Are you going to run with the Bulls?
Run with the Bulls?
Yeah,
Is there a
it's-
bull run happening?
Well, I know that there is. Usually there's,
I mean, I'm definitely not going to do that.
When is that? When is that? Let's go. Let's
No,
find out, baby.
I don't think that's happening when
No,
I'm
probably
there. I
not.
certainly hope not.
I guess you don't want any of that smoke, eh?
Well, I mean, that would kind of be a bit of a disruption to my plans.
Yeah, hold on.
I don't think
Spain
it's-
run
I don't think
with
that's
the
happening.
Bulls. Let's find out when that running of the Bulls. Here it is. Where is it? Is an event that involves running in front of a small group of bulls. When is it though? Let's find out. Running of the Bulls date 2023. That probably already happened. You just missed it, Max. July 6th to July 14th, 2024.
Yeah, I swear
Yes.
I just saw someone that I know that was there
That was doing that?
doing it. Yeah, watching
There you
it.
go, baby.
Here we go on NVIDIA, back through 457. So banger long off the bottom here. I took 20% out of that one. We'll see if we can keep going on this. I want to see it break out of 457.50 and then see 460. Looks like we may have caught the bottom on the market, and I think
Attaboy.
this is the name to do it on. Yeah, $2 in the money already on this NVIDIA long, only 3 minutes later. So pretty happy with that one. That is nice. But going directly into that trend line that we've been hitting off of all day on NASDAQ. So we need to take out that last high at 14,970, I guess, before any kind of bounce can be confirmed, I would say.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Interesting. We're getting that bottom defend at 14,937. You say about 14,9 1/3, essentially. Triple bottom here on the NQ. I'm talking about. Bring in the chart and have a look at that. A couple of minutes left on the show, but we'll leave you with this. A bit of a defend on this level here, but we're definitely still down 0.18%. The closing print on the NQ yesterday was 14,985. 15,000 was also an interesting level in the morning. I took this long over here right at 15 and haven't touched the NQ since, but we really haven't made lower lows in quite some time. We're definitely still below the levels where you may want to, feel real good about the longs, but we're getting a defend on this level nonetheless. We'll see if that continues into the afternoon. It's been a bit of a slower 1 o'clock. We had some nice moves earlier on some of these big tech names, but things slowing down a bit. DKS, I got to warn you guys, coming back into that 112.75. Do we have it in us to get a bit of a retracement on DKS, or is this going to be a short the pop type play like it was on the last, let's say, 5 or 6 occasions here on the 5-minute chart? Look at this look on DKS when it comes to VWAP retracements. It has been rejecting all day long, and this is as close as we've got to breaking through VWAP here. Maybe you want to wait for 113 as your confirmation, but DKS looking good. Any final thoughts, Max?
Yeah, looking like I got a bail on this position here. Why is that not working?
Let's go, flatten.
I flattened. The flatten script didn't work. Anyway,
Yeah,
whatever. Maybe I had a... whatever. Bailed on that. Yeah, clean rejection. We looked like we were going there. Luckily, I got 40% out, but yeah, absolute dump off of the trend line. So just short the trend line. Trend is your friend today on NQ. I mean, I ended up, making like 50, 60 cents on the last little out
nice
there,
move.
so that's not so bad. But yeah, really, that looked like we were going to the promised land for a second.
That was
there,
good.
Sharif. That looked good.
A lot of
but,
bamboozlement
yeah,
today, though.
too much bamboozlement today on the market. Tough to go long when it is clearly a down day.
All right, guys. We are overtime, but Max and I will see you at the same time, same channel. Right knows at the big desk.
Hey guys, welcome back into the home stretch we go. 2 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon. That means there's a couple hours left on a busy day. Ton of things.